In this course, we're going to master HTML and CSS by building 4 complete websites. Now, I'll show you by the end of this course, you'll be able to comfortably build any website from scratch using HTML and CSS. In fact, you'll be able to actually go out there and actually teach your friends or teach other people how to build a website using HTML and CSS. To start things off, we're first of all going to build a beautiful and responsive travel website from scratch using HTML and CSS. Now, immediately after that, we are going to create a dark theme coffee website from scratch using HTML and CSS. And you guessed right, it's also going to be fully responsive. And immediately after that, we're going to create a modern and clean e-commerce website UI from scratch using HTML and CSS. Now, this particular one is going to be a multi-page website. We're going to have the shop page, the home page, the about page, contact page. I'm also going to have the product view page that's going to actually show individual products. And lastly, to wrap up the course, we're going to create a modern and responsive medical website from scratch using HTML and CSS. Now, if you're excited about this project, smash on the like button and leave a comment below. 1 like equals to 1 prayer for the YouTube algorithm to push this content to more people just like you who are going to find it helpful, and basically just consider it as a very little way of you supporting this channel. And lastly, if you've not subscribed, ensure you do that and turn on the notification bell so you don't miss out on the next project we are going to build together on this channel. Let's dive into it. And in the first part of this course, we're going to create this completely responsive travel website right here. Okay, now this travel website is a very good project to actually use to master your HTML and CSS and actually learn how to create a modern and responsive website. First off, we're going to create this nav bar with this logo right here and these links right here, and also this text and this heal section. Then we're going to create the explore section right here that's going to have this smooth over effect. Then after that, we're going to create the about us section. You can see how good looking the about section is looking. You can see right now the background image overlay we have in this about section, and you learn how to create this cool over effect right here. Now, immediately after that, we're going to create the latest articles section where you can see the latest articles from the website. And lastly, we're going to create the contact us section, and then we're going to create this little footer right here. So I've basically created my index.html file, and inside this index.html file, I have this boilerplate code right here, and also I have this link right here, that's linking this index.html file to this style.css file up here. And inside this style.css file, I have this basic styles right here, and also up here I have this color variables right here that we're going to make use of for in this project. And also I have a folder right here, an images folder right here that contain all the images we are going to make use of for this project. Now these images are going to be available for you, so I'm going to leave a link for you in the description below so you can get these images. Okay, and before we can start working on this project, we actually need 2 things. First of all, we need Font Awesome CDN link, and also we need Google Font. So I'll go to my browser, I'll just search for Font Awesome CDN link, Font Awesome CDN. That's going to bring me right here. I'm going to click on the first link I'm going to find, which is cdngs.com. I'll click on this link, and this link is going to bring me right here to cdngs.com, and we have different Font Awesome CDN links right here. I'm going to copy the first one. This is all.min.js. I'll just copy the HTML tag for this one. I'll head to my index.html file. Up here in my header tag, I'll just paste that right here. I've added Font Awesome to our project. Now we have to get Google Font. So I head back to my web browser. I want to search for Google Font. Just go to fonts.google.com. That's going to bring me right here to this website. I'm going to search for the fonts I want. You can basically search for any font you want from Google, but I want Poppins. So I'll search for Poppins, and you can see Poppins right here. So I'll just click on that. Then I'm going to click on Get Font. It's going to bring me right here. I don't want to download the font. I want to get the embed code. So I'll click on Get Embed Code. Then I want the CSS import, not the HTML link. I'll just copy this. I head back to my style.css file. I'll paste that up here. Next, we can start working on our project. So I'll just close up this left sidebar. Head back to my index.html file. Inside this index.html file, I'm going to create a section. This section is going to have a class of hero section. Now inside this section, we're going to have 2 items. First of all, we're going to have our nav bar. We're going to have our hero content. Okay, so I'm going to create a nav tag. Then under this nav tag, I'll create a div. This div is going to have a class of hero content. Sorry, spell that content correctly. Inside this nav, first of all, I have a p tag that's going to be acting as our logo. This p tag is simply going to say go beyond. And this beyond is going to be wrapped inside the span tag. I want to add unique styles to it. So I'll paste that right here. And I'll give it a class. I'll give it logo. After this p tag, we're going to have another list. This another list is going to have a class of nav links. And we are going to have an li tag in there. Each of these li tags is going to have an anchor tag in them. For now, this anchor tag is not going to go anywhere. So I'll put hash in there. This particular one is going to say home. I'll just drag this down multiple times. 1, 2, 3, 4. The next one is going to be explore. Then we're going to have articles. Then we're going to, spell the articles correctly. Then we're going to have about. And lastly, we're going to have contacts. Okay. And this first anchor tag is going to have a class of active because it's going to be the home page. So we're going to have this as our active link. And to actually preview this project, I'm going to click on Go Live because I have Visual Studio Code Live Server extension installed in my Visual Studio Code. So I just click on Go Live. And that's going to open this project up in my browser. And you can see those items we just added right here, go beyond, and those links we just added. Okay, so let's start applying styles to this element. So I'll go to my style.css file. Down here, I'm going to say dots. I'll copy that class, that hero section class. I'll just copy this class right here, hero section. I head to my style.css file. I'll just paste that right here. Now remember that in our hero section, we're going to have a background image in the hero section. Also, we're going to have a background image overlay. Okay, so let's do that. So I'll just go back to my style.css. First of all, I'm going to give this hero section a height. I'll give it 100 VH. I'll give it a background of linear gradient. I'll make use of this color right here, RGBA 223686. Then the opacity is 0.5. I'll repeat that again. But this time around, the opacity is going to be 0.3. After that, we're going to add our background image. Now, to add the background image in CSS, you're going to make use of the URL. Then, in between this opening and closing bracket, you're going to add the path to the image. Now, where is this image located? We're going to point into our images folder. Then, inside our images folder, we're going to see an image called hero background.jpg. So, I'll click on that. I'll save that, head back to the web page, and you can see those, and you can see that background image right here. Okay. We have to actually add more styles to this image to make it look way better. So I'll give the image a background size. I'll give it cover. I'll give it a background position. I'll use center. I'll save that. And that's going to ensure that the image is at the center, absolute center of the web page. Okay. So now that we've actually gotten this background image, we can actually start styling the navigation bar. So down here in my style.css, I want to target the nav tag. That's this nav tag right here that wraps around our navigation bar. This nav tag right here. I'll give this nav tag a display. I'll give it flex. I'll give it a padding. Top and bottom, we're going to use 0. Left and right, we're going to use 3%. Now, that padding top and bottom of 0.3%, that was going to do is that it's going to ensure that we have a padding. Top and bottom, we're going to have a padding of 0 in this nav file, but left and right, we're going to have a padding of 3%. You can see the left hand side right here, we have a space between these two items. Okay, so I just give the two items justify contents. I'll say space between, and that's going to add space between these two items. Okay, you can see right now that this go beyond is right here, and these other links are right here. I'll give the nav bar a height of 60 pixels. Sorry, 60 pixels, and then I'll give it an align items of center. I'll save that. So next, I want to target that p tag that's acting as our logo. So down here, I'm going to say nav.logo. Remember, we'll give the p tag a class name of logo. Okay, so that's how we're going to target. We're going to target it using its class name of logo. I'll give this a font size of 1.5 rem. I'll give it a font width of 600, and then I'm going to give it a color of white. Now I'm going to target the span tag inside this logo, so I just copy this. I'll paste that underneath here, target the span tag in there. I'll give this a background color of primary color. That's this color right here. This color that is actually looking like a pink color. I'll give it a border radius of 5 pixels. 15 pixels. And a padding 5 pixels top and bottom, 8 pixels left and right. I'll save that. Head back to the web page. You can see that this logo is actually styled. And I just noticed that we've not applied our Poppins font to our web page. Let's quickly do that. So up here, I just say I want to apply this Poppins font. So I'm going to say font family. I'm going to use Poppins. And the fallback value is going to be sans serif. I'll save that. When we head back to the web page, you're going to see that that font has been applied. Okay. So next, we're going to start styling the links. Okay. Remember, we gave the links. We gave this another list a class of nav links. So we're going to target that class. So I'll copy this. I had to my style of CSS, so I'll just scroll down. I'll just paste that right here. I'll give this a display of flex to ensure that the links are arranged horizontally. Then I'll give it a list style of none to get rid of the bullet points. Then I'm going to target the anchor tag inside the link. So I'll just copy this. I'll paste that right here. Then I'll give the anchor tag a text decoration. I'll give it none. That's going to get rid of the line underneath these anchor tags. I'll give it a margin. Top and bottom of 0, left and right 20 pixels, a color of white. Then I'm going to give it a text transform of uppercase. And this is going to ensure that all the letters in the link are going to be of uppercase. That's capital letters. And finally, we're going to give the link a font weight 500. I'll save that. Head back to the web page. You can see these links are actually styled. Okay. So next, we're going to add a hover property to this link. When we hover on this link, we want it to have this color right here. Okay. So I'll just copy this. I'll copy this. I'll paste that underneath here. Then on hover of this link, I want to give this link a color of primary color. Okay. And also, you have to actually add styles to the active link. Remember, we gave this first link a class of active, so we're going to target that class. So I'll just copy this. I'll paste that right here. Then I'll target the active class in there. I'll give this a color of text color primary. When I head back to the web, you can see that we have that active link, and when I hover on this link, you can see that hover effect right there. So next, we're going to start working on the hero content. Okay. So I'll go back to my index.html file. Inside this hero contents container, I'm going to create a h2 tag right here. And inside this h2 tag, I'm going to have this text in there. Discover the world one journey at a time. So I'm going to apply styles to this. So I'll just copy this. I head to my style of CSS file. I'll save the file to my style of CSS file. Down here, I'm going to say dot hero section. I'll paste that class name right here. Now I want to give this hero content a height. I want to say calculate. Then I want to subtract the height of the nav bar from 100 VH. Okay, I want to give the hero content 100 VH height minus the height of the navigation bar. So I'm going to give this a height of 100 VH minus the height of the nav bar, because we give the nav bar a height of 60 pixels. After that, I'll give it a display of flex, align items of center, justify content. I'm going to use center. I give the hero content a maximum width of 1200 pixels, a width of 90%, and last I give it a margin of auto. Okay, so now I want to target the h2 tag inside this hero content. So I'll copy this, I'll paste that right here. For the h2 tag, we are going to give it a font size of 3.5 rem, a color of white. Then we also give it a text align of center. I'll save that. Head back to the web page. You can see that h2 text right here. Discover the world one journey at a time. And with that, we are done with the hero section. Now we have to ensure the hero section is actually responsive. Now when we go to our developer tools, now to actually go to your developer tools, just right click on your web page. Just right click on your web page and go to inspect. Right here, you're able to view your website on different devices. Right now, I'm on Samsung Galaxy S8 Plus. I just go to responsive. With this responsive, I can increase and decrease the screen size as I want. And you can see right now that when we reduce the screen size of this web page, you're going to notice that the web page is highly unresponsive. So we have to actually ensure it's responsive. So what I'm going to do, I'll create a new file. I'll call this file responsive.css. I'll just link that file to my index.html file up here. So up here, I'll just drag this down. Then instead of style.css file, I'm going to responsive.css. Inside this responsive.css, I'm going to have two breakpoints. My first breakpoint is going to be 768 pixels. And it's going to be for tablets. I'll comment that off. Then my next breakpoint is going to be for 600 pixels, and this one is going to be for mobile phones. Then up here, I'll create a media query at media. Maximum width of 768 pixels. Now just copy this. I'll paste this right here. And I'll change this 768 pixels to 600 pixels. Now first, we have to work on ensuring the navigation bar is actually responsive. So what we're going to do is that for screens less than 768 pixels, we're going to create the mobile menu. So I just go to my responsive.css file. Up here, I'm going to say nav. First of all, I want to position the nav bar at the top of the web page. I'll give the nav a position. I'll give it fixed. And I'll give it a top of 0, left of 0, a width of 100%, background color of white, and lastly, I'll give it a z-index of 100. That way, no other items can overlap it in the web page. Okay. When I head back to the web page, I'm going to notice that the nav bar is now fixed at the top of the web page. So we actually have to change the color of the link to black. Remember that initially it has a color of white, but when we change the background of the nav bar to white for mobile devices for screens less than 768 pixels, we're going to give that link a color of black, or basically a darker color so you can see it clearly. So down here, I'm going to say .nav links. I want to target the anchor tag in there. I give them a color of this hex color right here. Save that. Now when we head back to the web, you can see that we can actually see these links better. Okay. Now that the nav bar is actually positioned at the top of the web page, you have to actually position these links underneath the nav bar. That way, when we reduce the screen size, the links are going to be arranged over here vertically down underneath this nav bar. Okay, so let's do that. So to do that, we're going to target the links this time. I'll copy these links. I'll paste that up here. I'll give these links a position of fixed, and I'll give them a top of 60 pixels. And the reason I'm using a top of 60 pixels is that it's because the nav bar is actually 60 pixels of height. So we're giving the nav links a position of 60 pixels top. That's going to ensure that it's going to be positioned from the top of the web page by 60 pixels, and it's going to be positioned underneath the navigation bar, just immediately after the nav bar. I'll give it a left of 0 and a width of 100%. I'll save that. Head back to the web page. You can see those links right here. They are positioned underneath the navigation bar. Okay, but we're going to add more styles to it. First of all, we want the links to be arranged vertically down, so we're going to add a flex direction to it. So give this a flex direction of column. Background color, we're going to use white. Then we'll give it a text align. Give all the items, all the links, a text align of center. I want them to be arranged at the center. And last, we're going to add a padding, top and bottom of 15 pixels, left and right of 0. I'll save that. Head back to the web page. You can see these links are actually looking better. Okay, now we have to style the individual links now. So we'll give each of the links a display property of block. Then we'll give them a padding, top and bottom of 15 pixels, left and right of 0. Save that. Head back to the web page. Now this is actually looking really good. So next, we're going to add the hamburger menu icon that's going to be at the right hand side. We're going to click to actually open up this menu. Okay, so I'll go back to my index.html file. After this, another list, I'm going to create a div. I'll give this div a class of hamburger menu. And inside this div, we're going to have 3 spans. So I'll just copy this hamburger menu right here. I head to my style.css file. Just scroll up. I'll paste that right here. We're going to give this a cursor of pointer, and then we're going to give it a display of none because we don't want this to be visible for small screen devices. Okay, then we're going to copy this, head to our responsive.css file, just paste that at 768 pixels. Then 768 pixels, we're going to give it a display of block. We want it to only be visible when the screen size is less than 768 pixels. So down here, I'm going to say dot hamburger menu dot target the span in there. I give each of the span a width of 25 pixels, a height of 3 pixels, a margin top and bottom of 5 pixels, left and right of 0. We'll give it a background color of dark gray. I'll save that. And when we head back to the web page, you're going to notice that we cannot actually see that hamburger menu right here that we just created. That's because by default, span tag has a display of inline, okay, which means you cannot actually see them unless there's a content in them. So to actually see them without having a content, we're going to give this a display of block. I'll save that. When we head back to the web, you can actually see it now. So next, we are going to actually ensure this logo is responsive too. So we're going to copy the logo style. Just copy the logo, copy this right here. I head to my responsive.css. I'll paste that right here. We'll give the logo a font size of 1.2 WEM, and so we're going to give it a color of this hex color right here. This hex color will be used for the color for our links. Okay, save that. I won't head back to the web page. So that this is actually looking better, and the span is actually having a color of that dark gray too for mobile device. So what I'm going to do, I'll just go to my style.css file. Then I'll give the span a color of white. That's going to ensure that even when I apply that color to the nav logo, the span is still going to have a color of white for mobile device. Yeah, cool. So what we are going to work on is that we don't want this mobile menu to be open by default. We want this menu to only be open when the user clicks on this button right here, this hamburger menu button. Okay, so what we are going to do, we're going to give this a display of none. So I head back to my responsive.css. Where's the nav links? I'm going to give this a display. I'll give it none. I'll save that. I want to head back to the web. You can notice that we cannot actually see those links right here. You can't see those links. So we're going to create a new class down here. We'll call this class menu open. Okay, and this menu open is going to have a display of block. I'll save that. Now when we take this menu button, I'll take this menu button class. I'll head to my index.html file. I'll paste that right here. Then when I save that, you're going to notice that the menu is actually going to be open. So what we are going to do, we are going to use JavaScript to add and dynamically add and remove the class. Okay, so I'll go back to my index.html. I'll just get rid of this. Then down here, I'm going to create a script tag. Just before this body tag, I'll create a script tag. In between this opening and closing script tag, this is where we're going to write all our JavaScript code. So we're going to target two items. First of all, we're going to target the hamburger menu, and then we're going to target the links. Okay, so down here, I'm going to say const. I'm going to set this to a variable. I'll call the variable menu button. Sorry, menu button is equals to documents dot query selector. I'm going to target that hamburger menu class right here. This hamburger menu class. So I just copy this. I'll paste that right here. So next, we're going to target the links. So down here, I'm going to say const. I'll set it to a variable. I'll call the variable links is equals to documents dot query selector. I'm going to use that class name, that nav links class name, nav links. Okay. Then down here, I'm going to add an event listener to the bottom. So menu button dot add event listener. When someone clicks on the button, I basically just want to run a function called open menu. Spell that menu correctly. Then down here, I'll create that function open menu. All we just want to do, we want to say links dot class list dot toggle. We want JavaScript to toggle the class. That's add and remove the class toggle. Then we just copy the class from our responsive.css. This menu open class. I'll copy this. I'll just paste that right here. Okay. Then I'll save that. And when I head back to the web page, when I click on this, it's going to open up this menu. When I click on it again, it's going to close it back up. All right, cool. So next, we have to ensure that the hero content is actually responsive too. So for the hero section, first of all, I want to give it a height of auto. Remember that we gave this hero section, just scroll up. We gave this hero section a height of 100 VH. So now I want to give it a height of auto. So I'll copy that. I had to make responsive.css. I'll just paste that right here. I'll give this a height. I'll give it auto. Now paste that right here again. I'll target the hero content.hero content. I'll give this hero content a height. I'll give it 80 VH. I'll save that. I want to head back to the web appearance that this content now has a height of 80 VH. Because for mobile devices, for small screen devices like small tablets and mobile phones, I don't want the hero section, this background image, to stretch to the bottom. Okay, I want it to stretch to about this area right here. That's why I'm giving it a height of 80 VH. So next, we are going to ensure this H2 tags are actually responsive too. So I just copy this. I'll paste that underneath here. That's a H2. Remember, we give this a font size. Initially, we give the H2 tag of the hero content a font size of 3.5 rem. So we'll just reduce it to about, give the font size to about 3 rem. Then I'll just copy this again. I'll paste that for mobile phones this time around. I'll give it a font size of 2.5 rem. I'll save that. I want to head back to the web. You can see this is actually responsive. I want to reduce the screen size. You notice that the H2 tags are actually going to be fully responsive. When we take this to iPhone 12 Pro, you notice that this actually looks really good. So with that, we are basically done with the hero section. So next, we're going to start working on the explore section right here. Okay. So I'll go back to my index.html file. I'll just wrap up this section right here. This hero section, I'm done in this hero section. Underneath this hero section, I'll create another section. And this section is going to have a class of explore section. Inside this explore section, we're going to have a div in there that's going to have a class of header. Inside this header, we're going to have a H2 tag in there. This header is simply going to say explore popular locations. After the H2 tag, we're going to create a div underneath it that's going to have a class of line. And I'll copy this header class. And this is going to be a general style. So I'll just go to my style.css file down here. I'm going to say general style. These are styles that are going to be reused by different sections of the web page. So I just comment this off. So I'll paste that right here because I'm going to reuse this header for other sections. First of all, I'll give the header a text transform of uppercase. We'll give it a font size of 1.3 rem. And lastly, a color of dark gray. So next, we're going to target the div underneath the H2 tag. So down here, I'm going to say .header. Then I'll target the div which has a class of line. We'll give this line a height of 5 pixels. We'll give it a width of 80 pixels. Background color, we're going to use primary. Give it a border radius of 10 pixels. And lastly, we're going to give it a margin bottom of 30 pixels. I'll save that. And we head back to the web page, you're going to notice that we have that header right here. Okay. So next, we'll start styling the explore section. So I'll just go to my HTML. I'll just copy this class right here. I'll go to my style.css file. I'll scroll up. Then I'm going to say this is going to be the styles for my explore section. So I'll just comment that off. Then down here, I'll paste that right here. Sorry, add a dot at the back there. We'll give this a padding top and bottom. It's going to have a padding of 40 pixels. Left and right, it's going to have a padding of 0. We'll give the explore section a maximum width of 1200 pixels, a width of 90%, and lastly, we're going to use a margin of auto. I'll save that. Now, when I head back to the web page, I'm going to notice that the width we just added has been applied to this container. This explore section container. So I'll go back to my index.html file. Now, after this header div, I'll create another div. This div is going to have a class of gallery. And inside this gallery, we're going to have 3 items. And each of them is going to have a class of gallery item. Each of them is going to have an image. This particular image is going to go into the images folder. And it's going to point to newyork.jpg. Then after that, I'll create a div. This div is going to have a class of overlay. And inside this div, I'm going to have a h3 tag in there. I'm simply going to say new. Yuck. Now just copy this and drag this down multiple times. 1, 2. The alt text for this first one is going to be New York. And the second image is going to be Dubai, Dubai.jpg, and the alt text is going to be Dubai. Then the H3 tag is simply going to say Dubai. I'll scroll down, then the last one is going to be Paris. The alt text is simply going to say Paris. Then the H3 tag is simply going to say Paris. I'll save that. I won't head back to the web. You're going to notice those items we just added are inside of the web page. Okay, so let's start actually applying styles to them. So I go back to my style of CSS file. Down here I'm going to say explore section gallery. I'll give this a display. I'll give it grid. We're going to add a grid template columns of repeats, auto, fit, min, max, 250 pixels, and 1 FL. Then lastly, we're going to add a gap of 20 pixels. After that, we're going to target the image. So I'll just copy this. I'll paste that underneath here. And I'll target the gallery item. So gallery item. I'll target the image inside the gallery item. Now we already gave the container a grid display, so we just have to tell the image to occupy 100%. We'll give it a width of 100%. We'll give it a display of block, a height of 500 pixels, and lastly, object fit. We're going to use cover. I'll save that. I want to head back to the web page. You're going to notice that these images are actually styled and they look really good. But we don't want this text to be right here. What we want is that we want this text to be positioned inside of this container. Okay, that's what we want. So let's actually style this overlay too. So I'll target the gallery overlay. So I'll just copy this. I'll paste that underneath here. I'll say overlay. I'll give this a position of absolute, top of 0, left of 0, width of 100%, and height of 100%. Background color, we're going to make use of RGBA. That's this hash color right here we use for our background image overlay. I'll just increase the opacity to 0.7. The text color, we want it to have a color of white. Then we'll give this overlay display of flex a justified content of center. Align items, we're going to give it center. I'll save that. Head back to the web page. You're going to notice that we cannot actually see our overlay. Our overlay is actually positioned in our home page. It's not positioned absolute to these gallery items right here. The reason for that is because this gallery item right now has a position of static, and when an element in the HTML document has a position of static, you cannot position an element absolute to it. Okay, so to ensure we can actually position this overlay to these gallery items, what we are going to do, we're going to give the gallery items. I'll just copy this. I'll paste that up here. I'll give the gallery item a position of relative. I'll save that. I want to head back to the web. You're going to notice that they are now positioned absolute to the gallery item. Instead of having this text at the center, I want it to be at the end right here. So let me just give this align items. I'll give it flex end. I'll save that. And that's going to ensure it's going to be positioned at the end, at the bottom right here. Cool. So next we're going to apply some styles to the H3 tag. So I'll just copy this. I'll paste that underneath here. I'll just target the H3 tag inside this overlay. We'll give this a font size of 1.5 rem. And we'll give it a margin bottom of 30 pixels. I'll save that. Head back to the web page. That's actually looking way better. And also just add a cursor of pointer to each of these gallery items. So just give it a cursor. Give it a cursor of pointer. I'll save that. Yeah. Now by default, we don't want this overlay to be shown to the UI. Okay, we want to only actually see the location of these images when we hover on it. Like when we hover on this New York, then it's going to show us New York. When we hover on Dubai, it's going to show this overlay that this is Dubai. Okay, that's what we want to do. So to do that, I'm going to give this, I'll give this overlay, I'll give it an opacity of 0. I'll save that. And when I return back to the web, you're going to notice that we cannot actually see the overlay anymore. So what we are going to do is that we're going to copy this. I'll paste that up here. Then I'm going to say on hover of the gallery item. When someone hovers on the gallery item I want to add styles to the overlay. So I'll give the overlay an opacity of 1. I'll save that. Now when I hover on these items, you can see that overlay right here. And also when we hover on the gallery item, we want the image to actually zoom out a bit too. So what we are going to do, we'll just copy this, we'll paste that underneath here. Then we're going to say on hover of this gallery item, I want to add styles to the image. I'll give the image a transform scale of 1.1. Okay, that way when we hover on this image, it's actually going to scale out. You can see right here, it's actually going to scale out. So but we have a problem when we actually zoom this, the image is actually overflowing the gallery item container. So we just give the gallery item container, give it overflow of hidden. Okay, that way when we hover, you can see right now the image actually zoom out. But the over effects are very fast, so we're going to add a transition to them. Okay, so first of all, I'm going to add a transition to the overlay. Let's add overlay. Add a transition opacity. The opacity pop fill 0.5 is in out. I also add a transition to the image. Where's the image? Right here. I give it a transition of transform 0.5 seconds is in out. I'll save that. I want to head back to the web. You can see how smooth these hover effects are actually looking. Okay, the transition for the overlay is still kind of fast. The opacity, let me check why that is. That's because we use 0.5. We didn't add seconds to it. I'll save that. Head back to the web page. I see how smooth that's looking. That's actually more smoother. So we are basically done actually creating the Explore section. So now we have to actually ensure this is responsive. So I just go to my developer tools, and you can see this is actually fully responsive. All we just have to do is reduce the font size of this header. Okay, so I'll go to my style of CSS file, scroll down. Initially we gave this header a font size of 1.3 rem, so I'll just reduce our font size. I'll copy this. I'll head to my responsive of CSS. I'll reduce it for mobile devices. I'll paste that right here. I'll give you a font size. I'll give it 1.1 rem. I'll save that. When I head back to the web, you can see this is actually smaller for mobile devices. And with that, we are basically done with the Explore section. Okay, so next we have to start working on the About section. This About Us section right here that's going to have this background image. So I head back to my index.html file. Let's go back to the index.html file. We'll just wrap this up. We are done with the Explore section. We'll create another section. This section is going to have a class of About section. Inside this About section, we're going to have a div that's going to have a class of About container. Inside this About container, we're also going to have an header. So I just copy the header from this one. I'll copy this, I'll wrap this back up, and I'll paste that right here. Now after this header container, I'm going to create another div. This div is going to have a class of About details. Inside this About details, we're going to have a paragraph tag that's going to have this paragraph in there. Just format documents to arrange this better. After this paragraph tag, we're going to have an anchor tag that's not going to go anywhere. And inside this anchor tag, I'm going to have two items. First of all, I'm going to have a span in there. This span is simply going to say learn more. And after this span, I'm going to have an icon. This icon is simply going to have a class of arrow right. I'll save that. And I head back to the web page. You can see those items we just added right here. And we've not updated the header. So I'll go back to my index.html file. Instead of this explore popular location, it's going to be About Us. Yeah, that's been updated. Now let's start actually applying styles to this About Us section. So I'll go to my style of CSS. So first of all, I'll copy this About section. I'll copy this class name. We're going to head to our style of CSS. So up here, I'll just paste that right here. Then I'll say this is going to be styles for the About section. Then down here, I'll paste that right here. I'll give this a padding. Top and bottom, I want it to have a padding of 40 pixels. Left and right, a padding of 60 pixels. And also the About section is going to have a background that's going to have a linear gradient. The first color is going to be RGBA 22, 36, 86 with opacity of 0.7. So I'll just copy this. I'll repeat that again. I'll paste that right here. And the opacity this time is going to be 0.5. After that, I'll add the comma. I'm going to add a background image there. Now for the background image, it's going to point into the images folder. It's going to point to about background.jpg. I'll save that. I will head back to the web. You can see we have a background right here. Let's just add two properties to it. Go up and copy those two properties from our heal section. This background says cover and background position of center. I'll just scroll all the way down. I'll paste that right here. Okay, I'll save that. I will head back to the web page. You can see our background image has been applied to the web page. And you will notice that the header, initially we gave this header a dark gray color, okay? But for this background, this dark gray color is not going to cut it, okay? So what we are going to do we're going to add an inline style to this one. We'll give it an inline style. We'll give this a style of color. We'll just use white. I'll save that. That way, this particular H2 tag is going to have a color of white. Alright, cool. So next we're going to style the about container. Okay, so I'll go back to my index.html file. I'll just copy this. I head to my style.css file. Down here, I'm going to say dot about section dot paste that right here. I give this a maximum width of 1200 pixels, a width of 90%, and margin I'm going to give it out to. I'll save that. And so I'm going to target the about details, okay, because I want this item not to occupy up to the end of this container. I want it to occupy 50% of this about container, okay. So I'll just target it. So I'll copy this. I'll paste that right here. Now I'll copy the class for the about. This about details. Here is it. I'll copy this about details. I want this about details to occupy 50% width, okay. Paste that right here. I'll give this a width. I'll give it 50%. I'll save that. I'm going to head back to the web. We're going to start this about container. This about detail is going to occupy up to this point. Alright, cool. Now we're going to target this paragraph tag in here. So I'll just copy up to this point. I'll paste that right here. Paste that underneath here. Then I'll give this a color, first of all, of light gray. We're going to add a padding, top and bottom 10 pixels, left and right 0. And line height, I'll give it 30 pixels. I'll save that. Head back to the web page. You can see this paragraph tag is completely styled. But I want a margin between the paragraph tag and this call to action button underneath it. So I'll give the paragraph tag a margin bottom. I use 50 pixels. I'll save that. And that's going to add a margin between the paragraph tag and this call to action button right here. So next we're going to style this anchor tag, this lemon anchor tag, this call to action button right here. So I head back to my style.css file. I'll just copy that class, and I've not added a class to it. So I'll give it a class of CTA button, which is basically call to action button. So I'll just copy this call to action button. I'll head to my style.css file. Now this is going to be a general style, so I'll just paste that right here. First of all, we're going to give this a text decoration of none, a background color of primary, a color of white. We'll add a padding. Top and bottom, the padding is going to be 10 pixels, left and right 20 pixels. Border radius, we're going to give it 10 pixels. We'll give the text in the font size of 1.2 rem, a font weight of 500. Then we'll give it a cursor of pointer and an outline of none, just in case we add this class to a button, okay. I'll save that. And I head back to the web page. You can see this call to action button is completely styled right now. But I want to actually increase the margin between this span and this icon right here. So I'll just down here, I'm saying CTA button, call to action button, then target the anchor tag. I'll give the anchor tag a margin left of 10 pixels. I'll save that. And that's going to add a margin between the anchor tag and this span right here, the icon and the span right here. I want to hover on this. I want to add a hover effect. So I'll just down here, I'm going to say dot CTA button on hover. I want to add style to the anchor, the icon in there. I want to give the icon a margin left of 30 pixels. That way, when we hover on this link, it's going to expand. You can see that expansion right there. And to make the effect smoother, I'll add a transition to the icon. I'll give the icon a transition of 0.6 seconds is in, out. I'll save that. And when we hover on this, you can see that smooth transition right there. And next, you have to actually ensure this about section is actually responsive. When we go to our developer tool, you're going to know this is highly, this is highly unresponsive. Okay, so let's start ensuring this is actually responsive. We'll just choose where it starts to get unresponsive. So I'll go to responsive. I'll expand the screen, scroll down, then I'll just choose where it starts to get unresponsive. So for screen size less than 768 pixels, that's where we're going to start applying media queries for this. Okay, so first off, I want to use the padding on the left hand side and the right hand side. So I'll go to my style CSS file. I'll look for that class right here, this about section. I'll copy this. I'll go to my responsive.css. Now I'm going to apply this styles for 768 pixels. So I'll paste that right here. I'll give this a padding top and bottom. I'm still going to have a padding of 40 pixels. Then left side is going to have a padding of 0. I'll save that. When I head back to the web, you're going to notice that it actually expands. The padding on the left and the right hand side has actually reduced. And also, we want to give this about details a width of 100%. Remember that we gave it a width of 50% initially, this width of 50%. So we'll just copy this. I'll go to my responsive CSS. I'll paste that right here. Now give this a width. This time I'm going to give it 100%. I'll save that. Yeah, this looks really good. That's actually, let's check this on iPhone 12 Pro. Yeah, this actually looks good on mobile phones. And with that, we've basically completed the about section. Okay, so next we're going to start working on the latest article section right here. We're going to have the latest blog of this website. So I'll go back to my index.html file, head back to the index.html file. I'll just wrap up this about section. I'll create another section underneath this about section. And this section is going to have a class of article section. And inside this section, we're going to have a div. It's going to have a class of articles container. And inside this articles container, first of all, we're going to have a header. So I just copy the header from here. I'll paste that right here. Paste that right here. Then instead of about us, I'm going to say latest articles. Okay, save that. When I head back to the web page, you can see that item right here. And we have to get rid of that color of white we gave to it. We have to get rid of that color of white. Yeah, you can see it right here. After this header div, I'll create another div. This div is going to have a class of articles. And inside this div, first of all, we're going to have an image in there. And this particular one is going to go into the images folder. It's going to point to post1.jpg, and the author is going to be post, or let me just use blog post. After this image, I'm going to have a div underneath it. This div is going to have a class of article details. Then inside this div, I'm going to have an h3 tag. This particular one is going to have this text in there capturing the words through my lens. And after that, we're going to have a paragraph tag, which is going to have this paragraph in there. I just format the document. And after this paragraph tag, I'm going to have a div. And this div is going to have a class of button container. And inside this div, we're going to obviously have a link in there that is not going to go anywhere, and it's simply going to say read more. And these items are supposed to be wrapped inside a div, so I just cut that off, create a div. This div is going to have a class of article, which is going to be each of the blog posts that we're actually previewing on the home page. Paste that right here. Then we'll just close this up and drag this down twice. I want 3 of this article in the home page. So I'll see 1, 2. Okay, I'll open this up. This second one is going to say post2.jpg. The h3 tag is simply going to say my mountain adventure. And as for the paragraph tag, I'll paste this right here. Okay, I'll scroll down. The next H2 is going to have this right here, and paragraph tag is simply going to be this. I'll save that. I want to head back to the web page. You're going to notice those items we just added right here. And let's start actually applying styles to them. So I just scroll up, copy this class name right here. I'll head to my style of CSS file. I'll paste that right here. I'll comment that off. Then I'll paste that underneath here. Okay. We're going to give this a padding. Top and bottom 40 pixels, left and right 0. Then I'm going to add a background to it, a background of light gray. Next, we're going to target the articles container. So now you'll see .articles section. Then I'll just copy that articles container class. I'll copy this. I'll paste that right here. We'll give this a maximum width of 1200 pixels, a width of 90%, and a margin of auto. Now we're going to target the articles container. Okay, so I'll paste that right here. I'll say .articles. And for the articles container, I want to give them a display of grid, a grid template columns. A grid template columns of repeats, auto, fits, min, max, 300 pixels, 1 FR. We're going to add a gap of 30 pixels between each of the item. Okay, and I'll copy this again. I'll paste that right here. Now I want to target each of the articles. So I'll say .article. I'll give them a background color of white. Then we're going to add a box shadow to them. Box shadow of 0, 2 pixels, 4 pixels, RGB 0, 0, 0. Then we'll paste the 0.1. Then we're going to add a border radius of 10 pixels. So now we have to target the image too. So I just copy this, I'll paste that underneath here. I just target the image in there. I give the image. Now we already told the container, we already placed the items in a grid display. Okay, so just give the image a width of 100%. I just occupy 100% of your grid container. I give it a width of 100%. We give it a height of 250 pixels, and lastly, an object fit. I'll use cover. I'll save that. When I head back to the web page, you can see those items right here, and the image is actually still, and the article section is looking really good. And you can see the box shadow we applied to each of these cards right here. So next, we're going to style these items underneath this image. Okay, I'll copy this, I'll paste that underneath here. Now just target that class that wraps around those items, which is the article VT's class. I'll copy this class, paste that right here. First of all, I'll just give this a padding of 20 pixels to add a padding around the items. Okay, then lastly, I'll give it a color of dark gray. I want to style the H3, so I'll just copy this, paste that underneath here. I'll target the H3 tag in there. For the H2, we're going to give it a font size of 1.8 rem, then a margin bottom of 10 pixels. I'll save that. Head back to the web page. You're going to notice that these H3 tags actually start, and there's a margin at the bottom of it. Now the peak tags are already looking good. So next, we're going to style this call to action button. Remember, we already created a general class for our call to action button. So just apply that class right here. So I'll go to my index.html file. So each of these buttons, I'm going to add a class of CTA button, which is basically call to action button. So I just copy that, I'll paste that on this other anchor tag, and I'll paste that right here to save that. Head back to the web page. You can see that those styles have been applied to that button. The general CTA button style has been applied to it, and we have to add a margin. Remember, we wrapped it in a container. That's the reason why I wrapped it inside a container. I wrapped it inside a container of button container. So we have to target that container. Okay, so I'll just go to my style of CSS file. I'll copy up to this point. I'll paste that right here. Then I'll just copy this button container class, paste that right here. Then I'll give the button container a margin top and bottom of 30 pixels, left and right 0. Save that. Head back to the web page. You can see that margin has been applied to this button. Okay, margin 20 pixels at the top, 30 pixels at the bottom. So we are done with this. We just have to ensure this is responsive. So I just go to my developer tools. Now by default, these are already responsive because we'll place them in a grid display. So all we have to do is actually reduce the font size of this text for mobile devices. Okay, so I'll go to my style of CSS. So I'll just copy this. I add to my responsive of CSS for mobile devices. As I want to apply the styles, I'll just give this font size. Remember, I gave it a font size of 1.8 rem initially. I'll just reduce that to, I'll use that to 1.5 rem. I'll paste that right here again, but this time I'll target the paragraph tag. I'll give the paragraph tag a font size of 0.95 rem. Save that. Yeah. Okay. And with that, we are done with the latest articles section. So next, we're going to start working on the contact us section. For the contact us section, we're going to have this left hand side right here. We're going to have this input. We have this right hand side. We have this contact details. Then below that, we're going to have this map right here. Let's start working on it. So I'll go back to my index.html file. I'll just wrap up this section. I'll wrap up this section. Then I'll create another section. This section is going to have a class of contacts section. Then we just get that header from this other article section. Just get this header right here. I'll paste that right here. And I'll change this to let's get in touch. Now after this div, I'll create another div. And this div, we're going to add a class of contacts container. And inside this contact container, we're going to have two items in it, two containers. First of all, we're going to have the form. Sorry, the form. I'll get rid of this. We don't need this for this project. And this form is going to have a class of form container. And after that, we have another container. And this one is going to have a class of contacts details. And inside this form container, we're going to have a div that's going to have a class of inputs container. And inside this input container, we're going to have an input in there. And this is going to be of type text, and the placeholder is going to simply say your name. I'll just drag this down multiple times. 1, 2. The second one is simply going to say your email. Then this other last one is going to be a test area. That's going to have a placeholder, of your message. After that, we're going to have another div. And this div is going to have a class of button container. And inside this button container, we're going to have a button in there. And this button is simply going to say send message. Next, inside this contact details, we're going to have a div. Create a div in there. The div is going to have a class of info. And inside this info container, first of all, we have a h3 tag there. This first one is simply going to say address. And after that, we're going to have a paragraph tag, and we're going to paste in the paragraph right here, the address. Now I'll drag this down multiple times. 1, 2. The second one, h3 tag, is going to say email. And for the email, we just use contacts at gobeyond.com. Then for the last h3 tag, we're going to have phone. And for the phone number, we just paste in this phone right here. I'll save that. Now when I head back to the web page, I'll just scroll down. You can see those items we just added right here. Now we have to actually start applying styles to them. So I just copy the class name, the contact section class name. I'll copy this. I'll head over to my style of CSS file. Just scroll down, paste that right here. First of all, as usual, I'm going to comment it so we know that these are the styles for the contact section. I give the contact section a padding. Top and bottom of 50 pixels, left and right 0. A maximum width of 1200 pixels. A width of 90% and a margin of auto. Then now I'm going to style the container, the contact container. So say dot contact section, then dot. I'll copy that class as this class, right? This contact container class. Alright, so my style says where paste that right here. I'll give this a display of flex because I want the form container and the details container to be arranged side by side. Okay, so I'll give them a display of flex. I'm going to add a gap between them of 50 pixels. I'll save that. I'm going to head back to the web page. You can see that they are now arranged side by side. Okay, so next we want each of them to occupy equal space. So I'm going to give each of these container a flex of 1. So I just copy this. I'll paste that right here. Then I'll target the form container. Just copy the form container class. I'll copy that. I'll paste that right here. I'll give the form container a flex of 1. Then also I'll do the same thing for the details container. I'll paste that right here. Copy the class name, the contact details class. Right to my style of CSS, so I'll paste that right here. Then I just give this a flex of 1. I'll save that. Now when I head back to the web, you're going to notice that they are going to occupy equal space. Okay, and to actually see where they are occupying, I just give them a background color for now. I'll give this a background color of red. Then I'll give this a background color of blue. Save that. Head back to the web page. You can notice that you can actually see the area each of them are occupying. They are occupying 50% equal space in the contact container. Okay, get rid of these background colors. So next we're going to start styling the inputs. Okay, so I'll go back to my style of CSS. So I'll just copy this, I'll paste that right here. And I'll target the input container. So I'll just copy that class from my index.html file, input container. Paste that right here. I'll target the input in there. Now I want this input to have a width of 100%, a margin bottom of 20 pixels, a height of 50 pixels. We give it a padding of 0 top and bottom, 15 pixels left and right. Outline, we're going to give it none. Color of dark gray. And lastly, a border of 1 pixel solid light gray. Okay, I'll save that. Now when I head back to the web page, you're going to notice that these first two inputs are actually styled, but the text area is not styled. Okay, that's because we are targeting only the input, so we have to target the text area too. So we just copy this, we paste that right here. That we're going to just group the styles together so that they can share the styles and we'll target the text area. Okay, I'll save that. Now when I head back to the web page, I'm going to notice that the text area is now actually styled. And the border of our input is too faint. I cannot actually see it properly, so I just change the border color. Instead of this color, I'll just get rid of this. I'll just use light gray. I'll save that. Yeah, I can actually see it better this way. Then I'll just add a border radius to the input. I'll give the input a border radius of 7 pixels. Now the edges are not going to be curved. Okay, cool. Now we have to add unique styles to the text area because the text area right now looks really ugly. Okay, so we have to add unique styles to it. So I just copy the text area, copy this right here, copy up to this point. I'll paste that right here. First off, I'm going to give the text area a height of 150 pixels. I'll give it a resize of none. Now the reason I'm giving it a resize of none so that we cannot actually do this with the text area. I cannot expand and reduce the size of the text area. That's why I'm giving it a resize of none. Then I'm going to add a padding to this text area, padding top and bottom of 10 pixels, left and right 15 pixels. I'll save that. I won't head back to the web page. I'll just refresh the web page, and you can see this text area is completely styled and it looks really good. So next we're going to style this button. Now we don't have to style this button because we already created a general call to action button class. So I'll just go to my index.html file. Yeah, I can just add a class of CTA button. I'll save that. Head back to the web page, and you can see that style has been applied, and we have borders around this button. Let me just get rid of that. So I'll go to my style of CSS file. I'll give this border. Didn't get rid of the borders. When this is applied to a button, I want it to have a border of none. Save that. Yeah, we don't have that border anymore. So let's style this info section. Okay, so I'll go back to my style of CSS file. Just scroll up. I'll down here, I'm say dot contact section dot. I'll copy that class, that contact details class. I'll copy this. I'll paste that right here. I just target the info container in there. Dot info. That's the info container that wraps around these items. Okay, this h3 tag and this paragraph tag. That's the info container I'm targeting. We'll give this a margin bottom of 30 pixels and a color of dark gray. Then we're going to target the h3 tag. So I'll just copy this. I'll paste that right here as the h3 tag inside this info container. I'll simply just give it a margin bottom of 5 pixels. I'll save that. I'm going to head back to the web page. You can see that this text has been applied and these info details, these details are looking really good. Next, I'm going to add the icons that are going to be underneath this. Okay, I'm going to add some icons underneath it. So I'll go back to my index.html file. Underneath this div right here, I'll create another div. This div is going to have a class of social icons. Inside the social icons container, we'll create an anchor tag. And this anchor tag is not going to go anywhere. And inside this anchor tag, we're going to have an icon in there. The first icon is going to have a class of far Facebook F. Now just drag that down multiple times. 1, 2, 3. The second one is going to have a class of far Instagram. The third one is going to have a class of far Twitter. Then the last one is going to have a class of far YouTube. Save that. I'm going to head back to the web page. You're going to understand we have those icons right here. So let's actually apply styles to them. So I'll copy this class name right here. I'll copy this. I'll head to my style of CSS file. Down here, I'm going to say dot contact section dot contact details, and I'll paste that right here. I'll just give this a display of flex. Then I'll add a gap of 10 pixels between the icons. Okay, save that. Now you're going to understand these icons now have a little bit of gap between them. So let's style the individual icons now. So I'll copy this, paste that underneath here. I'll just target the anchor tag inside the icon. First of all, I'll give it a display of block so I can apply width and height to it. So I'll give it a width of 40 pixels, a height of 40 pixels, border radius of 50%. I want it to be actually circular. Then I'll add a background of dark gray, and I'll also give it a display of grid, and I'll place items of center to ensure that the icons are actually at the center. I'll save that. I want to head back to the web. You can see the icons right here. So we have to actually style the icons inside this anchor tag. So I'll copy this, I'll paste that underneath here. I'll target the icon in there. Sorry, the icon. I'll simply just give the icon the color of white. I'll save that. Head back to the web page. You can see these icons are actually looking good. I won't resume this, as you can see that little underline underneath these icons. Okay, so that's because the text decoration is still underlined. So just add a text decoration. I'm going to give it none. I'll save that, and that's going to get rid of that underline underneath these icons. Okay, and lastly, for this contact section, we're going to add our map. Okay, so I'll go to my index.html file. I'll wrap up this contact container And now you create a div. And inside this div, right, this is where we're going to add our map. Okay, so I'm going to go get our map. So I'll go to maps.google.com, map.google.com. That's going to bring me right here, and right here you can actually search for whatever location you want. I'll just use this New York location, this New York, US. I'll just click on that location. Whatever location you want, you can search for it here. You can actually get a map that's going to point to that location for you. Okay, then we're going to go to share, then share. We'll just go to embed a map, then we'll copy the HTML. So I'll head back to my project and I'll paste that code right here. And you can see right now that this map has a width of 600 and a height of 450 pixels. So I'll save that. When we return back to the web page, I'll just go back to my project. You can see that map right here. But we want to apply our own width and height to this map. So I'll go back to the index.html file. I'll give this map a height of 500. Then for the width, I'm going to give it 100%. I basically want it to occupy the entire row. Okay. When I return back, you can see it's going to occupy up to the end right here. But the map is too close to this contact container, so I'll just add a margin bottom to this contact container. So I'll go to my style.css file. Where's that contact container? Yeah. I'll give this a margin bottom of 30 pixels. Save that. There's a margin between this and this. Okay. So now we have to ensure this contact section is responsive. So I'll go to my developer 2. I won't go to our developer 2. I'm going to notice that this is highly unresponsive. Okay. Now I'm going to head to responsive and trace where it starts to get unresponsive. And I'll just check right here. And you're going to notice that just when it goes less than 768 pixels, the items of this contact form start to get really tight. Okay. So what we are going to do, maybe I'll give this a display of flex. So we are going to give this we want this to be arranged vertically. Now I don't want them to be arranged horizontally anymore. So we just go to I'll give this a display of flex. So I'll copy this. I'll head to my responsive.css file. I'll paste that right here under 768 pixels. I'll give it a flex direction. I'll give it reverse column reverse. I'll save that. And when I return back to the web page, when we go less than 768 pixels, you're going to notice that. Let me expand this a bit. I'm going to say when we go less than 768 pixels, it's going to actually be reverse in the whole reverse in a column basis. Okay. Now the reason I give it a reverse column is because if I give it a column, remember that these form container is the first item, while this one is the second item. If I give it a flex direction of column, this one is going to be at the top, then this one is going to be at the bottom, but I want this contact details to be at the top. Okay, so when we go less than that, you're going to notice that this is going to be at the top because I give it a flex direction of reverse column. And it actually looks good now on mobile, so I'll just go to iPhone 12 Pro. Yeah, it looks really good on mobile devices. And with that, we are done with the contact section. So let's quickly just work on the footer. So next, we're going to work on this little footer that's going to say copyright 2025 Ecommerce Tech YouTube channel. So I head back to my index.html file. I'll just wrap up this section, right? This contact section. Then underneath this contact section, I'll create a footer. And inside this footer, I'm going to have a p tag. This p tag is going to have this in there, copyright 2025 Ecommerce Tech YouTube channel. I'll save that. Then I'll head to my style.css file to apply some styles to this. So just scroll down. Now I'm going to say footer. And give this a padding. Top and bottom, I'm going to give it a padding of 50 pixels. Left and right, 30 pixels. We'll give it a background color of dark gray, a text align of center, and lastly, a color of white. I'll save that. Now when I head back to the web page, I'll just scroll down. You can see that footer right here inside of our web page, and it's completely styled. So next, we just have to work on the navigation. When we click on Explore, it's going to take us to the Explore section. We'll click on Articles, take us to the Article section, okay? So I'll go to my HTML file. I'll just open this up. Now, in my navigation bar, I'm going to say this anchor tag is going to take me to the Home section. When I click on it, this Explore is going to take me to the Explore section. This is going to take me to the Articles section. This will take me to the About section. This will take me to the Contact section. Okay, now to actually connect each section to the links, we have to actually add unique ID to them. For this one, it's going to have an ID that's going to match, it's going to have an ID that's going to match this home name we gave to it right here. So I'll copy that, I'll paste that right here. I'm going to do the same thing for the rest of the section. So I'll wrap this up. I'll give this an ID of explore. Okay, I'll give this an ID of about. I'll give this an ID of articles. And also I'll give this an ID of contacts. Okay, and when I save this and go to the web page, when I click on explore, it's going to bring me to the explore section. I click on articles, it's going to bring me to the articles section. So we just have to add a smooth scroll behavior. So I'll go to my style CSS, I'll scroll the way up. I'll add a smooth behavior to the HTML document. So I'll say HTML scroll behavior. I want it to be smooth. I'll save that. I want to head back to the web page. When I click on about, it's going to scroll to the about. When I click on contact, it's going to scroll to the contact section. Then in this second part of the course, we're going to create this beautiful modern dark theme coffee website from scratch using HTML and CSS. And also this coffee website is going to be fully responsive. Now in this coffee website, first of all, we're going to create the navbar section. You can see how good looking this is actually looking. Then we're going to create this AO section. Now for this AO section, we're going to be making use of a radial gradient in CSS, where you can see that the image is obviously more obvious at the center. As it goes to the edges, there's this dark overlay on it. You're going to learn how to do this in CSS. And also the AO section is going to have this text right here and this call to action button right here. You can see that smooth transition right there. Now after that, we're going to create our menu section. We're going to see the menu of coffee we have in this shop. You can see the Americano, flat white, cold brew, cappuccino, mocha, latte. And you're going to learn how to do this cool over effect in this section. Okay, now when we scroll down, you're going to see our gallery section. We're going to have these items in our gallery. When we hover on it, you can see that smooth over effect. You're also going to learn how to do this with HTML and CSS. Now after our gallery section, we're going to create this beautiful about us section right here. Then we'll create the customers review section. Then we're going to create the contact us section. You can see how good looking this contact us form is looking. And at the left hand side of this contact us form, we're going to have a map. And this map is going to point to your shop or whatever location you want this map to actually point to. And lastly, we're going to create this beautiful footer right here using HTML and CSS. So we're going to be starting this project from absolute scratch. Right now, I have absolutely nothing in my index.html file. All that is inside my index.html file is this title and this link right here that is linking this index.html file to this title.css file right here. And inside this title.css file, basically I have this color variables right here that has all the colors that I'm going to make use of for this project. And I also have these basic styles right here we are applying to our web page. And lastly, inside these images folder, I have all the images we are going to make use of in this project. Now, if you want to follow along with what we are doing step by step and use the exact same images we are using, I'm going to leave a link that's going to take you to my Google Drive. There you can find all the images there and download all the images so you can follow along with this project. Now close up these images folder and close up this sidebar. Now before we can start working on this project, we have to actually do two things because I want to start this project from absolute scratch. First of all, we need font or some icon in our project, and also we need Google font because I'm not really a big fan of the built-in CSS font family. So in my browser, I'm just going to type font awesome CDN and I'll search that on Google, and that's going to bring me over here. I'm going to click on the first link. I'm going to find this cdnjs.com. I'm going to click on this link right here. Now that link is going to bring me to this web page inside cdnjs.com. Now I'm going to actually copy the HTML tag for this first CDN link right here, this very first one, version 6.7.2. okay, I'll just copy the copy link tag. I'll copy this. I head back to my project. I'll just paste that in my header tag right here. And you can see that we just added font awesome CDN link to our project. So now that we've gotten font awesome CDN link to our project, now we have to actually get Google font into our project. So I'll go back to my web browser. I'm going to say font.go. I'm going to go to this website, fonts.google.com. okay. Now that URL is going to bring me right here. Right here, I can search for the font I want. I'll search for Poppins. Now you can see Poppins right here. So I just click on Poppins and I'll go to get fonts. And you can see that it gets added to our cart right here. Okay, you can get the embedded code. I want to get the embedded code. Then you can see we have the link for HTML, but I just want to get the CSS link. So I just go to the CSS, which is the import. I'll copy the code. I'll head back to my project. I just go to my style.css file. I'll paste that up here and get rid of the style tag because this is a style.css file. We don't need the style tag for this. Now we successfully added Google Fonts to our project, but I'm not just going to make use of one font in this project. I'm going to make use of two fonts. Okay, so the next one is going to be Montserrat. So I want to search for that. So I'll go back to Google Fonts. I'll search for Montserrat. I'll say Montserrat alternative. That's the one I want. And that's going to bring me right here. I just click on get fonts. I'll click on get embed code. And I'll go for the CSS imports. And you can copy the code. Now I don't want to copy the script tag this time around. So I just copy the import statement without this style tag. I'll go down here and I'll paste that right here. All right, cool. Now we have both our Poppins font and our Montserrat font in our project. I'll save that. Now we've gotten everything we need, we can start working on this website. So I'll just go to my index.html file. I'll create a main tag. And this main tag is basically going to wrap around everything in the web page. Now inside this main, we're going to create our first section because everything is basically going to be wrapped around its own section. The hero section is going to have its own section. The battle is going to have its own section. The gallery is going to have its own section, just like that. So the first section we're going to create is going to be for the hero section. And this is going to have a class of hero section. Okay. And inside this hero section, I'm going to create a nav tab because this is where we're going to have our nav bar. Okay. This nav bar is going to have a p tag. That's going to have a class of logo. This picture is going to be acting as our logo for this website. Then inside this picture, I'm going to have a text called brown zip. And I'll just wrap this zip inside a span type because we're going to add unique styles to it. Put it inside a span. I'll paste that in here. And after this picture, I'm going to have another list, which is going to have a class name of nav links. And inside another list, I'm going to have an li tag in there. Each of these li tags is going to have an anchor tag inside them. And for now, this anchor tag is not going to go anywhere. So I'll just use hash here. Then this particular one is going to have a name of home. Then I'll just drag that down multiple times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The second one is going to be menu. The third one is going to be gallery. The fourth one is going to be about. Then next we're going to have testimonials. And last we're going to have contacts. We're actually going to be having one more link. Now this one is going to be order. And this one is going to have its own unique style. So I'm going to add a class name to it. I'll call this order button. Button. I'll save that. I'm going to zoom this out so you can see this clearly. I'll zoom this out. Now I'm going to click on Go Live to actually run this on a web browser because I have Visual Studio Code Live Server extension installed in my Visual Studio Code. So I just click on Go Live. And that's going to open up this web page right here inside our browser. And you can see those items we just added right here, brown zip, and those links we just added. Okay. So next we're going to start applying styles to this element. Okay. First off, I want to change the background color of this body element. I want to say body. I'll give this a background color of main background, which is these variable colors right here. Okay, these colors we have up here, these are the colors I'm using. I'm using this very first one, main background, which has this hex code right here. Okay, I'll save that. Now when I return back to the web, you're going to see that that background has been applied to our project. I will now have a black background. So next, I'm going to start applying styles to the hero section. So I just go back to my HTML. I'll copy this class name, this hero section class name. I'll head to my style.css file. I'll paste that right here. Now, first of all, we are going to give the hero section a height of 100 VH. We are basically telling the hero section to occupy 100% height of the viewport of the device you are actually viewing this website on. Okay, if you are viewing this website on a mobile phone, it's going to occupy 100% height of that mobile phone. If you are viewing this on a laptop is going to occupy 100% height of that laptop or desktop. So next, we want to give this a background because we actually want to apply a background image right here. If you notice the finished project, you're going to notice that we have an image in the background of our hero section. Okay, so that's what we want to do right now. And if you notice this image, we're having a black overlay around this image, and the image is more clearer at the center because we are making use of radial gradients, and I'm going to teach you how to do that. So I head back to my project. I'm going to add a radial gradient, and this radial gradient is going to have a circle at center, and the color we are going to use is going to be RGB 18, 18, 18. And the first one is going to have an opacity of 0.8. Okay, I add a comma here. I'm going to copy that. I'll copy that. I'll paste that underneath here. And also, we have to add the percentage of this first one. This one is going to be for 0%. Okay, then this one is going to be for 60%, and this one is going to have an opacity of 0.9. And what we are doing is that we want to apply the radial gradient in such a way that at the middle of the background is going to have an opacity of 0.8. Okay, you can actually see through the image, but as you go wider, as you get to the edges of the background image, it's going to be darker. So that's what we are trying to do here. And for the last one, paste that color right here, and this one is going to have an opacity of 1, and it's going to be for 100%, and we don't need a comma for the last one. So after the radial gradient, we're actually going to add a background image. Now to add a background image with CSS, you make use of the URL. Now inside this, between this opening bracket and closing bracket, this is where you're going to add the path to the image. Now this image is going to be inside my images folder, and for my image, I named it footer background because the background I actually used it initially for my footer, but I later just changed the hero section to this background. Okay, so the image is actually named footer background. Okay, I'm going to save that, and when I return back to the web page, I'm going to notice that our background image has been applied, and you will notice this image that this image is actually darker at the edges than at the middle. If I change this very first one, the very first one to 1, you're going to notice that the background image is going to be darker at the middle now. Okay, that's why we use this radial gradient. That way it's going to be lighter at the middle. Now as it extends and get to the edges of the screen, it's going to be darker. All right, and next I'm going to add 2 properties to make this background image look way better. I add a background size, I use cover, and last I'm going to add a background position, which is going to be center. I'll save that. Now when I return back to the web, you're going to notice that this actually looks really good. So now that we've gotten the background for our hero section, we can start actually working on the navigation bar. Okay, so I head back to my style of CSS file. I just scroll down here. I'm going to say .hero section. I want to target the nav tag. The nav tag. That's this nav tag we have right here. This nav tag that covers, that wraps around everything, that wraps around this P logo and this another list right here, this nav tag. Okay, I want to give this nav tag a display of flex because I want the items of the nav bar to be arranged side by side. Okay, so I'll give it a display of flex, and I want a space between them. So I'm going to add a justified content. I'll say space between them. I'll save that. Now when we go back to the web page, we notice that the brown zip is right here. It's actually black, but it's actually there. You can see it right here. It's here. Okay, and the other items, that's the links, are the right hand side. There's a space between them. Okay, and that's what the justified content space between does. It's going to add a space between the flex items. All right, cool. So next, what we want to do is that you will notice that this navigation bar is too close to the edges. This logo is too close to the edges, and these items are too close to the edges. So what we are going to do is we're going to add a padding to this nav bar at the left hand side and also at the right hand side. All right, cool. So in my style of CSS, so I'm going to say I want to add a padding top and bottom. I want a padding of 0. Left and right, I want a padding of 10%. I'll save that. Now that's going to ensure that we have a padding at the edges of this item. You can see right now the item now start around here. Okay. Next, I want to add the height to this navigation bar. I'll give it the height of 16 pixels. I'm also going to add a border at the bottom. Border bottom. I'll say 1 pixel solid border color, which is one of our variable colors right here. You can see it up here, border color. Okay, so I'm going to save that. Now when I return back to the web page, I'm going to notice that we now have a border right here. You can see there the nav bar actually occupies. This is where the nav bar actually stops. Okay, so next I'm going to ensure that these items, the items inside the navigation bar actually at the center. You can see right now that this logo, this brand shape is actually at the top right here. We want the items of the nav bar to be at the absolute center vertically. So to do that, we're going to give this nav an align items. I'll say align items, I'll give it center, and that's going to ensure that the items of the navigation bar is going to be vertically centered. You can see that brown strip is now vertically centered. So next, we can start styling the items of the navigation. But first, we're going to start with this logo right here. Okay, this text that acts as our logo. So let's do that. So in my style of CSS file, down here, I'm going to say dot logo. Now remember that we gave this p tag a class of logo. So that's the class I'm actually targeting right now. I'll give this a color of text color secondary. Okay, a font size, I'll give it 1.5 rem. Then I'll give it a font weight of 500, and lastly I'm going to give it a font family of Montserrat or Tanit. Then the fallback value is going to be sans serif. I'll save that. Now this Montserrat font I'm using is one of the fonts we imported from Google Fonts. Okay, Montserrat alternatives. Okay, so I've saved that. I'll head back to the web page. You're going to notice that that font we just applied has been applied to this project, and you see that the logo, the text logo is actually looking really good. So what I'm going to do next, I'm going to apply Poppins as our general font family for this web page. So I'll head back to my web page. Then up here I'm going to say I want the font family of the entire web page. I'll say font family. I want it to have a font family of Poppins, and the alternative, the fallback value of when we cannot import this font, is going to be sans serif. I'll save that. Go back to the web page. You're going to notice that those fonts are actually applied, and now our links are actually looking way better this way. So next, I want to style up the span tag inside this paragraph tag. Okay, so I'll just go back to my project, and here I want to say dot logo. I want to target the span tag inside this paragraph tag. I'll give it a font weight of 700, and I'll give it a color of text primary. Okay, text color primary. I'll save that, and now you can see that this logo actually looks way better this way. And with that, we're done styling this logo. So next we can start working on the links. Okay, so next we are going to start styling these links at the right hand side. Now remember, we give these links a class of nav links. Okay, so I'll just copy that class from here, copy that class. I'll head back to my style of CSS file. Down here I'm going to say nav, then I'll paste in that class thing right here. First of all, I want to get rid of that bullet point, so I'm going to list style. I'm going to use none. Now that's going to get rid of that annoying bullet point at the end of this anchor tags. Okay, that bullet point. And also I want to give this a display of flex, because I want the items to be arranged horizontally. Okay, you're going to notice that they are not arranged horizontally. So next we can actually start styling the individual links. Okay, so I'll just copy this class right here. I'll paste that underneath this place. Now target the anchor tag in there. Now first of all, I want to get rid of the text decoration. So text decoration, I'm going to give it none. Now that's going to get rid of that annoying underline we have on these links. Okay, and I want to give the links a color of text secondary. And lastly, I'm going to add a padding. Top and bottom, I want them to have a padding of 10 pixels. Left and right, 20 pixels. I'll save that. Now when I return back to the web, you're going to notice that these links are actually looking way better this way. They're looking really good. So next, I'm going to add the hover properties of these links. When you use a hover on these links, I want the color of the links to change. Okay, so I'll just go to my style of CSS file, copy this, I'll paste that underneath here. Then I'm going to say on hover of this link, when someone hovers on this link, I want to change the color of the text to text color primary, which is basically white. I'll save that. And when I return back to the web page, I'm going to say when I hover on this link, the text is actually going to be brighter because it now has a color of pure white. Alright, cool. Now next, I want to give this last link its own unique styles. Okay, remember we gave it a class name. Give it a class name of order button. Okay, so I'm going to copy that class and give this its own unique style. Go to my style of CSS file. Down here I'm going to say nav links. I want to target this order button class. I'll give this a background color of primary color, which is one of our variable colors, and I'll give it a color of text primary. I'll save that. go back to the web, you're going to notice that this anchor tag looks different from these other anchor tags. Okay, I also want to add the hover property to this anchor tag. Okay, so I'm going to do that. So I'll just copy this right here. I'll paste that underneath here. And when someone hovers on this anchor tag, I want it to have a border radius of 30 pixels. To ensure the effect is very smooth, I'm going to add a transition to the other button. I'll say transition border radius, the border radius property. The transition of 0.5 seconds is in out. I'll save that. And when I return back to the web, when I hover on this, you can see that smooth transition right there. Okay, so now that we are done with the nav bar, we can start adding the contents of the hero section. Okay, so I'll go back to my index.html file. I'll just wrap up this nav right here. I'm basically done here. Now underneath this nav, I'll create a div, and this div is going to have a class of hero content. First of all, inside this hero content, I'm going to have a h2 tag. This h2 tag is going to have this text in there: awaken your senses with every sip. And this every sip is going to be wrapped around a span because we're going to give this one a unique style. After this h2 tag, I'm going to have a p tag that's going to have this paragraph in there. Then after this p tag, we're going to have an anchor tag. Now this anchor tag is not going to go anywhere for now, but it's going to have this text in there: explore our menu. And I'm going to give this anchor tag a class of CTA button, which is basically call to action button. I'll format the HTML documents. I'll just save that. When I head back to the web, you can see those items we just added right here: awaken your senses with every sip, and those other text we just added right here. So next, we're going to start actually applying styles to the items of the hero section. So I'll just copy this class name right here, this hero content class. I'll copy that, head to my style.css file. So down here, I'm going to say dot hero section. Now pasting that class name right here, dot hero content. First off, I'm going to give this a height. Now I want to actually calculate the height. So I'm going to say calculate. Now I want this height to have the 100. Remember, we give the hero section, this hero section. We give this hero section a height of 100 VH. Okay, and we added this nav bar. And this nav bar has a height of 60 pixels. Okay, so I want to separate. So I want to set the height of the hero content. So the height we give to the hero section minus the height of the navigation bar. Okay, so I'll scroll down. That's why I'm making use of this calculator. So I'm going to say 100 VH. I want to subtract it from the 60 pixels of the navigation bar. Then after that, I'm going to give this hero content a display of flex. I want to align the items vertically center. So I'll say align item center. Then I want to justify the content center. So justify content, I'll say center. I'll save that. Now when I head back to the web, I'm going to notice that these items are not actually at the center. But we have a problem. These items, we want them to be flexible. We don't want them to be arranged horizontally. We still want them to be arranged vertically. To solve this problem, we're going to say we want the flex direction to be column. And that's going to ensure that the items are still going to be in a flex container, but they are going to be arranged vertically. Next, I'm going to give this hero content a maximum width of 1200 pixels. Now what this maximum width of 1200 pixels is going to do is that for screen size that are greater than 1200 pixels, this is the maximum width this container is going to get. Okay, but when the screen size is less than 1200 pixels, I want it to have a width of 90%. I'll give each of the item a gap of 30 pixels. I'll give them a color of text color secondary. Now when I return back to the web page, I'm going to notice that this hero content container now has a maximum width of 1200 pixels. Now you see the problem we have. The container is starting around here and it's ending around here. It's not actually at the center. So we have to tell the container to be at the center. To do that, I'm going to give this container a margin. I'll give it auto. And that's going to ensure that left and right, this item is going to be positioned at the center. So next, I'm going to start styling the individual items inside the hero content container. I'll start with this h2 tag right here. Okay, so I'll just copy this right here. Copy this. I'll paste that underneath here. I'll just target the h2 tag in there. I'll give this h2 tag a font size. I'll give it 3.5 rem. Then I'll give it a color of text color primary. I'll save that. When I head back to the web page, I notice that this h2 tag is completely styled and it looks really good. I'll just reduce the font size. I want it to be smaller. I'll use 3.3 instead. Save that. That looks way better. So next I want to target the span tag that wraps around this every sip. Remember that we wrap this every sip text inside this H2 text inside a span. Okay, so we're going to target that span. Okay, so I go to my style.css, so I just copy up to this point. Then I'll paste that underneath here. Now just target the span inside this H2 tag. I'm simply just going to give it a color of primary color. Okay, I'll save that. I'll turn back to the web page. You can notice that span tag now has its own unique style. So next we're going to style up this p tag. So I'll go back to my style.css file. I'll copy this. I'll paste that underneath here. Now just target the p tag in there. I simply just want to give the p tag a font size of 1.2 rem. Save that. Go back to the web. You're going to notice that the font size of this p tag actually increases. Okay, actually it looks bigger. But you see the problem, you are going to notice that this paragraph tag is not actually aligned at the center. Okay, you can see right now when it ends here, it's going to start around here, it's aligned to the left. So what we are going to do, we're going to give the items or the text inside this area content a text align. I'll use center. I'll save that, and that's going to ensure that the text inside this container are always going to be at the center. So next we're going to style up this call to action button right here. Okay, remember we gave this a class name of CTA button, so I'll just copy that class name. I'll paste that underneath here, paste that right here. Now the styles I'm going to add to this call to action button is going to be a general style, so I'll just label that. I'll say this is going to be for our general styles. So any style I add below this general styles right here is going to be general style. It's going to be for the website. Okay, I'll also label this part, so I'll just scroll up. I'll label this parts hero section, so that we know that this is styles for the hero section. So hero section, I'll comment that off. I'll save that. Just scroll down. This call to action button is going to have a padding. Top and bottom is going to have a padding of 12 pixels. Left hand is going to have a padding of 15 pixels. Then it tells decoration is going to be none. We don't want any underline. It's going to have a background color of primary color and a color of text color primary. I'll save that. Now when I return back to the web page, you're going to notice that this button is actually styled and it's actually looking good. Now when someone hovers on this button, I actually want to add some styles to this, so I'll just copy this right here. I'll copy this. I'll paste that underneath here. And when someone hovers on this button, I want to add a border radius of 30 pixels. Now to actually make this smooth, I'm going to add a transition border radius 0.5 seconds is in out. I'll save that. Return back to the web. When I hover on this, you see that smooth transition right here. And with that, I'm basically done styling the hero section. Okay, so next you have to start ensuring that this is actually fully responsive. So to actually check if your website is responsive, you're going to go to your developer tools. Now to actually get your developer tools, I just used a shortcut, but to actually get your developer tools, you right click on your web page and you're going to go to inspect, and that's going to bring you over here to your developer tools. And in your developer tools, you can check this website on different devices. Right now this web page is being viewed on iPhone 12 Pro. You can check this on iPhone 14 Pro Max. You can see, you can zoom that out. You can check this on iPad mini. You can see, you can actually see how this website looks like on different devices. You can also use responsive. Now for this responsive, you can actually increase and decrease the screen size. Okay, and you can see now when we go to small screen device, when we go back to iPhone 12 Pro, you see that this web page is highly unresponsive. Okay, so you have to start ensuring that this is responsive on all screen devices. So to do that, I'm going to go back to my code. I'll create a new file. I'll call this file responsive.css. Now this is the file I'm going to write all the media queries to actually ensure that my web page is actually responsive. Okay, now I'll just link this responsive.css to my index.html file. So I'll go back to my header. I'll just drag this down. Then up here, I'm going to say it's going to be responsive.css. Okay, and we successfully link this responsive.css to our index.html file. I'll close up this tab right here. Now inside our responsive.css, we are going to have 3 breakpoints. The first breakpoint is going to be 1024 pixels, and this one is going to be for small laptops. Okay, I'll comment that off. The second breakpoint is going to be at 768 pixels, and this one is going to be for tablets. I'll comment that off, and our last breakpoint is going to be at 600 pixels, which is basically for mobile phones. I'll also comment this off. So next, we're going to trace where our web page starts to get unresponsive. So I'll go back to my code. I'll go back to responsive, because with this responsive, I can actually increase and reduce the screen size. When I'm making use of simulator devices, you can notice that I cannot actually increase or decrease the width because they have a fixed width. For example, this iPhone 12 has a width of 390 pixels. iPhone 14 Pro Max has a width of 230 pixels. Okay. But for this responsive, you can actually adjust and reduce the screen size as we want. So to check for breakpoints, we're going to make use of this responsive. Okay. So I'll start to reduce and check at where it starts to get unresponsive. You're going to notice that just after we go below 1024 pixels, the items of the navigation bar start to get really tight. Things really start to get tight in that nav bar right there. So what I'm going to do for this nav bar at that breakpoint of 1024 pixels, I'm going to reduce the padding on the left hand side and at the right hand side. Remember that in our style.css file, we gave this, I'm going to scroll up, we gave this nav, we gave the nav a padding left and right of 10%. So we just reduce that padding. So I'll copy this. I'll head to my responsive.css. So I'm going to create a media query down here. So I'm going to say add media, max width of 1024 pixels. I'll paste that class right here. Now I'm going to give it a padding. Top and bottom, the padding is still going to remain 0 pixels. Left and right is going to reduce to 3%. I'll save that. Now when I head back to the web, you're going to notice that just as this nav bar goes less than 1024 pixels, you're going to notice that the padding on the left and the right hand side is going to reduce. You can see right there. When I continue to reduce the screen size, you're going to notice that the items of the nav bar start to get really tight up there. Okay, before we get to 768 pixels, that's our next breakpoint. So what we are going to do, we're going to create our mobile menu at 1024 pixels. So I'll head back to my style.css file. I'm going to copy that nav links. I'll copy this. I'll go to my responsive.css. Now I'll paste that right here. Now what I want to do is that these links right here, these home menu gallery links right here, I want to give them a position of fixed. That way they're going to be positioned underneath this nav bar right here. Okay, that's what I want to do. So let's do that. So I'll give this a position. I'll give it fixed right of 0. I'm going to give it a top of 0. I'll give it a width of 80% and a background color of white. Remember that the text is initially white, close to white obviously, so which means if you give this a background color of white, we'll not be able to see our anchor tags anymore. So we're going to give our anchor tags a color of black. I'll save that. And when I return back to the web page, you're going to notice that those links right here positioned at the top of the web page. Now we don't want these links to be positioned at the absolute top of 0. We want this link to be positioned after our navbar. Remember, our navbar has a height of 60 pixels, so we're going to position these links underneath this navbar. So instead of giving this a top of 0, I'm going to give it a top of 60 pixels. Okay, that way the links are going to start underneath this navbar. All right. So next, we don't want the links to be arranged horizontally. We want the links to be arranged vertically down. So we're going to give this flex container. Remember, we gave this nav link a display of flex. We'll give it a flex direction. I'll use column. And that's going to ensure that the links are not going to be arranged vertically down. I'm going to add a padding to this. Top and bottom, I want this to have a padding of 15 pixels. Left and right, a padding of 0. And lastly, I'll give it a height of 100 VH. I'll save that. And when I return back to the web page, you're going to notice that the links now has a height of 100 VH, a background color of white, and they are now arranged vertically in the flex direction of column. So next, we're going to add styles to the individual links. Okay, so I head back to my style.css. So I'll give this a margin. I want each of the anchor tag to have a margin top and bottom of 10 pixels, left and right 0. And that's going to add margin between each of the link item. I'm going to align them center. So I'll give them a text align. I'll say center. I'll give them a display of block. And lastly, since they have a fixed position, I'm going to give them a Z index of 100. Okay, that way items of the web page cannot easily overlap these links. Okay, when we are scrolling through the web page. So I'll save that. Now when I head back to the web page, I'm going to notice that these links are now positioned right here and they are looking really, really good. but you are getting to the edges. You can see these other buttons, they're actually getting to the edges. So I'll just add margin on the left and right hand side. So instead of giving this a margin 10 pixels top and bottom on 0 left and right, I just take out this 0. That way it's going to have a margin 10 pixels top, bottom, left and right. I'll save that. When I go back to the web page, you can see that margin has been applied at the edges of this link right here. But we actually have a problem. When we scroll the web page, you're going to notice that our navbar start to scroll off the viewport. We don't want that. For mobile devices, we want the navbar to be fixed at the top of the web page. So let's do that. I'll scroll up here. Up here, I'm going to say nav. I want to give this navbar a position of fixed. I want it to be positioned at the top of the web page. So I'll give it a top of 0, left of 0. Then I'll give it a width of 100%. I'll give it a z-index of 100, and lastly I'm going to give it a background color of #212121, which is basically the black color we are using for the background of our website. So I'll save that. And when I head back to the web page, you're going to notice that this navbar is now positioned at the top of the web page. When I scroll, you're going to notice that the navbar doesn't scroll off the viewport. So next, what we want to work on is that we don't want this menu to be open by default. Okay, what we want is that we want to be able to click an hamburger menu icon up here. I want to click on that hamburger menu icon. It's going to open up this menu. I want to click on it again. It's going to close it back up. So let's do that. So I'll go back to my index.html file. I'll just head back to my index.html file. Just after this, on that list, I'm going to create a div. And this div is going to have a class of hamburger menu. Okay. And inside this hamburger menu, I'm going to have a span. I'll just drag that down 1, 2. I want 3 spans in there. I'll copy this class name. I'll save this file. I'll head to my style.css file. I'll scroll down. Then I'll paste that right here. First of all, this hamburger menu will have a cursor of pointer and opacity of 0.6. So then I'm going to style each of the span inside the hamburger menu. So I'll copy this. I'll paste that underneath here. I'll just target the span tag in there. I'll give each of the span a height of 3 pixels, a width of 25 pixels. I'll give them a margin. Top and bottom, I'm going to have a margin of 5 pixels, left and right 0. A background color of text color primary. A border radius of 10 pixels. And lastly, I'm going to give them a display of block. Remember, they are span tags. By default, they are inline level elements. So we have to give them a display of block so that we can actually see them. So I'll give them a display of block. I'll save that. Now when I return back to the web page, notice that we have that hamburger menu icon at the top right corner of this web page. Okay, I want to go to last screen device. You're going to notice that we still have the hamburger menu icon, even though we don't need it for last screen device. So by default, we want the hamburger menu to have a display of none. So I'll give it a display of none. I'll save that. When I return back to the web page, you're going to notice that we don't have the hamburger menu icon right here. Okay, but we want this to have a display of block and be visible to the user for screens that are less than 1024 pixels. So I'll just go to my responsive.css. I'll paste that right here. I'll give this a display. I'll give it block. I'll save that. Now when I return back to the web page, I cannot see the hamburger menu icon right here. But when I go to small screen size, you can see that we can actually see it right here. When I expand the screen, you're going to see it's going to disappear. When I reduce, it's going to appear. Alright, cool. So next, we don't want this menu to be shown to the user by default. So we are going to add this menu. So I'll go back to my responsive.css. I'll give this a transform translate x of 100%. I'll save that. Now when I return back to the web page, you're going to see that we cannot see that menu. What's happening is that the menu is in the right hand side of the web page, inside the right hand side. Okay, if I give this a transform translate x of 50%, you're going to notice that we can actually see part of the menu. Okay, if I give it 100%, we are not going to see any part anymore because inside the right hand side. Okay, so what we want to do now is that we want to use JavaScript to actually add a class that has a transform translate x of 0%. So down here, I'm going to create another class. I'll say nav.open. Open. This is going to have a transform translate x of 0%. Now I'm going to copy this class and take this class to my nav links. I'll go to my index.html file. Now in my nav links, I'll just add that class right here. I'll paste that class right here. I'll save that. Now when I go back to my web page, you're going to notice that our menu is actually open because the open menu class is actually on that nav links. So what we are going to do is that we are going to use JavaScript to actually add and remove this class. So I'll just get rid of this. So I'll scroll down to my web page. Just before this body tag, create a script tag. Now in between this opening script tag and the closing script tag, this is where we're going to write all our JavaScript for this project. So in our JavaScript, we need two items. We need a button and we also need the links. Okay. So first of all, I'm going to target the links. So inside my JavaScript, I'm saying const links. I set it to a variable called links is equals to document dot query selector. I want to get them by their class name. So I'm going to use dot. Now copy that class name from that nav links container. Copy this class name. I'll paste that underneath here. I'll paste that right here. And next, I want to target the button. So I'm saying const menu button is equals to document dot query selector. I'll copy that menu button class name, which is this hamburger menu. I'll copy this and I'll paste that right here. Okay. So what we want to do is that we want to fire a function when someone clicks on this menu button. We want to run a function. So to do that, we're going to add an event listener to the button. So down here, I'm going to say menu button dot add event listener. Now when someone clicks on this menu button, I want to run a function called open menu. And down here, I'm going to create that function. I'm going to say function open menu. Now, all we want to do in this function is I want to add that open class we created. Remember that open class we created in our responses of CSS that has a transform translate x of 0%. I want to add that open class to the links. Okay. So I'm going to say links dot class list dot add the open class. I'll save that. Now, when I go back to the web page, when I click on this, it's going to add that class. I can see that our menu is actually open. It's going to add that menu open class we created. But when we click on this menu again, it's not going to close it up. That's because we only told JavaScript to open the menu. We didn't tell JavaScript to also close the menu. So down here, we're going to say, instead of add, we're going to say we want to toggle the class. Okay. So when I go back to the web page, when I click on this, it's going to open it up. When I click on it again, it's going to close it up. And to actually ensure this is actually very smooth, we're going to add a transition to the nav links. So I'll go to my responsives of CSS. I'm going to add a transition. I want to add a transition for the transform property of 0.6 seconds is in out. I'll save that. And then I return back to the web page. When I click on this, it's going to slide out. When I click on it again, it's going to slide back in. Now let's check out this navigation bar is looking on iPhone 14 Pro Max. So I'll go to iPhone 14 Pro Max, zoom that out to 75%. And when I click on this, you can see how good this is looking for iPhone 14 Pro Max. So next, we're going to ensure that the hero content is actually responsive. There's this content in this hero section. Okay. So the first thing we're going to do in the hero section is that for screens that are less than 1024 pixels, I want to reduce the height of the hero content to about 80 view height. Remember that in our CSS, we gave this hero content. Where is that hero content? We gave this hero content a height. We subtracted the view height of the hero section and we subtracted 60 pixels. Now I want to give it a height of 80 VH. So I just copy this. I'll head to my responses of CSS and I'll just paste that underneath here. I'll paste that right here. I'll give this a height of 80 VH, which is 18 viewport height. I'll go back to the web page. And when I go back to the web page, I'm going to notice that the hero section still has a height of 100 VH. That's because we also gave the hero section a height of 100 VH. When we go back to our side of CSS file and scroll up, I'm going to notice that we gave this hero section, where is that hero section? We gave this hero section a height of 100 VH too. Okay. So what we are going to do is that we want to give this hero section a height of auto. So I go to my responsive.css. I think I already added that class around the hero section. I just copy this. I'll paste that up here. I'll just give this a height of auto. I'll save that. And when I head back to the web page, I'm going to notice that the entire hero section now stops around here. Okay, it now has a height of 80 VH. So next, we're going to work on ensuring that this H2 text is responsive on all screen devices, because when we start to reduce the screen size, you're going to notice that for some screen sizes, the H2 text becomes too large. Okay, so we're going to ensure it's responsive. So I'll just go to my style of CSS file. I'll look for the initial font size we gave to this H2 tag. I gave this as H2 tag. I gave this a font size of 3.3 rem. So I'll copy this. I head to my responsiveness of CSS. Now at 1024 pixels, first of all, I'll just scroll down and paste that underneath here. First of all, at 1024 pixels, I want to give this a font size. I'll use about 2.8 rem. I'll save that. Head back to the web page, and you see this actually looks better. When we increase the screen size, you'll notice that when it goes above 124 pixels, the font size of you see it right there, the font size of the H1 tag is going to increase. When we reduce, it's going to reduce when it gets less than 1024 pixels. Then it's actually way better. But for mobile device, when we go to mobile device, when I go to iPhone 12 Pro, I'm going to notice that the H2 text is still kind of large for iPhone 12 Pro. So we have to actually add a style for it for mobile devices too. So I'll also go to my mobile device. I have not created a media query yet, so I'll say add media, max width. This time I'm going to use 600 pixels. And also I'll do the same thing for tablets. I'll paste that underneath here. I'll change this to 768 pixels. Okay, so I'll copy this. I'll paste that underneath here. For tablets, I want this to have a font size of about 2.5 rem. I'll save that. Now when I go to the web page, when I go to responsive, when I start to reduce, you notice that when it goes less than 768 pixels, the font size is going to reduce. You can see it right there. Okay, see that breakpoint right there. Now I'm going to copy this. This time I'm going to paste it for styles that are only for mobile phones. I'll paste that right here. For mobile phones, I want this to have a font size of 1.8 rem. I'll save that. When I go back to the web page, when I go to iPhone 12 Pro, I'm going to notice that the H2 text is looking really, really good. So finally, we have to ensure that the P tag is actually responsive too. When we go to tab, let me go to iPad mini. When I go to iPad mini, you're going to notice that it actually looks good for iPad mini and for small laptops. It looks really good. So we don't really have to add styles for the paragraph tag for iPads. Okay, we only have to apply styles for mobile phone. When we go back to iPhone 12, we're going to notice that it's kind of large for iPhone 12 Pro. Okay, so you have to just reduce it a little bit so ensure it looks good for mobile devices. Remember, we gave the P tag a font size of 1.2 rem. Okay, so I just copy this and just reduce that to about 1 rem for mobile devices, for mobile phones. I'll paste that right here. I'll give this a font size of 1 rem. I'll save that. Now when I head back to the web, you're going to see that it actually looks smaller for mobile devices. And with that, we are basically done with the hero section. We can now start working on the our menu section. Now for the our menu section, we're going to have this header right here, our menu. I'm going to have these cards right here with this really cool over effect. So let's start working on this. So I go back to my index.html file. I'll just wrap up everything inside this section. I'm done here. I'll wrap up everything here. Underneath this section, I'll create another section. And this section is going to have a class of menu section. And first of all, inside this menu section, I'm going to create a div. And this div is going to have a class of header. Okay. And inside this div, I'm going to have a h2 tag that's going to say our menu. The first part of this h2 tag, which is our, is going to be wrapped inside a span because I want to give it its own unique style. Put it inside a span. Okay. Now I'm going to actually add styles to this header right here. So I'll copy this class name. I'll head to my style of CSS file. Now this header is going to be a general style because we are going to use this style for other sections. So I'll paste that underneath my general style right here. I'll give this a margin, top and bottom. I want it to have a margin of 40 pixels, left and right a margin of 0. I'll give it a text align of center and a color of text color primary. Then I'll target the h2 tag, the dot header h2. I'll give this a font size of 2 rem. And lastly, I'll target the span inside this header. I'll paste that underneath here. The span is inside the h2 tag. I'll say h2. Then I'll target the span in there. I'll give this span a color of primary color. I'll save that. Head back to the web page and notice that we have that menu right here. Let me take this to desktop. And notice that we have that our menu header right here. So next we're going to start working on the cards for our menu section. Okay, so I'll go back to my index.html file. I'll just wrap up this right here, this div, wrap up this div. Underneath here, I'm going to create a div. This div is going to have a class of menu container. And inside this menu container, I'm going to have a div that's going to represent each of the menu cards. So I just give this a class of card. Then I'll copy this. I'll drag this down multiple times. 1, 2. Okay, I'll save that. Now I want to apply styles to this menu container. So I just copy this menu container class. I head to my style.css file. I'll scroll down. Now here I'm going to say dot menu section. Then I'll target that class name we just copied right here. I'll give this menu container a maximum width of 1200 pixels. I'll give it a width of 90%. That means that for last screens that the width of the screen is greater than 1200 pixels, it's going to have a maximum width of 1200 pixels, this container. But for screens that are less than 1200 pixels in width, that's for mobile phones and tablets, it's going to have a width of 90%. Okay, I'll give it a margin of auto to ensure the items are always at the center. I'll give it a display of grid and a grid template columns of repeats, auto, fit, min, max, 300 pixels, and 1 fraction, 1 FR. After that, I'm going to add a gap between the items. I'll add a gap of 20 pixels. Now I'm going to style the individual cards. Okay, so I'll copy this. I'll paste that underneath here. Now I just target the card class we created. That is this card class, each of the card class. Okay, each of the card class. I just target that. So I'm going to say dot card. I'll give this card a border of 1 pixels solid border color. Okay, that's one of our variable colors that's called border color. I'll give it that color. I'll give it a box shadow of 0, 2 pixels, 4 pixels, RGBA, 255, 255, 255, then opacity of 0.02. Add a comma. Add another one of 0.8 pixels, 20 pixels, and the color RGBA is going to be 255, 255, 255, but the opacity this time is going to be 0.04. I'll give this card a border radius of 10 pixels. And what we are simply doing is that we are trying to get the structure of this menu container and the cards. Okay, I'm trying to get the structure. Okay, so for now I'm going to give this a height of 300 pixels. I'll save that. And when I return back to the web, I'm going to notice that we have those cards right here with that border we added and the box shadow we also added. I want to go to small screen device. You're going to notice that these cards are fully responsive. Okay, that's because of this grid template calling property we added to this menu container. Okay, it's going to ensure that the cards are going to have a minimum width of 300 pixels, but if there's not enough space to occupy 2 cards, the next card is going to go on, it's going to fold underneath and it's going to occupy 1 FR. That's a maximum of 1 FR then. So I'll just go back to desktop. I'll get rid of these other cards right here. I'll get rid of these other 2 cards. I want to actually add the contents of these cards. Okay, inside this card I'm going to have a div that's going to have a class of card header, and inside this card header we're going to have 2 items. First of all, we're going to have an image. This image is going to go into the images folder. It's going to access coffee1.jpg, and the alt text is going to be menu FM. Then after that we're going to have an h3 tag. This particular h3 tag is simply going to say latte. After this card header, I'll create a p tag underneath it. This p tag is going to have this paragraph text in it. After this p tag, I'll create another div. And this div is going to have a class of card footer, which is going to wrap around everything in the footer of the card, like the bottom of the card. Okay, at the bottom of the card, we're going to have a span. That's going to say $5.99. Then there's going to be $1 at the back, so I'll say $59.99. Then after that, I'm going to add a button. And this button is simply going to say order now. I'll save that. When I head back to the web page, you're going to notice that those items we just added is now inside the web page. Okay, you can see that image we just added right here. Alright, cool. So let's start actually applying styles to these elements. Okay, so I'll go back to my code. I'll go to my style.css file, scroll down. Now I will say dot menu section dot menu container dot card header. I want to give this card header a display. I use grid. I'll place the items at the center. Place items, I want them at the center. And also I want a gap of 15 pixels between the items. Then I'll target the image. I'll copy this. Target the image inside this card header. For the image, I'll give it a height of 100 pixels, a width of 100 pixels. Object fit, I'm going to give it cover. And lastly, I'm going to give it a border radius of 50% because I want it to be actually circular. Next, I'm going to target the H3 tag inside that card header. Okay, so I'll paste that underneath here. I'll target the H3 in there. For the H3 tag, I want to have a color of text color primary, a font weight 500, then a font size. I'm going to give it 1.5 rem. I'll save that. When I head back to the web page, you're going to notice that we've styled this image. You can see this image and this latte text right here, okay? But the items of the card are too close to the edges, so we have to add a padding around this card. So I'll go back to my card. I'll give this card container, I'll give this card a padding of 20 pixels, and that's going to add a padding of 20 pixels around all the items inside this card. Okay, so next we're going to style this paragraph tag. So I'll go back to my style.css file. I'll copy this. I'll paste that underneath here. I'll just target the paragraph tag. I'll give this a margin, top and bottom. I want to have a margin of 15 pixels, left and right a margin of 0. I'll give it a color of text color secondary. I'll save that. Now when I go back to the web page, you're going to notice that this text actually looks okay. So next we're going to style these items that are at the bottom of the menu card. Okay, so I'll go back to my style.css file. I'll copy this. I'll paste that underneath here. Now just target the card footer. Okay, I'll give this a display. I'll give it flex. I'll give it an align items of center. I want the items to be vertically centered, so align items of center. Then justify content. I want space between the items, so I'm going to say space between. I want them to have a color of text color primary. I'll save that. When I head back to the web, you're going to notice that these 59.99 is at the left hand side, while this other 9 is at the right hand side. Okay, that's what the justify content space between is going to do. It's going to have space between the items since they are in a flex container. Now this span tag is already looking okay. We don't have to add more styles to this, but this both we have to add style to it. Remember, we created a general class in our style.css file. Where's our general class? We created a general styles, and I'm writing styles under my general styles. I'm not supposed to do that. I'm just going to cut this. I'll cut this off from underneath here. I'll cut this off. I'll paste that up here. And I'll call this one styles for the menu section, because I like to actually ensure I label out all my styles. Also, this one is the styles for menu section. Okay, so everything below this menu section is the styles for the menu section. Remember, we created a general style right here called call to action button. So we're just going to copy these styles and add that style to our button. I'll copy that, save this. I'll head to my index.html file. I'll paste that class right here. I'll give it a class of call to action button. And when I go back to the web page, I'm going to notice that that style has been applied to this button right here. Due to the fact that this is not actually a link, we have border around this button, so we just add more styles to that CTA button. First of all, we are going to give this CTA button a cursor of pointer. Then we're going to give it a border of none. We don't want this class applied to a button. We don't want the button to have a border, so I'll say border of none. I'll save that. When I head back to the web page, you're going to notice that that border is gone from this button. Okay, now that we have done with the items inside this card, so we're just going to add the rest card. Okay, so I'll go to my index.html file. I'll just wrap up this card content. I'll wrap it up, then I'll copy it and drag it down multiple times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'll save that. And when I head back to the web page, you're going to notice that we now have 6 cards and we have a problem. Our card is overflowing. That's because we give this card a fixed height property and it's starting to overflow. Remember, we'll give the card where's that style for the card? We give the card a height of 300 pixels. Okay, so it's starting to overflow. So what we are going to do, we're going to give it a height of auto. By default, the height of a container is auto, so we'll just take off the fixed height. So by default, it's going to have a height of auto. Save that. When I go back to the web page, I'm going to notice that it's going to have a height of auto. So now I can start updating the items inside the card. Okay, so I'll go back to my index.html file. Just go back to my index.html file. The first one, we're going to leave the first one as it is. We're going to leave the first one. Then we start updating from the second card. This one is going to be coffee2.jpg. The type of coffee is going to be flat white. Then the paragraph tag, I'll just paste that right here. All right. Then the next one is going to be coffee3.jpg. The name is going to be Americano. Then for the paragraph tag, I'll just paste that right here at the full stop. Then the next one is going to be coffee4.jpg. The name is going to be Mocha. Then for the paragraph tag, I'll just paste that right here. Then for the next one, it's going to be coffee5.jpg. The image is going to be coffee5.jpg. The name is going to be code brew. And for the paragraph tag, I'll just paste that right here. Cool. And for the last one, open this up. For the last one is going to be coffee6.jpg. The name of this one is going to be cappuccino. And the paragraph tag is going to be this right here. Okay, I'll save that. I'm gonna head back to the web. You're gonna notice that these cards have been updated. Okay, and they're looking really, really good. And also, when we go to for small screen device, when we go to our developer tools, you're gonna notice that they look good on small screen devices too. I'm going to check this on tablet. I'll go to Nest Hub. For tablets, large tablets, they look okay. Check that on iPad mini. Looks okay too. And check it on iPhone 14 Pro Max. Looks great too. Alright, cool. So let's start working on the next section, which is going to be the gallery section. This gallery section right here, that we're going to have the gallery of image and this cool over effect right here. So let's start working on that. So I go back to my index.html file. I just wrap up everything in our menu section. I just go to our menu section, I wrap everything up. Then down here, create another section. This section is going to have a class of gallery section. Inside this gallery section, first of all, I'm going to have the header. So I just copy the header from this menu section. Close that section back up. I'll paste that header right here. Instead of our menu, it's going to be our gallery. I'll save that. When I head back to the web, you're going to notice that header right here, our gallery. So I'm going to start adding the contents of this gallery section. Okay, so I'll go to my index.html file. After this header div, I'll create another div. I'll give this div a class of gallery. And inside this div, I'm going to have a div that's going to have a class of gallery item. And inside each of these gallery items, I'm going to have an image in there. So I use an img tag. And this particular one is going to go into the images folder. It's going to access gallery1.jpg. And the author is going to be gallery image. Okay? Gallery is spelled with 2L, not 3L. Take off 1. So I'll just copy this and drag this down multiple times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay? Now we have 6 of them. This second one is going to be gallery2.jpg. The third one is going to be gallery3.jpg. The fourth one, gallery4.jpg. gallery5.jpg. And the last one, gallery6.jpg. Alright, cool. I'll save that. Now, obviously, when we go back to the web page, we're going to have this humongous image in the web page. Because that's because we've not applied styles to this gallery section. And I did not add hover property to this card. Okay, when we hover on this card, this our menu card, I want to add a hover property. So let's quickly do that. I'll just go to my style.css file. I'll scroll up. There's that card. I'll copy this right here. I'll paste that underneath here. And when someone hovers on it, I want to add a property to it. So I just copy this box shadow right here. I want to increase the box shadow. I'll just copy that. I'll paste that right here. Paste that right here. I'll increase this one to 4 pixels, 8 pixels. Then the opacity will become 0.05. Then I increase this one to 10 pixels, 30 pixels, and the opacity becomes 0.08. I'll save that. When I go back to the web, you're going to notice that when we hover on this card, we see that hover effect right there. So let's tie up these items inside this gallery, okay? So I'll just copy this right here. I'll copy this class name we give to this gallery section class name. I'll head to my style of CSS file. Sorry, my style of CSS file. I'll scroll down. Underneath here, I'll just paste that styles right here. First of all, I'll just comment this off so we know that these are the styles for our gallery section. Now here, I'll paste that again. I want to target the gallery class, okay? I'll give this a display of grid. The grid template column is going to be similar with the one we give to this menu card, okay? So I'll just copy this. I'll scroll down. I'll paste that right here. Each of the items are going to have a gap of 20 pixels, and the gallery container is going to have a maximum width of 1200 pixels and a width of 90%. Then I'll give it a margin of auto to ensure it's always at the center margin of auto. Now we have to target each of the gallery item. So I'll just copy this. I'll paste that underneath here. Now remember that inside our gallery container, inside this our gallery container, we have this gallery items container that wraps around each images. Okay, so we're going to target this gallery item container. Okay, so I'll copy that. I'll go to my style of CSS. I'll paste that right here. I'll give this a border radius of 12 pixels. Also, I'll give it an overflow of hidden. I'm going to actually add a box shadow of this first box shadow we give to this card. So I'll copy this box shadow. I'll head back down. I'll paste that right here. And I'm going to target the image inside this gallery item. So I'll just copy this. I'll paste that underneath here. I'll just target the image in there. And since we already give the container a grid display, this gallery item is already in the grid display. We just have to tell the image inside the gallery item to occupy 100% width and 100% height. So I'll give it a width of 100%. I'll give it a height of 100%. I'll give it an object fit. I'll use cover. When I head back to the web page, I'm going to notice that these gallery images are actually stern and they look better this way. So next we're going to add that cool hover effect on these images. Okay, so I just go to my style of CSS. So I'm going to copy this. Add an hover effect to the gallery item. So I'm going to say on hover. I want to add a transform scale. I want it to scale by 1.02, and that's going to ensure that when you hover on the image is going to zoom out a little. Okay, that's what the transform scale is going to do. It's going to ensure the image zooms out a little bit. Also, I want to add a box shadow. So I'm going to add the same box shadow we added to our menu card when we hovered on it, which is this box shadow right here. I'll copy this. I'll scroll down and I'll paste that right here. Okay. Now also when we hover on this gallery item, we also want the image to zoom out a bit. So I'll copy this. I'm going to say on hover of this, I want to add style to the image tag inside this gallery item container. I want the image to have a transform scale of 1.04. I'll save that. Now when I return back to the web, you're going to see when I hover on this image, you can see that hover effect right there. But it's actually very fast, so we have to add a transition to it. Okay. First of all, for the gallery item, I'll add a transition. I'm going to add a transition for the box shadow property first. It's going to be 0.3 seconds ease. I'm going to add another transition for the transform property, which is also going to be 0.3 seconds ease. Okay. I also add transition to the image itself. So I add a transition to the image transition. Remember that we added a hover effect to the image of transform. Okay, so we're going to have a transform transition on the image. So transform 0.4 seconds is. I'll save that. I'm going to go back to the web page. I'm going to notice that that smooth hover effect on this image really smooth. And with that, we are basically done with our gallery section. Let's check if this is responsive. So I'll just check if this is responsive. I'll scroll down and this looks really responsive. It looks really good. I'll check on iPhone 12 Pro. Looks okay. Looks really good. So next, we're going to start working on the About Us section. So I go back to my index.html file. I'll just wrap up everything in this gallery section. Wrap up everything here. Then underneath this gallery section, I'll create another section. And this section is going to have a class of About section. And inside this About section, I'm going to have that header right there. Let me copy that header. Copy that header from this gallery section. Close this back up. I'll paste that inside this About section. Paste that right here. And instead of our gallery, is going to say About Us. After this header, I want to create another div. And this div is going to have a class of About container. And inside this About container, I'm going to have two divs, which is going to represent the two containers inside this About Us. The left hand container that is going to contain the image, and the right hand container is going to contain the text and the call to action button. So this first one, I'm going to give it a class of About left. And inside this first one, we're going to have an image in there. And this image is going to go into the images folder, and we're going to go in for the about image.jpg. Okay, now the alt text of this image is going to be About Us image. Then after this About left, I'll create another div. This div is going to have a class of About right. Okay, now this About file is going to have a h3 tag in there, and this h3 tag is going to have this text in there: crafting, coughing, creating, moment. Now after that, we're going to have a p tag. This p tag is going to have this paragraph text in there. After this p tag, we're going to have another p tag, and the second p tag is going to have this paragraph text in it. After that, I'm going to create a div, and this div is going to have a class of About call to action. And inside this div, I'm going to have an anchor tag that's not going to go anywhere. Inside this, we're going to have learn more, and this anchor tag is going to have a class of CTA button. That's that general style CTA button class we created. Okay, I'll just format the document, save that, head back to my web page, and you're going to notice those items we just added. I see that About Us header we just added, and the other items we just added. So let's start actually applying styles to this element. So I'll copy this About container, I'll copy this. I'll go to my style.css file. I'll scroll down. And this is going to be where I'm going to write the styles for my About section. So I'm going to say About section. I'll comment that off. Then down here, I'll say dot About section. Dot, I'll paste that About container class we copied. And this container is going to have a maximum width 1200 pixels, a width of 90%, and a margin of auto. We'll give this a display of grid, a grid template columns of one file, because we want the left hand div container and the right hand div container to occupy equal space 50-50. So I'm going to give it one file. After that, I'm going to add a gap of 15 pixels between the items inside this About container. I'll place the items at the center, place item center. Then I'm going to add a background color of secondary background. And also I'll quickly style the image. Okay, so I just copy this, I'll paste this down here. I'm going to copy the image container class. Now the image is inside this About left, so I'll copy this class. Right to my style.css file, I'll just paste that right here. I want to target the image inside this About left. I've already told the container to have a grid template column of one file, okay, which means we just have to tell the image to occupy 100% width of its parent container. So I'll give the image a width of 100%. I'll give it a height of 500 pixels. Object feet, I'm going to use cover. And lastly, add a border radius to the image of 10 pixels. I also add that border radius to the About container. Just copy that and paste that right here. I'll save that. Now I'll head back to the web. You're going to notice that this container is actually styled and it's actually looking really good. But we actually have to add more styles. You're going to notice that the image is getting to the edges. Okay, we don't want that. We don't want the image to get to the edge. We want to add a padding around this about container. So what we are going to do, we're going to add a padding. Say padding. Add a padding of 10 pixels. I'll save that. Now I go back to the web, you're going to notice that that padding has been applied. I will now have a padding around this image, and the image is actually looking good. So next we can focus on styling the content at the right hand side of the about us container. So I'm going to copy this. I'll paste that underneath here. Instead of the about left, I'm going to target the about right. Okay, I'll give this a padding. I want this to have a padding top and bottom of 0, left to right 15 pixels. I'll save that. And that's going to add a padding on the left hand side and the right hand side of this about right container. Okay, now we can start styling the individual items in this about right container. I'll start with this H3 text. I'll go back to my style of CSS file. I'll copy this. I'll paste that underneath here. I'll just target the H3 tag. I'll give this H3 tag a font size of 1.8 rem. I'll give it a color of text color primary. I'll give it a font weight of 500, and lastly I'll give it a margin bottom because I want a margin between the H2 tag and the paragraph tag underneath it. I'll give it the margin bottom of 10 pixels. I'll save that. Head back to the web. You're going to see that this H3 text is looking better. Now we can focus on styling the paragraph tags. So I'll go back there. I'll copy this. I'll paste this underneath here. Now just target the paragraph tag in there. I'll give them a font size of 1.1 rem. I'll give them a color of text color secondary. I'll save that. Head back to the web. You're going to see that they are looking better, but I want a line height in this paragraph tag so that there's going to be a space between each of the line of the paragraph. So I'm going to give this a line height. I use 30 pixels. I'll save that. Head back to the web. You're going to see that there's now a space between each of the line of the paragraph. Now we have two paragraphs here. We have this first paragraph and the second paragraph. I want to add a margin between them. So I'll go back to my style of CSS file. I'll copy this. I'll paste that underneath here. And I'll target the first of type. The first of type is first paragraph tag in that container. I'll give this a margin bottom of 25 pixels. I'll save that. When I head back to the web, you're going to see that there's now a margin between these two paragraph tags. So next, I want to style the container that wraps around this button. We already give this button that general style we created, that CTA button class. So we have to style the container that wraps around it. That's this container that has about CTA. Okay, so I'm going to add styles to that. So I'll just copy this right here. I'll paste that underneath here. I'll target that class. Copy that class from my HTML about call to action. Now the button is already styled, so I just want to add margin to this container. Okay, so I'll say margin top and bottom. I want a margin of 20 pixels, left and right 0. I'll save that. Now when I go back to the web, you're going to see there's now a margin around this learn more button at the top and at the bottom. And with that, we done styling this about us section. Now I have to ensure this is actually responsive. So I'm going to go to my developer tools. I'll go to responsive. Now when I start to reduce the screen size, you're going to notice that before we get to 1024 pixels, things really start to get tight in that about us. Okay, the about us start to really compress. So what we are going to do is that at 1024 pixels, we are going to ensure that these items are arranged vertically. Okay, remember we give it a display of grid. We give this a where is that container? We give the container a display of grid and a grid template columns of 1FR, 1FR. So for screens that are less than 1024 pixels, we just use one fraction. Okay, so I'll copy this. I'll head to my responsive of CSS file. I'll paste that underneath this place. I'll paste that right here. I'm going to give this a grid template columns of 1FR. I'll save that. And just notice that I'm repeating styles up here. I'm actually repeating styles up here. This one is meant to be one style. I'm adding styles to the nav tag twice. I'll just paste that right here and get rid of the second nav style. I'll save that. Now when I go back to my web page, you're going to notice that when we go less than 1024 pixels, the items are going to be arranged vertically, as you can see right now. And also when the items are arranged vertically, I want to give this image a height of auto. Remember, we give the image a height. To give the image a height of 500 pixels. So for screens that are less than 1024 pixels, I want to give the image a height of auto. So I'll just copy that. I'll go to my responsive of CSS. I'll scroll down. Underneath this place, I'll just paste that right here. I'll give the image a height of auto. When I head back to the web page, again, that the image now has a height of auto. When we reduce the screen, the image is going to respond to the screen size because it has a height of auto. So the image is actually responsive and the abats container is responsive. Now we have to ensure that this H3 tag is actually responsive. When we go to mobile device, when I go to iPhone 12 Pro, I'm going to notice that this H3 text is actually very, very large. Okay, so we have to add some styles for it for mobile device. So I'll just go to my style of CSS. So I'll copy this H3 tag. Remember, we'll give this H3 tag a font size of 1.8 frames. So I'll just reduce that font size for mobile devices. As for mobile phones, I'll scroll down. I'll paste that right here. I'll reduce the font size to about 1.5 rem. I'll save that. Head back to the web page, and the font size is actually smaller for mobile devices. And also, I'm going to reduce the padding we get for this about us right. Okay, so I'll go to my style of CSS file. Remember, I'll give this about right a padding top and bottom 0, left and right 15 pixels. So I'll just copy this. I'll head to my style of CSS file, go to my responsive of CSS file. I'll paste that right here. I'll give this a padding top and bottom. I'm still going to have a padding of 0, but left and right I want to have a padding of 5 pixels. So save that. Yeah, that's way better. The text now occupies close to the edges right here. Also, we have to reduce the font size of this paragraph tag. So I'll go to my style of CSS file, copy this right here. It starts for the paragraph tag, copy that. I'll go to my responsive of CSS. I'll paste that right here. I'll give this a font size of 0.9 rem. I'll save that. Head back to the web page. I'm going to see that the font size is actually smaller for mobile devices. And this is actually looking really good for mobile device. And we also want to reduce the font size of this header. Okay, remember this header is a general style. I'll just go for the font size of this header. This header right here, I'll just copy the header H2. I'll head to my responsive of CSS. I'll paste that right here. I want to add the font size of 1.5 rem, so I'll just paste that right here so that it's going to share the styles with this H3 tag. So I'll paste that right here. I'll save that. Head back to the web page. I'm going to notice that the about us header text actually reducing font size, and for mobile phones this website is looking really good. So with that, we are done with the about us section. We can start working on the testimonial section. For the testimonial section, I'm simply going to have 3 cards right here that's going to house the testimonies. Head to menus of HTML. I just wrap up this section right here. We are done with this section. After this section, I'll create another section. This section is going to have a class of testimonials section. And inside this testimonial section, first of all, we're going to have the header. So I'll just copy the header from here. I'll copy this header. I'll close this up. Head to my testimonial section. Paste that right here. Now this is going to be customers review. Save that. Head back to the web page. You can see that header we just added customers review. Okay, so after that, I'm going to create a div, and this div is going to have a class of testimonials container, and inside this testimonials container we have another div that's going to have a class of testimonial card. And each of these testimonial cards is going to have an image in there. And the image is going to go into the images folder. I'm going to access. For the first one is going to be person1.jpg. Then the alt text is simply going to say person. After that, I'm going to have a p tag. And this first one is simply going to say Emily Thompson. Then we have another p tag. The second one is going to say London, United Kingdom. That's the location of this person. After that, I'll create a div. And this div is going to have a class of stars. Inside this div, I'm going to have an icon. This icon is going to have a class of star, which is going to represent a star. Copy that and drag that down multiple times. 1, 2, 3, 4. Last one is going to be half star, half hot. Okay, it's going to represent half a star. And after this stars container, I'm going to have a p tag. And this particular p tag is going to be the p tag with the testimonial. So I just paste that right here. Then I'll copy that. Just close this up, this testimonial card. I'll copy this. I'll drag this down twice. 1, 2. Okay. And for the second one, the image is going to be person2.jpg. The name is going to be Sofia Martinez. The location is going to be San Francisco, USA. And for the testimonial, I'll just take this off. I'll paste that right here. Alright. And for the third card, it's going to have an image of person 3. The name is going to be Yuna Park. The location is going to be South Korea. And the paragraph tag, I'll just get rid of this one. Get rid of this. I'll paste that right here. Okay. And this one is going to be full star. So I just take off this half star out. I'll save that. And I head back to the web page. You're going to notice those items we just added right here in the web page. Okay. So now you can start applying styles to this item. So I'm going to go to my style of CSS. First of all, copy this testimonial containers class. I'll copy this. I'll head to my style of CSS file. I'll go up underneath my about section styles. I'll create a style here. First of all, I want to say testimonials. Testimonials section. And I'll comment that out so that we know this is the style for our testimonial section. And now I'm going to say dot testimonial section. I'll paste that class name right here. Not testimonial, testimonials. I'll give this a max width of 1200 pixels, a width of 90%, and a margin of auto. I'll give it a display of grid and the grid template columns of repeat, auto, fit, min, max, 300 pixels, 1 FR. I add a gap between the items of 20 pixels. Okay. So now I'm going to start the individual cards. So I'll copy this. I'll paste that underneath here. Now I'll copy that class name, testimonial card class name. I'll copy that. I'll paste that right here. I'll give each of the card a background of secondary background, a padding top and bottom. I want them to have a padding of 30 pixels, left and right 20 pixels, a border radius of 10 pixels. I'll give all the text a text align or center. So next I want to style the image, so I just copy this. I'll paste that underneath here. I just target the image inside this container. I'll give the image a width of 90 pixels, a height of 90 pixels, a border radius of 15%. I want the image to be circular, 50%. Object fit, I'll use cover. I add a border to this image, a border of 5 pixels, solid, text color primary. I'll save that. Head back to the web page. You're going to see that those styles have been applied and our cards are looking good. I'll just quickly increase the margin between this image and this text. Okay, so I'll give the image a margin bottom. I'll use 5 pixels. I'll save that. I just want a slight margin at the bottom right there. Okay, and now I'm going to start styling the items of this card. I'll start with the paragraph tags. Okay, so I'll go back to my style of CSS file. I'll copy this. I'll paste that underneath here. I want all the p tags to have a font size of 0.9 rem. I want them to have a color of text color secondary. I'll save that. Head back to the web page. I can see that all the paragraph text are now actually styled. But I want to add unique style to the very first paragraph tag. That's the paragraph tag that represents the name. Okay, so I'll go to my style of CSS file. I'll copy this. In fact, I already copied. I'll paste that right here. And I'll say P first of type. I'll give this a font size of 1.3 rem, a font width of 600, and lastly color of text color primary. I save that. Head back to the web page and this one has its own unique style. Okay, then next we'll style up the stars. So I'll go to my style of CSS file. I'll paste that right here again. I'll target the stars container. Remember that inside this testimonial card we have this stars container right here. So I'll just copy this. I head to my style of CSS, so I'll just paste that right here. I'll give the stars a margin top and bottom of 25 pixels, left and right of 0, a font size of 1.1 rem, and lastly a color of this hair color right here. I'll save that. Head back to the web page, and these stars are completely styled and they are looking really good. And with that, we are done with the testimonial section. We'll head to small screen device. I'll check this on tablet. Let me use iPad mini. I'm going to notice that it looks good on iPad mini. I will check this on iPhone 12 Pro. It looks good on iPhone 12 Pro. So I'll check this on Pixel 7. Sorry, it looks good on Pixel 7, which means it's fully responsive on all screen devices. So next, we're going to start working on the contact us section, and in the contact us section, we're going to have this map right here, and we're going to have this input right here. Okay, so I go to my index.html file. I'll just wrap up everything in the testimonial section. Wrap up everything here. Under this testimonial section, I'll create another section, and this section is going to have a class of contacts section. First of all, you have to get that header. So I'll just copy this. I'll close this back up, paste that inside this section. Then instead of customers review, it's going to be contact us. Format the document. Underneath this header div, I'll create another div. And this is going to have a class of contact container, and inside this div I'm going to have two divs. The first one is going to have a class of map container, which is going to be the container that's going to wrap around our map. Then the next one is going to have a class of contact form. So first of all, I'm going to work on this map container. I'll actually teach you how to add a map to a web page. I'll go to my browser, I'll create a new tab. I'm going to go to google.com/maps. I'll click on enter. That's going to bring me right here. We can see a map right here. Okay. Now, originally, this map is going to point to your current location. Okay. But you can actually add the location you want the map to point to. And in our case, I'll just say that I want this map to point to this location right here. You can actually type your location right here. Any location you are, where you are, US, India, Nigeria, wherever country you are, or whatever location, you can type your location here. It's going to bring it out on Google Maps. In my case, I just want to use this location right here, Southeast Maple Avenue, Portland, Oregon, USA. So I'll click on that. It's going to bring me to that location on Google Map right here. And to actually copy the HTML code, we're going to go to share. Then we're going to go to embed a map. Then we just copy the HTML right here, copy HTML. Okay. Then we head back to our code. Then we just paste that code. We just copy that HTML code inside our map container right here. I'll save that. Now when I go back to my project, you're going to notice that when I scroll down, we have a map right here that is pointing to a location in Portland, Oregon. So next, we're going to add the items of the contact form. So I'll go back to my index.html file. First of all, we're going to have a h3 tag in there that's going to have this text get in touch. And after that, we're going to have a form. And this form is not going to be performing any action because we are not working on the back end. We just want to create the UI of the form. So I'll get rid of this. I'll give this form a class of form container. Inside this form, we'll have a div. This div is going to have a class of input container. And inside this input container div, I'm going to have an input in there. This is going to have a type of text, and the placeholder is simply going to say your name. I'll copy that and I'll drag that down. The next one is going to have a placeholder of your email. Then I'll copy that again and drag that down. This one is going to be a test area. I'll get rid of the ID and the name. And it's going to have a placeholder of your message. After this, I'm going to have another div. This one is going to have a class of button container. Then inside this button container, I'm going to have a button that's going to have a class of CTA button, call to action button. That's that class we created in our style of CSS file. And this button is simply going to say send message. I'll save that. When I head back to the web page, I'm going to notice all those items we just added right here. We have our map, we have that get in touch text right here, we have our inputs and our button right here. The button is already started because we already created this class in our style.css file. So now I want to start applying styles to these elements. So I'll go to my style.css file. First of all, I'll copy this class, this contact section class. I'll copy this. I'll head to my style.css file. I'll scroll down, paste that right here. I'll just comment that at first. So that will know that this is the styles for our contact section. Then I'll use place, I'll paste that class right here. I'll give this contact section a padding, top and bottom. I want a padding of 60 pixels, left and right, a padding of 0. Yes, I want to target the contact container. So I'll go back there, I'll copy this class right here, I'll copy this class right here. I'll head back to my style CSS file. Down here, I'm going to see dot contact section. I'll paste that contact container right here. I'll give this a display of grid, a grid template columns of 1.5 FL and 1 FL. Now what I'm doing right here is that you know that the map, we are going to have the map before the input. So I'm telling the map container to occupy 1.5 fraction and the input container to occupy 1 fraction. And that is going to ensure that when you check the finished project, you're going to notice that this map container actually occupies a larger width than this input. Okay, so it's occupying 1.5 fraction while this input is going to occupy 1 fraction. All right, I'll give the container a maximum width of 1200 pixels. For small screens, a width of 90%. And also I'll give it a margin of auto. I'll save that. Head back to the web. You're going to notice those items are now arranged in a grid display. So next we're going to start styling the contact form, okay, and the items inside the contact form. First of all, I'm going to apply some styles to the contact form. So I'll just copy this. I'll paste that underneath here. Now I'll copy the class from my index.html file, this contact form class. I'll copy this contact form. I'll paste that right here. I want this contact form to have a background color of text of secondary background. I'll save that. When I head back, I notice that this contact form now has its own unique background color. Next, I'm going to start this h3 tag right here, okay? So I'll go back to my style.css, so I'll copy this. I'll paste that underneath here. I'll just target the h3 tag in there. I'll give this h3 tag a color of text color primary. I'll give it a font size of 2M. A margin, top and bottom, I want a margin of 20 pixels, left and right, a margin of 0. Then the text align of center. I'll save that. Head back to the web page. You're going to notice that the h3 text is actually styled and it looks very, very good this way. So next, we're going to style these inputs, okay? So I just copy this. I'll paste that underneath this. Now, first of all, I want to target the inputs container. So I'll just copy that class right here. That is a container that wraps around each of the inputs. I'll copy that. I'll paste that right here. I want to give this a width of 80%. I simply just want the inputs container to occupy 18% of the contact form, okay? Then I'll give it a margin of auto. Next, I'll target the input inside this input container. I'll copy that. I'll paste that underneath here and I'll just target the input in there. I'll give this a width of 100%. I want this to occupy 100% of the input container, okay? Margin, I'll give it auto. Margin bottom, I'm going to give it 20 pixels. I'll give it a height of 50 pixels and a padding, top and bottom of 0, left and right of 15 pixels. I'll save that. When I head back to the web page, you're going to notice that this input is actually styled. But you notice that the text area is not actually styled. The styles are not being applied to the text area. Okay. Now the reason for that is because we are targeting the input, not the text area. So we also have to target the text area. So I'll just copy this. I'll paste it right here. I'll just add a comma so that it's going to target both the text area and the input. So I'll just format this document. Now I'll just change this one to text area. That way it's going to target both the input and the text area. I'll save that. Now when I head back to the web page, you're going to see that it now actually applied those styles we just added to the text area as well. Now I don't want these inputs to be white. Okay, I want the input to be transparent and I don't want any outline on the input. So I'm going to get rid of the outline. So I'll say outline none. Then I want the background of this input to be transparent. And I want to add a border of 1 pixel solid. This border color right here, I'm going to use this hex color as our border color for the input. I'll save that. I'm going to head back to the web page. You're going to notice that this input is actually looking really good. But you see, I have to add one more style to it. So when you type inside this input, you're going to notice that the text is actually black. So what we are going to do, just give this a color of text color primary. I'll save that. Head back to the web page. You're going to notice that when we type on this, it's actually now white. All right, cool. So next, you're going to notice that the text area, the styles are actually applied, but the text area still looks weird. It's not really looking the best. So we have to apply unique styles to the text area. So I just copy this. I'll paste that underneath here. I'm going to add padding to the text area. Padding, top and bottom, I want 10 pixels, left and right 15 pixels. I want it to have a height of 150 pixels. And lastly, I want it to have a resize of none. Now this resize of none is going to ensure that we cannot actually do this with this text area. I cannot actually resize the text area, okay? So I'll save that. When I head back to the web page, you're going to notice that I'll just refresh the web page. You're going to notice that this text area is now actually styled and it looks better than the way it was looking initially. The height has increased and that resize, we can actually resize it anymore. I can actually type on it and it's looking really good. So lastly, I'll just add styles to the placeholders, okay? So I'll copy this. I'll paste that down here. I'll say colon, the placeholder. I want the placeholder to have a color of this hex color right here. And we also have to add this styles to our input. So I'll just copy this. Add a comma. I'll paste that right here. Then I'm going to say for the placeholder for the input. Now just format the document. That way they are going to share the styles, okay? Now next, I want to add some styles to the container that wraps around the send message button. So I head back to my index.html file. I'll just copy this class file, this button container class. I'll copy this. I head to my style.css file. Down here, I'm going to say .contact section, .contact container, .contact form. Now paste that class right here, button container. I'll give this a width of 80%. Also, I'm going to give it a margin. Top and bottom, I want this button container to have a margin of 10 pixels, left and right, a margin of auto. I'll save that. Head back to the web page. That button is now completely styled and it looks really good. But the button is too close to the bottom right here. I'm just going to add a margin bottom to this button container. So I'll give this a margin bottom. I'll just use 40 pixels. I'll save that. Head back to the web page. Notice that the margin between the button and this button right here actually increases. Now you're going to notice that the form and the map don't have similar heights. Their height actually varies. We don't want that. We want them to have similar heights. So we're going to take off the fixed heights that came with the map, okay, and give the map a height and width of 100%. So I'll head back to my index.html file. I'll just scroll up and get rid of the fixed heights here. I'll get rid of it. I'll give it 100%. And also for the width, I'm going to give it 100%. I'll save that. I'm going to head back to the web page. That the map is now going to occupy 100% width and height. But now the map is too close to the input, so I want to add a gap between these items. Remember, we gave this item a display of grid in our style.css file. We gave this a display of grid, so just add a gap between them. So I'll give them a gap of 20 pixels. I'll save that. Now we turn back to the web page. You're going to see that this looks really good. And with that, we are done actually styling the contact form. Now we have to ensure this is responsive. So we're going to go to our developer tools. I'll just go to responsive and start to check if it's responsive. I'll just expand this, scroll all the way down. Now, when we start to reduce the screen size, you're going to notice that they start to really compress, okay? So what I'm going to do at 1024 pixels, we're just going to ensure that these items of this contact container are actually arranged horizontally, okay? Remember, we gave it a grid column template of 1.5 fr, 1 fr. So we just give it a grid template columns of 1 fr. That's going to ensure that we're going to have one item in a row. So I'll just copy this. I'll go to my responsive.css. I'll scroll up for 10,024 pixels. I'll paste that right here. I'll give this a grid template columns of 1 fr. Save that. When it breaks, you're going to notice that we now have another problem. When I take this to iPhone 12 Pro, you notice that the height of the map is actually very small. Now, the reason for that is because this input container, based on the fact that they are in the same row, is going to have the height of this input container, because the container that wraps around these two items, which is the form container, has height of auto by default, which means that container is going to have the height of the items inside it. So when we make this thing column, the map is going to have its own height. Okay, since we gave it a width and height of 100 pixels, now by default this is the height that actually comes with the map. So when we now take this to a mobile device and we arrange them in their own row, the map is not going to have that height, this kind of height. Okay, it's going to actually reduce in height. Now what we are going to do is that we're going to ensure that this map has a fixed height. So instead of using 100% as the height, I'll just use 500 instead. I'll save that. I'm going to head back to the web. You're going to see it has a height of 500. Also, when we go to small screen device, I'll just scroll down. You're going to notice that it still has that height of 500. And this actually looks completely responsive. And with that, we are basically done with the contact section. Okay, you can start now working on the footer. So I head back to my index.html file. I'll just wrap up this contact section. I'll create a footer tag. And this footer tag is going to wrap around everything in our footer. Okay, inside this footer tag, I'll create a div. This div is going to have a class or footer container. Inside this footer container, we're going to have 3 items in there. You're going to have this container, also this container. So I'll create the first one. This is going to have a class of footer about. And the first item I'm going to add for this is going to be our logo. So I just go to my use section. I'll copy that p tag. I'll copy this. I'll close this back up. And I'll just paste that inside this footer about container right here. After that, we're going to have a p tag. That's going to have this text in there. And after this p tag, we're going to have a div. This div is going to have a class or social icons. And inside these social icons, we're going to have a div. This div is going to have a class of icon container. And inside this icon container, I'm going to have an anchor tag. The anchor tag is not going to go anywhere. And each of these anchor tags is going to have an icon in them. The first icon is going to have a class of fab, Facebook, F. I'll just copy this. I'll drag this down multiple times. 1, 2, 3. The second one is going to be fab, X, Twitter. The fourth one is going to be fab, Instagram. And the last one is going to be fab, LinkedIn. Now after this footer about, I'm going to have another div. After this footer about, I have another div. This div is going to have a class of quick links. And inside this div, first of all, I'm going to have a h3 tag. This h3 tag is going to say quick links. And after this h3 tag, I'm going to have an unordered list. And this unordered list is going to have similar li tags as our navigation bar. So I just scroll up, open up this whole section, copy these li tags right here. I'll close this back up, head to our footer. I'll just paste that right here and I'll get rid of the last one. I don't want this one, the footer. After this quick links div, I'll create another div. This div is going to have a class of footer contacts. In there, first of all, I'm going to have a h3 tag. This h3 tag is simply going to say contacts. After this h3 tag, I'm going to have a p tag. This p tag is going to have this text in there. After that, I have another p tag. That's going to have this text in there, Portland, Oregon. After that, I'm going to have another p tag, which is going to say email. And I'll just use a random email, say brown@gmail.com. Spell that brown correctly. And after that, I have another p tag. This p tag is going to say phone. I'm going to have this random phone number right here. And after the footer container, after this footer container, I'm going to have another div underneath this footer container. I have another div here. This div is going to have a class of footer bottom. And inside this footer button, we're simply going to have a p tag. They're simply going to have this text in there: copyright 2025 Egbon Tech YouTube channel. I'll save that. Now when I head back to the web page, I'll just scroll down. You can see those items we just added for our footer right here. Okay, so next we have to start applying styles to the footer. First of all, I want to add that background image to the footer, so I'll go back to my style.css file. I'll just scroll down here. Just before this, our general style. Also, this is going to be styles for our footer. I'll say footer right here, and I'll comment that off. Then underneath this place, this is where we're going to write all the styles for our footer. First of all, I'm going to add a background image to the footer, which is going to be a linear gradient. So I'm going to say background. It's going to have a linear gradient. The first color is going to be RGBA 18, 18, 18. Opacity of 1. Then the second color is going to be RGBA 18, 18, 18, and 0.8. Then after that, we're going to add the actual background image. To do that in CSS, remember, we're going to make use of the URL. Then in between this opening and closing bracket, we're going to add the path to the image. And this image is inside the images folder. Then we want to access footer. Where is that footer? Footer background.jpg. I'll save that. When I head back to the web, we're going to start. We have that background right here. And that linear gradient we added is going to ensure that, remember, we gave the linear gradient. The first color, we give it an opacity of 1, and the second color, that's the last color, we give it an opacity of 0.8. So it's going to add a linear gradient in such a way that the upper part of our footer is going to be black and it's going to blend with this black background right here, while the bottom part is going to have an opacity of 0.8, which is going to actually show the image more. Alright, so I'll add more styles to the footer. So I'm going to give this a background position. I'll give it center. Then background size, I'll give it cover. I'll save that. When I head back to the web, the image actually looks really good this way. So next, I'm going to give all the text inside this footer a color of text color secondary. I'm going to add a padding. The padding at the top of this footer is going to be 80 pixels. Left hand is going to be 20 pixels. Then bottom is going to be 20 pixels. I'll save that. When we head back to the web page, you're going to notice that a padding has been applied at the top and at the bottom of this footer. Okay. So next, we have to start styling the footer container. So I'll go back to my index.html file. Just head back there, I'll scroll up. I'll copy this footer container class. I'll go back to my style.css file. Down here, I'm going to say footer. I'll paste that footer container class right here. I'm going to give this footer a maximum width of 1000 pixels. I'll give it a margin of auto to ensure it's always at the center. Margin of auto. I'll give it a display. I'll give it grid. I'll give it a grid template columns of repeat, auto, fit, min, max, 200 pixels, 1 file. And lastly, I'm going to give it a gap. I'll give it 40 pixels. Save that. Head back to the web. You're going to start the items of this footer container are now arranged in a grid display. So what I'm going to work on is I'm going to work on this first part of this footer container. Okay. So I'll target that class. I'll go to my index.html file. So I'll copy this class name right here. I'll head to my style.css file. Down here, I'm going to say footer container. I'll paste that class name right here. I want to target the p tag inside this footer part, and specifically I want the last p tag, so I'm going to say last of type. I'll give this a margin. Top and bottom, I want to have a margin of 15 pixels. Left and right, I want to have a margin of 0. I'll save that. Head back to the web. You're going to notice that this paragraph tag is not styled, but I want to actually increase the line height, so I just give it a line height. I'll give it 30 pixels. Save that. And this actually looks better. Next, I'm going to target these icons. Okay, so I head back to my index.html file. I'll copy this social icons container. I'll copy this. I head back that there. I'll just paste this right here. I'll just copy this. I'll paste it at the back of this social icon class. I want to give these social icons a display. I give it flex. Then I'm going to add a gap of 20 pixels between the icons. Save that. Head back to the web. You're going to notice the icons are now in the flex container and there's actually gap between each of the icon. Okay, so now I'm going to target the icon container that wraps around these icons. Remember that these icons have a div that wraps around them, this div of icon container. So I want to target the icon container. My style of CSS file, copy up to this point. I'll copy that. I'll paste that underneath here. I want to target the icon container. So I'll copy that class name for my index.html file. Then I'll just paste that right here. Okay. I'll give this icon container a border of 1 pixel solid. This is color right here. I'll give it a height of 40 pixels. I'll give it a width of 40 pixels. I'll save that. Head back to the web page. You're going to notice those icons now have a border around them, but the icons are not at the center, so we have to fix that. So I'll give the icon container a display of grid, and I'll place all the items inside this items container. Place items, I'll place them at the center. And that's going to ensure that the icons are actually at the center of their container. So next you have to target each of the icons, okay? So I'll go back to my style of CSS, I'll copy this. I'll paste that underneath here. And I'll just target the icon in there. I'll give this a font size of 1.2 rem. And I'll give it a color of text color secondary. Then I'll copy that again. I want to add a hover property on it. When someone hovers on the icon, when someone hovers on this icon, not the icon per se, the icon container, when someone hovers on the icon container, I want to add styles to the icon. I want to give the icon a color of text color primary, which is white. I'll save that. Now when I go back to the footer, you're going to notice that when I hover on this icon, you're going to see that I'm going to have a color of white when I hover on this icon container. Okay, so we are done with this first part. Let's work on these quick links. Okay, first of all, I'll target this H3 right here. So I'll go back to my style of CSS file. I'll copy this up to this point. I'll copy this. I'll paste that underneath here. I just target that class. What's the name of that class? Quick links class. I'll copy this class. I'll paste that right here. I'll just target the H3. Sorry. I'll paste that right here and I'll target the H3 in there. I'll give this H3 a color of text color primary. A font weight, I'm going to give it 500. I'll give it a font size of 1.3 rem. And lastly, a margin bottom of 15 pixels. I'll save that. Head back to the web, you're going to notice this H3 tag is now actually styled. So next, I'm going to style these links. Okay, so I go back to my style of CSS file. I'll copy this. I'll paste that underneath here. I'll just target the another list in there. I'll give this a list style. I'll give it none. That's going to get rid of that bullet point that's inside of this list. Okay, I'll give it another list a display. I'll give it grid. I'm going to add a gap between the items, a gap of 15 pixels. Save that. Next, I'll style the anchor tag inside this another list. So I'll just copy up to this point. I'll paste that underneath here. I'll just target the anchor tag in there. First of all, I'll give this anchor tag a text decoration of none to get rid of that annoying underline. Then I'll give them a color of text color secondary. Then I'll copy this again. I'll paste that underneath here. I'm going to add a hover property to them. When someone hovers on this, I want to add a color of text color primary. Now head back to the web page. You see that these links are actually styled. When I hover on this link, you see that they have a color of white. So lastly, we're going to target this other side. Okay, and style the last part of this footer container. So I'll copy this. I'll paste that underneath here. I'll just go copy that class name from index.html file, which is this footer contacts. That holds the details for the contact. So I'll just go to my style of CSS file, paste that right here. I'll give this a display of grid, and also I'll give it a gap of 15 pixels. I'll save that. Head back to the web. You're going to see that these items are actually styled now. And finally, I'm going to style the items at the footer bottom, which is this Copyright 2025 Igbo Tech YouTube channel. So let's do that. Down here, I'm going to see footer. I'll copy that class name. I'll just copy this footer bottom class name. I'll head back to my style CSS file. I'll just paste that right here. I'll give this a text align. I'll give it center. I'll give it a color of text color secondary. A font size of 0.9 rem. And lastly, margin. Top and bottom, I want to have a margin of 25 pixels. Left and right, a margin of 0. Save that. Head back to the web page. You can notice that this is actually styled. And with that, we are done with the footer. We just have to ensure if it's responsive. So I'll go to my developer tools, scroll down. I'll scroll down. And the footer actually looks responsive for mobile devices. Remember, we'll give it a display of grid. All we have to do is just reduce the font size of the paragraph tag to ensure that it looks good on mobile device. Okay. So I'll go to my style of CSS file. First of all, I'll use the font size of this icon right here. I'll just copy this. I'll head to my responsiveness of CSS. Go for mobile devices. I'll paste that right here. I'll give this a font size of 0.9 rem. And also, I just want to give all the paragraph tag inside that footer. Say footer P. All the paragraph tag, I also want to give them a font size of 0.9 rem. Save that. Head back to the web. You're going to notice that this looks really good for mobile devices. Now let's just check if everything looks okay for mobile device. Everything looks really good for mobile devices up to this point. And we've not worked on the navigation, so we're going to work on that next. And the P tag for this menu cards, it looks too large for mobile device. I'll just reduce that slightly a bit. Go back to my style of CSS and try to look for the style for that paragraph tag. Scroll all the way up to our menu section. I think there's this P tag right here. I'll copy this. I'll go to my responsiveness of CSS. I'll paste that right here because I want this to have a font size of 0.9 rem. I'll paste that right here. And these ones also have a font size of 0.9 rem. So instead of me writing this text twice, I'll just cut this off, get rid of this, and I'll paste that right here at the comma. I'll paste that right here. That way these three classes are going to share that styles. Okay, font size of 0.9 rem. I'll save that. I'll head back, and it actually looks better. And we are basically done with the website. So all we have to do is just add that navigation. Okay, so when we click on home, it's going to scroll to home. We'll click on menu, it's going to scroll to menu. Okay, let's do that. So I'll go to my index.html file. Alright, to my index.html file. Just go to my navigation. Go to my navigation. My navigation is inside the zero section. So I'll say this is going to be hashtag home. It's going to be a hashtag hash menu. It's going to be a hash gallery. This is going to be hash about. This is going to be hash testimonials. And lastly, this is going to be hash contacts. Okay. Now, when we click on these links, we want to actually tell the HTML document the section to show to us. Okay. To do that, we're going to give these sections a unique ID. So this section is going to have an ID of home. And this ID has to match with the ID we added in our links. Okay. Home. So for the next one, just wrap this up. Next one is going to be for our menu section. So give this an ID. I'll say menu. Then for the next one, give it an ID of gallery. Next one is going to have an ID of about. The next one will have an ID of testimonials. The next one is going to have an ID of contacts. And I think that's all. So we also have to add that. Remember, we have a link in our hero section that goes to the menu. Okay, explore our menu. So we have to add that here to say hash menu. Then we just copy these links right here. We also have to add it to our footer. So I'll just close this back up. I'll scroll down to the footer. You know, we have links in our footer, so I'll just get rid of these links without any. Paste that right here. I'll save that. Now, when I head back to the web page, when I click on testimonials, it's going to take me to the testimonial section. When I click on menu, it's going to take me to the menu section. But the navigation is not actually smooth, so we just have to add a little style to our HTML document. So I'll go to my style of CSS, I'll scroll up. After this body tag, I'll say HTML. I want the scroll behavior. I want it to be smooth. I'll save that. I head back to the web page now. Scroll back up. Click on gallery. It's going to scroll down. See that smooth scroll behavior, click on testimonials, it's going to scroll down. Now if you also click on this on our footer, click on testimonials, it's going to take us to the testimonial section. Click on home, it's going to take us back to the home page. Now welcome to the third section of this course. Now in this section, we're going to create a completely responsive modern e-commerce website completely from scratch. Okay, now this e-commerce website right now has lots of features. First of all, when we come to this website for the first time, you can see this hero section right here, discover your style, explore wide range of trendy outfits, and then we have this call to action button right here. Okay, and when we scroll down, we're gonna have this featured product right here. You can see how good looking this is looking, and then we'll scroll again, you're gonna see this poster section right here. We're also going to create the new arrival section, we'll create the testimonial section, and then we're going to create the footer. Now for this particular project, this one is going to be a multi-page website, which means you can actually go to the shop page. I want to click on the shop page. It's going to bring us right here to the shop page, and you can see how good looking the shop page is looking. We're going to have the about page too. You can see right now how good looking this about page is. We're going to have the contact page. We have the contact page right here, and also when we go to the shop page, you can actually click on a product, actually see the product view page, and you can see how good looking this is actually looking. Now for this image gallery right here, when we click on a particular image, the image is going to be shown right here. Okay, when we click on the green top, it's going to show the green. When we click on the red one, it's going to show the red one. You're going to learn how to actually do this. Now we're going to actually do this with a little bit of JavaScript. Now I've already created the index.html file, and inside this index.html file, we basically just have this basic boilerplate right here, and we have this link right here that is linking this index.html file to this style.css file right here. Inside this style.css file, I have these color variables here that I'm going to make use for in this project, and we have these basic styles right here. And the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to actually get Fonts Awesome to our project. So I'm going to go to my browser, I'll just search for Fonts Awesome CDN link, Fonts Awesome CDN. I'll click on this first link right here. It's going to bring me right here to cdnjs.com, and we can see all the Fonts Awesome links right here. I'm going to go for this alt.me.css, okay, and I'll copy the HTML code. I'll head back to the project. I'll go to my index.html file. I'll paste that up here. All right, now we have Fonts Awesome in our project. So next we have to actually get Google Fonts, because I don't like using the built-in CSS font. So I'll just go to my project and search for fonts.google.com. I'll go to fonts.google.com. It's going to bring me right here to this website, and I'll search for the fonts I want. I actually want two fonts. So first of all, I'll search for Poppins. I'll search for Poppins. Poppins. I'll just click on that. It's going to bring us right here. Then I can click on Get Fonts, and you can see Get Embed Code. I don't want to download it, I just want the code, the CDN link. So I'll go to Get Embed Code. Then I'll go to the import. I just want the CSS import code. So I'll copy this one, head back to the project, head to my set of CSS file. I'll just paste that up here. Cool. Like I said, I'm going to make use of two fonts. So I want to search for another font. So I'll go back to Google Fonts. I'll search for Pacifico. Search for this. It's going to bring me right here. I also want to get this font, so I'll click on Get Font. I want the embed code, so I'll get embed code, and I'll go for the import. I'll copy the code. I'll head back to my style.css file. I'll just paste that up here. Cool. Now we've added Google Fonts and Fonts Awesome icons to our project, we can start actually working on this e-commerce project. So I'm going to go back to my index.html file. First of all, I'll create a section here. This section is going to have a class of hero section. Inside this section, I want to create a nav. Inside this nav, first of all, I'm going to have a p tag that is simply going to say fashion, and it's going to have a class of logo. After that, I'll create another div. This div is going to have a class of wrapper. Inside this div, first of all, I'm going to have an unordered list. So I'll create a URL tag. This unordered list, we're going to give it a class name of nav links. And inside this unordered list, we're going to have an li tag that's going to have an anchor tag in there. This first one, I'm going to go to the index.html file, and the name of this link is going to say home. Okay, I'm going to copy that and drag that down multiple times. 1, 2, 3. And this next one is going to have a name of shop, and the link is going to go to the shop.html file. Now we've not created this file yet, but as we progress in this project, we're going to start creating these other pages, okay? But for now, we're going to work on the index.html file, that's the home page. This third one is going to say about, and the link is going to point to about. This one is going to say contact, it's going to point to contact, and the name is going to be contact. Now after this unordered list, I'm going to have a div that's going to have a class of menu button. Now after we open this menu for mobile devices, this is going to be the represents the X icon we're going to use to actually close the menu for small screen device. So it's going to have an icon. It's going to have a class of far times. So after this wrapper, I'm going to have another div. This div is going to have a class of nav width. Okay. Now inside this nav, we're going to have two items in here. First of all, we're going to have the icon that we're going to use to actually open the menu for small screen devices. And also we're going to have that cat icon at the right hand side of the nav bar. Okay. There's this cat icon right here on the right hand side of the web. If you want to scroll, you can see that cat icon right here. Okay. All right, cool. Inside this nav, we're going to have an anchor tab that's going to go to the cat.html file, and this is going to have a class of cats icon. And inside the anchor tab, we're going to have an icon that's going to have a class of far cats shopping. I'll just close this up so you can see the code better. I'll close this left side bar right here. All right, cool. Now after this anchor tab, we're going to have a div. This div is going to have a class of menu button, and it has to match with the class we gave to this first one. We want to add similar styles to the icon that's going to close the mobile menu for mobile device, and also the icon that's going to close this. We want to add similar styles to them, so they are going to share this menu button class name. Inside this div, we're going to add an icon that's going to have a class of far bars. I'll save that. And to actually run this application, I'm going to click on Go Live because I have Visual Studio Code Live Server extension installed in my Visual Studio Code. Okay, so I just click on Go Live. And this is going to open up this project in a web browser right here. You can see those items we just added right here. All right, cool. So the first thing we're going to do, we're going to actually apply our Google font. So I'll go to my style.css file. Down here, so I want to apply a font family to this web page, a font family of Poppins, and the fallback value is simply going to be sans serif. Okay, now this Poppins we imported right here, that's the Poppins I'm actually applying to this web page. I'll save that. Now when I head back to the web, you're going to see that font has been applied to this element right here. You can see they actually look different. So let's start styling these elements. First of all, I'll target the nav. I'll give the nav bar a display. I'll give it flex. And this is going to ensure that the items of the nav bar are going to be arranged horizontally. You can see right now that these items are no longer arranged vertically. They are now actually arranged horizontally. Okay, that's what that display of flex is going to do for the nav bar. I'm going to add a padding to this nav bar. A padding top and bottom of 0, left and right. We want to apply a padding of 5%. I'll give it a justified content of space between. You want a space between all the elements. A height, we're going to use 55 pixels. And lastly, we'll give it an align items of center. I'll save that. Now when I return back to the web, you're going to notice that those styles we just applied has been applied to these elements right here. You can see the padding on the left hand side and on the right hand side, left and right has a padding of 5%. And the items are in the flex display and there's space between each of them. Okay, cool. So next we are quickly going to add the background image of this hero section. So I'll target the hero section class .hero section. That's this hero section class we created in our index.html file. This hero section class that wraps around everything in the nav bar for now. Okay, so I'll just target that class. I'll give this a height of 100 VH. That's 100 viewport height. Then after that, I'm going to give it a background. And it's going to be a linear gradient. So I'm going to say linear gradient. It's going to be a gradient of 2 colors, and the first color is going to be RGBA 22 36 86. Then opacity, we use 0.7. Okay, I'll copy this color, add a comma here, then I'll paste that color right here. And the gradient is going to transition from this color to this color right here. This one is going to have an opacity of 0.5. Now after the gradient, we're going to add a background image. So I'm going to say URL. Now in between this opening and closing bracket, this is where we're going to add the path to the image. We're going to go into the images folder, and this URL is going to point to, where's the EU image? Where is that EU image? The EU image.jpg. Okay, and this image we are using right here is coming from this images folder right here. This images folder right here that houses all the images we are using for this project. I'm going to leave a link that's going to take you to a zip folder that has all these images. Okay, so you can follow along with this project step by step. I'll just close this back up. I'll save that. Now when I head back to the web, you're going to notice that we now have that background image right here. Cool. Now I'm going to add more styles to this to ensure that this background is actually at the center of the web page. I'll give it a background size of cover, and I'll give it a background position. I'll use center. I'll save that. Now when we head back to the web page, you're going to notice that the background image is now actually at the center of the web page. So now we can start working on the left hand side of the nav bar, which is going to be this p tag as acting as our logo. So I'll just go back to my style.css file. Up here, I'm going to say nav, then I'll target that logo class, say dot logo. We'll give this a font size of 1.5 rem, a font width of 500, and a font family. I'm going to make use of the Pacifico, the second font family. I'll just copy this Pacifico. I'm going to make use of this Pacifico. I'll paste that right here. And for the fallback value, we just make use of sans serif. I'll give this a color of primary color primary, which is one of our variable colors up here. This one right here, color primary, with this head color right here. I'll do a letter spacing of 1 pixels and a text transform of uppercase. I'll save that. I'm going to head back to the web page. I'm going to notice that this is actually looking really good. Okay, so next we're going to start working on the items at the center, these nav links right here. So after this logo style down here, I'm going to say dot nav links. I'll give it a display of flex and a list style of none. Cool. And this display of flex is going to ensure that the items, the links are going to be arranged horizontally instead of vertically, and also it's going to ensure that the bullet point at the end of this list is going to disappear. Okay, you're just basically telling to have a list style of none. Now you're going to notice that we have this X icon right here, this close icon, and this hamburger menu icon right here. Now we don't want this to be visible for desktop and large screen devices. Okay, we want this to only be visible for mobile screen device. So what we're going to do, we're going to copy that class. I'll copy this class from here, this menu button class that is shared between these two icons. I'll just copy that, then I'll head to my style.css file. I'll paste that right here. I'll just give this a display of none to ensure that these items are not actually visible for large screen devices. Okay, because we are only going to make use of them for mobile devices and small screen devices. So next we're going to style the individual links. So I'll just go back to my style.css file. I'll copy this. I'll paste that right here. I'll just target the anchor tag. I'll give the anchor tag a text decoration of none. I'll just simply create a general class for that. That way, any anchor tag we create in this web page is going to have a text decoration. I'll say none. Now that text decoration of none is what's going to get rid of that underline on these anchor tags. Okay, so right here I'm going to give these anchor tags a color of white. A margin top and bottom of 0, left and right 20 pixels, and lastly a font weight of 500. I'll save that. Now when we head back to the web, you can see these links are looking really good. Cool. Now when we hover on this link, I'll just copy this. I'll paste that underneath here. Now when we hover on this link, I want it to have a color of hover. I'll save that. When I head back to the web, when I hover on this, you can see that it actually changes in color. Okay, you can see that it's actually green. So next I want to style the items on the right hand side. Okay, so after this menu button down here, I'll say dot nav right. I'll give this a display. I'll give it flex. Align items, I want to give it center. add a gap between the items, a gap of 15 pixels. And the reason I'm adding a gap is that for desktop devices right now, we only see this cat icon right here, but we actually have two icons. Remember, we have an hamburger icon right here that we're going to use to open the mobile menu for small screen devices. Okay, but we just give it a display of none, so we actually have two items there. So I wanted a gap between this cat icon and that hamburger menu icon. Okay, now I want to add style to this particular cat icon. Okay, remember we gave this cat icon a class of cat icon, so I just copy that class right to my style.css file, paste that class right here. I'll give this a font size of 1.5 rem, and then I'll give it a color of text primary. When I head back to the web, you can see we have that cat icon up here, but we're not done yet. So when we go to the finished project, you're going to notice that this cat icon has a number at the top of it. Okay, so let's actually create that. So I'll go back to my index.html file. Now inside the anchor tag, this cat icon anchor tag, I want to create a span in here. I just create a span, and inside this span I just add 3 right here. I can use any number, I just use 3. I want to head back to the web. You're going to notice that I now have 3 at the right hand side of this cat icon, but we want this 3 to be positioned at the top right here. Okay, so let's do that. So I'll target the span. So I head to my style.css file. Down here I'm going to say .cat icon, target the span. I'm going to add some styles to it. I'll give it a background color of color primary, a width of 20 pixels, a height of 20 pixels, a border radius of 50%, a font size of 0.8 rem, and a color of white. Alright, cool. Now we have to actually position it absolute to that cat icon. So we give it a position of absolute, top of -7 pixels, and right of -10 pixels. And when I head back to the web, you're going to notice that the span we just created is actually in the web here. You can see it's positioned at the top right corner of our web page. You can see it right here. That's because we are positioned this to this anchor tag right here, but this anchor tag right here has a position of static. Now in CSS, the rule of CSS is that you cannot position an element absolute to an element that has a position of static, because element by default in HTML has a position of static. So now what we are going to do to ensure we can position this absolute to this icon right here is that we have to ensure that this icon doesn't have a position of static. Okay, so what we are going to do instead, I'm going to give this icon, I'll give this cat icon a position of relative. I'll save that. Now when I return back to the web page, it's going to be positioned absolute at the top right corner of this icon right here, and the text is not at the center of the content, the span container. So let's actually fix that. I'll just give this display, I'll give it grid, place items, I'll use center to place it at the center right here. Now we're done with the nav, but let's create the hero content. That's this hero content right here, discover your style, this text, and this call to action button right here, shop now. Cool. So I'll go back to my index.html file, go back to the index.html file. I'll just wrap up this nav. For now, I'm done with the nav. After this nav, I'll create a div. This div is going to have a class of hero content. Inside this hero content, I'm going to have another div. And inside this div, I'm going to have a h1 tag. That is simply going to say discover your style. It's going to have a class of hero title. And after this h1 tag, we're going to have a paragraph tag. That's going to have this paragraph in there. It's going to have a class of hero subtitle. Another this paragraph tag, we're going to have an anchor tag. This anchor tag, the name is going to be shop now. It's going to have a class of CTA button, call to action button, and the link is going to point to the shop.html file. Now we've not created this file yet, but we are going to create this file in the future. I'll save that. When I head back to the web page, you can see those items we just added right here at the top left corner of the web page. Cool. Now let's apply styles to them. So I'll go ahead back to my standard CSS file. Now under this hero section down here, I'm going to say dot hero section dot hero content. Then I'll give this hero content a display of flex. I want the items to be aligned at the center. So I'm going to align items of center. Justify content, we're going to use center. Text align, we use center. Height of 100%. Maximum width of 1200 pixels. A width of 90% and a margin of auto. Now this maximum width of 1200 pixels is that when we are actually observing this hero content for large screen device, for screens that are above 1200 pixels in screen size, it's going to have a maximum width of 1200 pixels. Say for example, now you're looking at this web page in a desktop device, it's going to have a width of 1200 pixels. But for screens that the size of the screen is less than 1200 pixels, it's going to have a width of 90%. Okay, that's what these two styles are actually doing. And this margin of auto is to ensure that left and right is going to be positioned at the center. It's going to have a margin left and right of auto, also top and bottom of auto. Okay, I'll save that. Now when I head back to the web, you're going to notice that those contents are added are naturally at the center of the web page. Next, we're going to apply styles to the individual items. So I'll first of all start with the H1 tag. So I'll just copy this. I'll paste that underneath here. I'll just target that H1 tag. We'll give this a font size of 3 rem, a margin top and bottom of 25 pixels, left and right of 0, and a color of white. Next, I'm going to style the paragraph tag. So I'll paste that underneath here. I'll target the paragraph tag. I'll simply just give the paragraph tag a color of F7. Now I'm going to target the call to action button. This call to action button we created right here. Okay, so I'll copy this. I'll head to my style of CSS. So I'll paste that right here. I'll give this a background color of this color primary right here. Imagine top and bottom 25 pixels, left and right of 0. We'll give it a display of inline block. Okay, and the reason I'm actually adding a display of inline block is that I want this to be a block level element, because by default anchor tags are inline level elements. Okay, I want this to be a block level element so that I can actually add margin to it, but I don't want it to be a complete block element. Okay, that's why I'm using inline block. Add a color of white, a padding top and bottom of 10 pixels, left and right of 15 pixels, a border radius of 7 pixels. Now this CTA button is going to be a class that I'm going to reuse in this project, so I'm going to add 2 styles to it so that I can actually apply these styles for buttons too, not just anchor tags. So for that, I'll give it a border of none, so that for when we add this class to a button, it's going to have a border of none and a cursor of pointer. I'll save that. I'm going to head back to the web. You're going to notice those elements we just added right here, and you see that everything is completely styled and they look really good. Now we are done creating the hero section. Now we have to ensure that the hero section is actually fully responsive. To do that, we're going to head to our developer tools. I'll right click on the web page and I'm going to go to inspect. It's going to bring us right here to our developer tools. And right here you can see we can actually expand and reduce the screen size as we wish. Okay, I can see this number counting right here. Now this number counting right here is actually the width of the device we're actually viewing this web page on. Okay, you can notice that as I increase the screen size, you're going to notice it's going to increase. As I reduce, it's actually going to reduce. And this is going to be the value we're going to use to actually add breakpoints to this web page. Okay, so next I'm going to create another CSS file. I'll go to my project. I'll create another file. I'll call this file responsive.css because I like actually writing my media code in a separate file. Okay, so I just okay on that. Now I'm going to have 3 breakpoints. The first breakpoint is going to be 1024 pixels, and this is going to be for, let me see, small laptops. I'll just comment that off. Then after that, we're going to have another breakpoint. It's going to be 768 pixels for tablets. I'll comment that off. Then after that, we're going to have another breakpoint for mobile devices. This is going to be 600 pixels. It's going to be for mobile phones. I'll comment that off. up here I'll just create a media query. I'm going to say at media max width of 1024 pixels. I'll copy this, I'll paste that underneath here. This one is going to be 768 pixels. I'll paste that underneath here again. This one is going to be 600 pixels. I'll save that. So first of all, we're going to ensure that the navigation bar is actually responsive. Now, when we start to reduce the screen, so you're going to notice that the items of the nav bar gets too tight up there, okay? So what we are going to do for at 768 pixels, we're going to create the mobile menu. So at 768 pixels, first of all, I want to make the nav bar, I'll say nav. I want to ensure the nav bar is at the top of the web page. I'll give it a position of fixed, a top of 0, a left of 0, a width of 100 pixels, and also you have to ensure it has a background color, okay? So I'll give it a background color of white. I'll save that. I'm going to head back to the web page. For screen size less than 768 pixels, our nav bar is going to have a background color of white. It's not actually been applied because we've not actually linked this responsive.css to our index.html file. Let's do that. I'll just scroll up just the way we linked it to this style.css file. We're going to repeat the same thing. So I'll just copy this down. Then I'll just say this is going to be our responsive.css. I'll save that. When I head back to the web page, you're going to notice that when I go less than 768 pixels, you're going to notice that the nav bar has a background color of white. Alright, cool. Next, we're going to target the nav wrapper. Remember, we added a class in here. We added a container right here called wrapper. Let me just call this nav wrapper. We added a class right here called nav wrapper. Okay, so we're going to target this nav wrapper class. Okay, now I'm going to say dot. I just copy that class from index.html file, nav wrapper class. I'll paste that right here. I'll give this a position of fixed, a top of 0, a right of 0, width we're going to give it 80%, background color we're going to use white. We give the text a color. I can just use black. I use black. I add a z-index of 999, so no items can overlap it. I also add a z-index to the nav, so I just paste that. Since they have a position of fixed, we just want to ensure that no items, when we scroll through the web page, items of the web page don't overlap these items. Okay, and when I head back to the web page, you're going to notice that we cannot see our links. Our links are actually there, but I think they have a color of white. But I gave it I think we are supposed to give the color to the anchor tag itself, not the nav wrapper. So down here, I want to target the links. I'm going to say dot nav links. I'll target the anchor tag. I'll just give the anchor tag a color of black because initially the anchor tags, they have a color of white. So since our background is white, we could not actually see them, but now we can actually see them because they now have a color of black. Cool. I want to actually add more styles to these nav links, okay, because I want them to be arranged horizontally and they want them to be at the right hand side right here. Okay, so I just come back to my responsive.css side. Down here, I'm going to say nav links. I'll give it a flex direction of column, a text align of center. Now I'll give it a margin top of 50 pixels. I'll save that. I want to head back to the web page. You can see those items right here. I'll just add a height of 100 views to the wrapper. Give it a height of 100 views, and I'll save that. Then we'll head back to the web page. You're going to notice those items we just added right here. Cool. I'm going to add more styles to this link, so I'll just go back to the responsive.css. I'll give this a display of block or padding top and bottom of 20 pixels, left and right of 0. I'll save that. I want to head back to the web page. You're going to notice that this actually looks a lot better. Remember that we have a cat icon up here, okay, but we gave these ones a z-index of 999, okay, so it's actually overlapping that. So what I'm going to do, I'll just reduce the z-index of this to 99. I'll use the z-index to 99. I'll check it out, and we still cannot see that cat icon. So I'll also just add a z-index to the icon so you can overlap the links. So I'll just go to my style.css, so I'll search for that. I'll search for that cat icon. I'll give this a z-index of 200, which is higher than 99, so it's going to actually be above the links. And also we have to give those menu button a display of block for small screen device. So we'll just copy the class, this menu button class. Remember, I'll give it a display of none. I'll head to my responsive CSS file. I'll just paste that right here. I'll give this display, I'll give it block. I'll save that. Now the hamburger icon is actually here, but it's being covered by the nav links, because when we open up the nav link, it's going to actually cover out the hamburger menu icon. Then we're going to click on this X to close it up. Okay, so let's quickly add some styles to them. So I'll just go to my style.css file. I'll give this a font size of 1.5 rem. Then I'll give it a color of text primary. I'll save that. I want to head back to the web. You're going to notice that these links are actually looking better. It's actually larger. Now we want to position this X up here. Okay, I want to position it absolute to these links right here, this nav wrapper. So let's do that. So I head to my index.html file. What I'm going to do, I'm going to add unique ID to this. Remember that this first one, this time is going to be the close icon. Okay, so I'll give it an ID of close button. Then I'll give this one. I'll give this other one. Where's the other one? This fast far bars. I'll give this one an ID of open button. Okay. Then I'll copy this close button ID. I'll copy that. I'll go to my responsive.css. I'll paste that right here. I'll use the pound sign because this is an ID, not a class name. I'll paste that right here. I'll give this a position of absolute, left of 15 pixels, top of 15 pixels. Now we don't have to give the nav wrapper a position of relative because it already has a position of fixed. It's not having a position of static, which means we can actually position an element absolute to it because it does not have a position of static. That's a position of fixed already. So I'll save that. Now when I head back to the web, you can see that hamburger menu icon is now positioned at the top left corner of this nav wrapper right here. So next, what I want to do is that I don't want these links to be open by default for mobile devices. Okay, I want them to be open when the user click on an hamburger menu icon up here. It's going to slide up. Okay, so I'm going to give these links a transform translate X of 100%. Okay, that way it's going to be inside the right hand side. Okay, and we want to be able to open it up when we click on this hamburger menu icon. So I'll create another class. I'll call this class menu open. This is going to have a transform translate X of 0. Okay, that's just take the links back to their original position. So I'll copy this class. I head to my style.css file, my index.html file. Then I'll paste it in these nav links right here. I'll paste it, not in the nav links, in the nav wrapper. Paste it right here. I'll save that. Now when I head back to the web page, you'll notice that the links are actually out. Okay, but we are not going to be doing it manually. We are going to use JavaScript to actually automate this. We're going to use JavaScript to dynamically add and remove the class. Okay, so I'll just get rid of this. Now I'm going to create a JavaScript file. Now I could just come down here and create a script, but I don't want to do that because we're going to write a lot of JavaScript. Okay, and I want this project to be organized. So I'll just create a new file. I'll call this file script.js. Now this is actually an external JavaScript file. We can link this JavaScript file to our index.html file. So down here I just say script, then the src is going to be script.js. Okay, that way we can write our JavaScript here and it's going to be loaded into our index.html file. So we're going to target the buttons. I'm going to target this close button and I'm going to target this open button, okay, with the ID name. So in my JavaScript file, I'm going to say const open button is equals to documents dot get element by the ID name. I'll just pass in that close button class or the open button. I'll just target the open button class first. I'll paste that right here. Then I'll do the same for the close button. We'll say const close button is equals to documents dot get element by the ID name. You'll see the close button. Then we have to target the links. So I'm going to say const links is equals to documents. I think we already have a class name for that, links. I think we already have a class name, and it's navwrapper. Okay, so I just copy this navwrapper class. I'll head back. I'll say document dot. I'll use query selector this time around. I want to target it using the class name. So I'll paste the class name right here. Cool. So now I'm going to add an event listener to the open button. I'm going to say open button dot add event listener. Now I'm going to listen for a click event. When someone clicks on it, I want to run a function. I want to fire an arrow function. Now all this function is just going to do is going to take these our links right here. It's going to access the class list, then it's going to actually add the class we created. Where is that class we created? This menu, where is the class we created? Now responsive to this menu open class. It's going to add this class. I'll just go back, add that class right here. Cool. I'll save that. I want to head back to the web page. We won't click on this. It's actually going to open up this right here. But when we click on this, we want to actually close it back. So now we're going to add an event listener to the close button. I want to say close button dot add event listener. Add a semicolon here. Then I'm going to say on click on this button. I want to run an arrow function. And this function is going to take the links. It's going to access the class list. Then it's basically just going to remove the menu open class. Okay, I'll save that. Now when we head back to the web page, when we click on this, it's going to open up. When we click on it again, it's going to actually close it back up. Now I'm going to add a transition to it. So I'll go to my nav wrapper, my responsive.css file. I'll just give it a transition for the transform property of 0.6 seconds is in out. I'll save that. Head back to the web page. I'll click on this. It's going to slide that. Click on it again. It's going to slide back in. And also for small screen device and tablets, I don't want this background image to have a height of 100 VH. Okay, remember that for desktop, this background has a height of 100 VH, which means it's occupying the entire viewport height. But for tablets and mobile phones, I don't want that. Okay, so I head to my style.css file. I'll copy the styles for our hero section, which is this right here. I just copy this class. I head to my responsive.css file. So for tablets, I'll paste that right here. I want this to have a height of 75 view height. Okay, I'll save that. When I head back to the web, you're going to notice that it's going to have a height of 75 viewport height for small screen devices. Now that the hero section is responsive, there's one more thing we have to work on for this navbar. Now you're going to notice that for our final project, when we scroll this hero section off the viewport, you're going to notice that the navbar is going to change styles. It's going to be positioned at the top of the web page. It's going to have a background color of white. Okay, when we scroll off, you're going to notice that transition right there. So let's actually work on that. To do that, what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a class. Right to my style.css file. Under my nav bar, where's my nav? I'll create a class. Create a class right here called .fix nav. Now it's going to have a position of fixed, a top of 0, a left of 0, a width of 100%, background color of white, z-index of 99, and a box shadow of 0, 2 pixels, 4 pixels, RGBA 0.1 opacity. I'll save that. Now I'm going to take this class, I'll copy this class, I'll head to my index.html file, I'll paste this class in my nav. I'll just give this a class, I'll paste that class right here. I won't head back to the web. You're going to notice that our nav bar has a background color of white. Okay, but we can no longer see our links. That's because initially our links has a color of white. So with this white background, we cannot actually see it. So I'll go back to my style.css file. Underneath this right here, I just paste that class right here, that fixed nav class right here. I'll paste that right here. Sorry, I'll paste that right here. I'll target the anchor tag. I'll give the anchor tag a color of text primary. I'll save that. Now when I head back to the web, you're going to notice that the anchor tags now have a color of text primary. Cool. But this header is not going to be like this. This header is only going to be white when we scroll this out of viewport. So I'm just going to add some dummy content to our HTML file. Then after this section, I'll just create a section. I'll just add some dummy paragraph tags right here, so we can try to scroll this web page. That way we have items that we can use to scroll this web page off viewport. So what we want to do is that when the navbar wants to scroll off the viewport, we want to apply this style and fix it at the top of the web page. So first of all, we're going to get rid of this style for the navbar, but we're going to get rid of this class because we're going to use JavaScript to actually add it dynamically. Okay, so when it scrolls off the viewport, it's going to be fixed at the top of the web page right here. So I'll go to my JavaScript file. Now I want to add an event listener to the window element. That is the entire window. So I'll say window dot add event listener. On scroll, when the page is scrolled, on scroll, I want to run an arrow function. So I'm going to target the nav bar. I'm going to say const nav bar is equals to documents dot get element by the ID name, and we've not given this nav bar an ID name, so I just give this nav bar, give it an ID of nav bar. I'll save that. Now I just go back to my JavaScript. I'm going to say the ID name is going to be nav bar. Then after that, I'm going to check if window dot scroll y is greater than 100. That's if the nav bar is scrolled off the viewport. We're going to say nav bar dot class list dot add as the class we created, this fixed nav class. I'll just copy the fixed nav class as the fixed nav class as nav bar dot class list dot remove fixed nav. I'll save that. I want to head back to the web page. When we scroll this off the viewport, you're going to notice that right here. When we scroll, the moment when the navbar is about to scroll off the viewport, that class is going to be applied. That way, it's going to ensure that even where we are at the bottom of the web page, you can actually see this navbar. Okay, I'll just get rid of those dummy items now in this HTML file. I'll just get rid of this. Now we are done with the hero section. Next, we're going to start working on the featured product section. Okay, so I'll go back to my index.html file. I'll give this section a class of featured section. Inside this featured section, I'm going to create a div. This div, we're going to give it a class of header. And inside this header div, we're going to have a h1 tag. I simply don't say featured products. And it's going to have a paragraph tag that's going to have this text right there and pick bestsellers and new arrivals to elevate your wardrobe. I'll save that. Now when I head back to the web page, you'll notice that we have that header right here. So let's quickly apply some styles to it. So I'll go to my style.css. So I'll just scroll down. Then down here I'm going to say dot header. I give this a margin top and bottom of 40 pixels, left and right of 0. I give it a text align of center. Now I'm going to target the header h1. So say header, target the h1 tag inside the header. I give this a font size of 2.3 rem and a color of text primary. Then I'll target the paragraph tag header, target the paragraph tag. I'll give it a color of text secondary and a padding top and bottom of 0, left and right of 10 pixels. When I head back to the web page, again, notice that we've actually styled this header. Cool. So next I'm going to create the next div. I'll go back to my index.html. After this, I'll create another div. This div, I'm going to give it a class of product gallery. And inside this product gallery, I'm going to create an anchor tag. I'm going to point to the product.html. Now we're going to create this page later on in the video. It's going to have a class of gallery item. And inside this anchor tag, first of all, I'm going to have an image in here. This first one is going to go into the images folder. It's going to point to product1.png, and the alt there is simply going to say products. After that, we're going to add a paragraph tag. It's going to have a class of product title. I'll just add a random product title right here. And after that, I'm going to have another paragraph tag. It's going to have a class of product price. And I also just add a random price right here, $49.99. Then we're going to add more of this. So I'll just copy this. I'll drag this down multiple times. 1, 2, 3. This other one is going to be product 2. This one is going to be product 3. While the last one is going to be product 4. I'll save that. I won't head back to the web. You're going to notice those items we just added right here. Alright, cool. So let's actually start applying styles to them. So I'll just copy this class up here. This feature section class. I'll copy this. I'll write to my style.css file. Down here, I'll just paste that right here. I'll give this a maximum width of 1400 pixels, a width of 95%, and a margin of auto. Now I'm going to target the product gallery, so I'll say dots. I'll just copy the class, the product gallery class. I'll copy this. I'll paste that right here. I'll give this the display. We're going to give it grid. Grid template columns. As the columns, I'm going to use repeats, auto, fit, min max, 300 pixels, 1 FR. I'm going to add a gap of 15 pixels to each of the items. So now I'm going to target the individual items. So then I'll say dot product gallery dot. I'll just copy that class, which is going to be this gallery item class. I'll copy this. I'll paste that right here. I'll give them a background color of white and a color of text primary. I'll save that. I'll head back to the web page. You can see those items right here. Now they are not in a grid display, but they still don't look the best. Okay, that's because we've not actually added styles to the individual items. We've not added styles to the image and these other items right here. Cool. So let's do that. So I'll just go back to the project. I'll copy this. I'll paste that down here. Then I'll target the image, the img tag. Now since we already give the container a display of grid, we're just going to give the items in there as the image a width of 100%. Okay, because it's already in the grid display. So give it a width of 100%, and I'll give it a height of 350 pixels. Object fit, we're going to use contain. We're going to add a background color of hash F7, and lastly a border radius of 10 pixels. So now we'll target the product item. So I'll just copy this, the product title. I'll paste this down here. I'll say dot product title. I'll give this a text align of center, a font size of 1.1 rem, a color of text primary, and a margin top and bottom of 10 pixels, left and right of 0. Now next we're going to target the price. So I'll paste that right here. I'm going to say dot product price. I simply just give this a font weight of 600 and a text align. Sorry, a text align of center. Save that. Now instead of repeating this text align of center, I'll just add this text align of center to the gallery item so that I don't have to repeat myself for the product title and the product price. Just get rid of this. I'll add it to this gallery item right here. Save that. And when we head back to the web page, you can see they are looking really good. So now we have to ensure that this featured section is actually responsive. Okay, so I'm going to go to my developer tools. So the first thing I'm going to target, we're going to target this h1 tag right here. Okay, so I'll go to my style of CSS file. I'll just copy this header h1. I head to my responsive of CSS. Now for mobile device, I just go to mobile device. Now for mobile device, I want this to have a font size of 1.5 rem. Now when I head back to the web page, you can see right now that these h1 tags are actually looking better for mobile device. Now it's looking smaller. Now also for the gallery item, we don't want one item to occupy the full row. Okay, now when we go to responsive, you're going to notice that when we start to reduce the screen size, these gallery items are going to be responsive. As we are reducing, you're going to wrap and respond to the screen size until when they get to smaller screen, you're only going to have one item per row. Okay, but we don't want that. We don't want one item per row for mobile device. We want 2 items per row. So what we are going to do, we are going to go to our style CSS. So I look for that. Where's that gallery? That product gallery class. I'll copy this. I'll head to my responsive of CSS. So I'll paste that underneath here. And I'll give this grid template columns of 1FR, 1FR. We are basically telling it to display 2 items per row in the grid container. So when I head back to the web, you're going to see we now have 2 items per row. And also I'll just reduce the height of the image. So I'll go to my style of CSS. So I'll look for this image. I just copy the image class. I head to responsive of CSS. I'll paste that underneath here. I'll just give this a height of 150 pixels. I'll save that. Heading back to the web, you're going to notice that this actually looks very good for mobile devices. Now I'll check this on iPhone 12 Pro. It actually looks really good. So next, I'm going to create this poster section right here. Okay, that's going to have this image right here and also this elements at the left hand side. Okay, so let's start working on that. So I'll go back to my index.html file, just wrap up this featured section. After this featured section, I want to create another section. This section is going to have a class of posters section. Then inside this poster section, I'm going to create a div that's going to have a class of poster container. Then we're going to have 2 items in here. First of all, we're going to have a div with a class of poster left. Then we're going to have another div with a class of poster right. In the poster left, we're going to have a paragraph tag. The first paragraph tag is going to say winter sales. The second paragraph is simply going to say 20% off new arrivals. After that, we're going to have an anchor tag that's going to go to the shop.html file. I'm simply going to say shop now. And we're going to give it a class of general call to action button class, which is CTA button. Inside the poster, we're going to have an image in here. And this image is going to point into the images folder. It's going to point to, poster image.png. Then the auth text is simply going to say poster. I'll save that. Now when I head back to the web page, I'll just scroll down and you can see those elements we just added right here. New arrivals and that button right here, and also the image. Okay, so let's apply styles to them. So first of all, I'll just copy the poster section. I'll copy this poster section. Not posters, a poster. So we're going to be poster section. I'll copy the poster section. I'll head to my style of CSS file. I'll just scroll down. I'll paste that right here. I'll give this a background color of this light green variable color. A margin top and bottom of 20 pixels, left and right of 0. Now we are going to target the poster container. So down here I'm going to say dot poster section dot. I'll copy that poster container class. This class right here. I'll copy this. I'll paste this right here. We're going to give this a maximum width of 1200 pixels, a width of 95 pixels, a margin of auto. On the items, we have a display of flex, align items of center, justify content center, and a gap of 20 pixels. I'll save that. Head back to the web. You're going to notice that these items are now in a flex display. They are arranged side by side. I now have that light green background color behind them. So next, I'm going to start styling the individual items. I'm going to start with this paragraph tags right here. So I'll just copy this. I'll paste that underneath here. Now target the p tag. I'm going to target, because I want to target the first p tag, because we have two paragraph tags. So I want to style them, give them different styles. So we have to target them separately. So I'm going to use the first of type pseudo class. I'll give this one a font size of 1.1 WM and a margin bottom of 15 pixels. I'll paste that underneath here again. Then this time I want to target the last of type, that's the last paragraph tag. I'll give this one a font size of 3 WM, a font weight of 500, and a margin bottom of 15 pixels. Next, I want to style the image. I'll paste that right here. Then I'm going to say dot the poster right. Then I'll target the image of that poster right. I'll give the image a height of 500 pixels, a width of 100%, and object feeds. We'll use content. I'll save that. When I head back to the web page, you're going to notice that these items are actually styled and they look really good. Now we have to ensure this is responsive. So I'm going to go to my developer tools. And you're going to notice that this is highly unresponsive. Okay, so let's actually ensure this is responsive. I'll just take this to responsive. Now, first of all, I want this to have a flex direction of column for small screen devices. Okay, I want it to be arranged vertically down. Okay, so what we are going to do, we just copy this right here, this poster container. We give it display of flex. We'll copy this. We'll head to responsive of CSS for 768 pixels. So that's for tablet. I'll paste that right here. We're going to give this a flex direction of column, and I'll add a padding top of 20 pixels to add a padding at the top of this container. Okay, I'll go back to the web. You're going to notice that this actually looks really good. And when we reduce the screen size for that, you're going to notice that it actually still looks good on mobile devices. Now that padding I added was right here, this padding right here. Okay, to add a padding at the top right here. Now we are not done yet. You actually have to ensure that this one is responsive too. Okay, remember that we give this other paragraph tag, second paragraph tag, a font size of 3 WM. So let's just reduce that for mobile device. I'll just copy this one. Alright, to my responsive of CSS. Let me just paste that right here. Okay, so you're going to share the styles. It's going to share this 2.3 font size. It's going to share this font size of 2.3 WM with this other hero content h1 tag. Okay, I'll just save that. Head back to the web. You're going to notice that this is actually smaller. When we increase, you're going to notice that it's going to actually be bigger. The font size is bigger, but when we go less than 600 pixels, you're going to notice that the font size is actually going to reduce. Alright, cool. Now, the last item we're going to ensure it's responsive is going to be this image right here. Remember, we'll give the image a height of 500 pixels. So we're just going to reduce that height. I'll copy this, head to my responsive of CSS. For mobile device, or let me just do that for tablet. It's going to be for tablets. When we change this to a flex direction of column, that's when we're going to reduce the height of the image. I'll reduce the height from 500 pixels to 350 pixels. I'll save that. Head back to the web page. Now this actually looks way better. And you see that the poster section is actually now responsive. Cool. So next we're going to work on this new arrivals section. Okay, so I'll go back to my index.html file and just wrap up this poster section. After this poster section, create another section. This is going to have a class of latest section, and inside this latest section we're going to have the header. So I just copy the header from this featured section. Just copy this header class, close this back up. I'll paste that right here, and instead of featured product, it's going to be new arrivals. And this big tag is going to have this paragraph here. So I have this paragraph, discover the latest styles freshly added to our collection. I'll save that, head back to the web. You can see the header right here. Cool. Now you are going to notice that the latest arrival section is going to be similar to this gallery right here, okay, but the images are going to be different. So what we're going to do, we're just going to copy the gallery, the product gallery from here. Just copy the product gallery from this featured section. Just swap up the section, then I'll just paste that right here. Now just change the images. This one is going to be Pro.5. This one will be Pro.6. This one is going to be Pro.7. Then this one is going to be Pro.8. I'll save that. Head back to the web here. You're going to notice that we now have that new arrival section right here, and the image is actually different. Now all we have to do is just apply styles to the section that wraps around it, okay? So I just copy that section class. I'll just copy the latest section. Just copy this. Now I don't have to actually create styles for this because I don't want to repeat myself. I'll just ensure that this latest section class is going to share the same class with this featured section class. So I'll just scroll up right here. I'll just paste that right here. I'll just add the dot, then I'll paste that right here. Head back to the web page. You're going to notice that it's actually similar to this one. Alright, so next we're going to start creating the testimonials section. Okay, so head back to my index.html file. Head back to my index.html. I'll wrap this latest section. I'll create another section. This section is going to have a class of testimonials section. Then we're going to have the header. So I just copy the header from this latest section, copy the header, and I'll just paste the header in here. And this header is simply going to say testimonials, NIALs. Then for the paragraph tag, we'll just get rid of this and I'll just paste this right here. After this header div, I'll create another div. It's going to have a class of testimonials container. And inside this testimonials container, I'm going to create another div because each of the div in here is going to have a class of testimonials card. And inside this testimonial card, first of all, I'm going to have an image in here. And this image is going to point into the images folder. It's going to point to person1.jpg. And the alt text is simply going to say person. After that, I'm going to have a paragraph tag. That's going to have this name in there, Emily Thompson. After that, I have another paragraph tag. That's going to have this right here, London, United Kingdom. And after this paragraph, I'm going to create a div. That's going to have a class of stars. In here, I'm going to have an icon in here. That's going to have a class of star. Then I just drag that down multiple times. 1, 2, 3, 4. This last one is going to be far. Star half odds, which is going to represent half a star because these are going to be ratings. After this stars div, not start div, it's going to be stars div. After this, I'm going to create another paragraph tag. That's going to have this paragraph in there. Now I'll just close this up because I actually want 3 testimonial card. I'll drag this down multiple times, 1, 2, and I'll just update them. And this second image is going to point to person2.jpg. The name is going to be this name right here, Sarah Martinez. The location is going to be this location right here, and the testimonial is going to be, I'll just get rid of this. I'll paste that right here. I'll expand this one. This one, the image is going to be person3.jpg. The paragraph tag is simply going to be Unapack, and this person is from South Korea. And for the paragraph tag, I just get rid of this one. For the testimonial itself, I just paste this right here. Alright, cool. And when I save this and head back to the web page, you're going to notice that all those items I just added right here are inside the web page. Now you have to actually add styles to them. So I'll go to my style of CSS. So I just copy this right here, copy this testimonial section class. I'll copy this class. I'll head to my style of CSS, right? Just scroll all the way down. I'll paste that right here. I'll give this a margin top and bottom of 50 pixels, left and right of 0. Then down here, I'm going to say dot testimonials section. I'll target the testimonial container. Just copy that class, which is going to be this testimonials container right here. I'll copy this. I'll paste that right here. I'll give this a maximum width of 1200 pixels, a width of 90%, a margin of auto. We'll give it a display of grid, a grid template columns of repeats, auto, fits, min, max, 300 pixels, 1 FR, and a gap 20 pixels. Now I'm going to target the individual items. So I'll just copy this, I'll paste that underneath here. And I'll copy the class for the individual item, which is this testimonial card. I'll copy this, I'll paste that right here. For each of the items, we're going to give them a background color of hash F7, 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 a padding top and bottom of 30 pixels, left and right of 20 pixels, a border radius of 10 pixels, and a text align of center. I'll save that. Now when I head back to the web page, you're going to notice that the items are not in a grid display, but we have to actually style the individual images. Okay, so I'll just style the individual images. So I'll just copy this, I'll paste that down here. I'll just target the image inside this testimonial card. I'll give the image a width of 90 pixels, a height of 90 pixels, object feeds. We're going to use cover, a margin bottom of 5 pixels, border radius of 50%. I want the image to be circular. And lastly, I want to add a border of 5 pixels, solid white. I'll save that. Head back to the web. You're going to see that the image is actually styled. So now we're going to style these other items below the images. Okay, we're going to start with the paragraph tag. I'll paste that right here again. I'll target the paragraph tags. I'll give them a color of text secondary and a font size of 0.9 rem. Now I'm going to target the first paragraph tag. I want to add unique style to the first paragraph tag. I'll paste that right here. I'm going to say column first of type. I'm going to use the first of type pseudo class. I'll give it a font size of 1.3 rem, a font width of 600, and a color of text color primary. This text color primary. So last, we're going to target the stars container. So I'll paste that again. I'll just target the dot stars container. That's this stars container right here. This stars container wraps around these stars icons. Okay, so I'll just target that. We're going to give it a color of this hex color right here. Then I'm going to add a margin top and bottom. I'll give it a margin of 25 pixels, left and right of 0. Then we'll give it a font size of 1.1 rem. Save that. Head back to the web page. You're going to see all these elements below this image are actually now styled and they look really good. And there's no gap between the individual testimonial card. Why is that? Okay, instead of gap, a grid area. We said grid area instead of gap, so I'll just add the gap right here. I'll save that. Yeah, the gap has been applied. So now we have to ensure this is actually responsive. I just go to our developer tools and it looks responsive. Go to iPhone 12 Pro. It actually looks responsive. And with that, we are basically done with the testimonials section. So next, we're going to start creating the footer. Okay, so I head back to the index.html file. Just wrap up this testimonial section. After this section, I'm going to create a footer tag. Inside this footer tag, I'm going to create a div. that's going to have a class of footer container. Inside this footer container, I'm going to create another div that's going to have a class of footer about. Inside this footer about, first of all, we're going to have our logo here. So I'll just copy that p tag from our navbar. Just copy this, just wrap up this section. I'll paste that right here. After that, I'm going to create another paragraph tag that's going to have this paragraph in there. After this paragraph tag, I'll create a div. This div is going to have a class of social icons. Inside this div, we're going to have an anchor tag. This anchor tag is not going to go anywhere. And inside this anchor tag, we're going to have an icon with a class of Facebook F, not fab. I'll just drag that down multiple times. 1, 2, 3. The next one is going to be fab X Twitter. The next one is going to be fab Instagram. And the last one is going to be fab Pinterest. After this footer about div, I'm going to create another div that's going to have a class of quick links. Inside this, we're going to have a h3 tag that is simply going to say shop. After this h3 tag, we're going to have an ordered list. Inside this ordered list, we're going to have an li tag that's going to have an anchor tag in there. This anchor tag is not going to lead anywhere. This first one is going to be new arrivals. I'll just drag that down multiple times. 1, 2, 3, 4. The next one is going to be featured products. Next one is going to be on sale. Then we're going to have categories. And lastly, we're going to have best sellers. I'll just copy this div, this quick links div we created. I'll paste that underneath here. Instead of shop, there's going to be customer service. This one is going to be contact us. Next one is going to be FAQ, frequently asked questions. This one is going to be shipping and returns. This next one is going to be terms and conditions. And the last one is going to be privacy policy. After this quick links div, I want to create another div. This one is going to have a class of newsletter. Inside this newsletter div, we're going to have a h3 tag that's going to say stay updated. After that, we're going to have a paragraph tag that's going to have this paragraph in there. Subscribe to get the latest updates on new arrivals and special offers. After this paragraph tag, we're going to have a form. Inside this form, we're going to have an input. This input is going to be of type text. It's going to have a place order of enter your email. After that, we're going to have a button that's simply going to say subscribe, and it's going to be of type submit. After this form, we're going to have an image. This image is going to point into the images folder. It's going to point to payments.png, and the alt text is going to be payment methods. And after this entire footer content, I'm going to create another div here that is going to have a class of footer bottom. And inside this footer bottom, I'm going to have a paragraph tag that's going to have this paragraph in there. Copyright 2025 Igbo Tech YouTube channel. Okay, so I'll save that. When I head back to the web page, you're going to notice those items we just added right here. All right, so now we have to actually add styles to these items. So I'm going to head to the style of CSS file. Head to the style of CSS file. Just scroll all the way down. And down here, I'm going to say footer. First, I'm going to give the footer a background color of #F7, F7, F7. A padding top of 80 pixels, left and right of 0, and bottom of 50 pixels. A border top left radius of 30 pixels. I'll just drag that down. And also a border top right radius of 30 pixels. Then margin top of 50 pixels. Okay, now I'm going to target the footer container. So down here I'm going to say footer. I'll just copy that footer container class name. This footer container, I'll just copy this. Now paste that right here. I'll give the footer container a maximum width of 1400 pixels, a width of 90%, margin I'm going to use auto. Then I'll give it a display of grid template columns, repeat auto fits min max to 30 pixels, one fraction, one file. Add a gap between each of the items, a gap of 20 pixels, a padding bottom of 30 pixels, also a margin bottom of 20 pixels. And lastly, I want all the colors to have a color of text primary. I'll save that. When I head back to the web page, you can see that these items are now in a grid display and they are well arranged now. They're actually looking better now. Now we have to actually start styling the individual items. Okay, this, and this. So I'm going to start from the left hand side. The styles we added to this logo is not being applied. Let me check why. I think it's because, let me just scroll up. We added a nav at the back of these logos. That way it's going to target only the logo inside the nav bar. I'll save that. Head back to the web page. Yeah, just scroll back down. Yes, I'm going to target this paragraph tag. Okay, now I'm going to say footer dot footer container dot footer about. Target the paragraph tag in there. I want to target the last of type, the last paragraph tag. Remember that this logo is also a paragraph tag. Okay, we just applied style to it to make it look like a logo. So you have two paragraphs. So I'm going to target the last paragraph, which is this one. Okay, so I'll target the last of type. I'll give you the font size of 0.9 rem, a margin bottom of 30 pixels. Or let me just do a margin top and bottom of 30 pixels, left and right of 0. Then line height of 30 pixels. I'll save that. And check out the output. Yeah, it's actually looking better. So next we're going to style the social links. So down here, I just copy up to these points. I'll paste that underneath here. Then I'm going to target the social links. Is this social links we give to the class name? Let me check. I think we gave it a class of, what is that? Social icons, not social links. It's social icons. So I'll just copy that. Then I'll paste that right here. Social icons. We'll give these social icons container a display of flex and a gap of 30 pixels. And for the individual anchor tags, I copy this, I paste that underneath here, target each of the anchor tags. I give them a font size of 1.4 rem and a color of text primary. I'll save that. Head back to the web page. You can see they're actually looking better. Now when we hover on this link, I just want to give them this green color. Okay, so I'll just paste that right here again. I'll target the anchor tag. I'm going to say on hover. I'm going to give them a color. This time it's going to be of color primary. I'll save that. That way when we hover on this link, you can see that hover effect right there. Cool. So then you can start styling this one. Okay, so since these one and these ones are actually similar, the styles we applied to this one is going to be applied to these ones right here. Let's do that. So now you copy up to this point, I paste that underneath here. Now just copy that quick links class, which is this quick links class. I copy this. First of all, I'll target the H3 in there. Target the H3 in there. We'll give this H3 tag a margin bottom of 15 pixels. Now I'm going to target the unordered list. So I'll just copy this. I'll paste that underneath here. Target the unordered list. Simply just give it a list style of none. Then now target the LI in there. I want each of the LI tags to have a margin bottom of 12 pixels. And now we're going to target the anchor tag inside the LI tag. Give it a color of text primary and a font size of 0.9 WEM. I'll save that. Head back to the web page. You can see these items are actually looking better. They look really good. Now we're going to focus on styling the items at the end right here. Okay, this newsletter section in the footer. Let's do that. So I'll just down here, I'm going to say footer dot footer container dot newsletter. I think it's newsletter. We give that class in, I think it's newsletter. Let me check it properly. Yeah, it's newsletter. Now I actually want to add styles to the H3 tag, so I'll say H3. We'll give the H3 tag a font size of 1.3 WEM, margin bottom of 10 pixels, and lastly color of text primary. Now I'm going to target the paragraph tag, so I'll just copy this. I'll paste that underneath here. I'll target the paragraph tag. Okay, we'll give this a font size of 0.95 WEM, a color of text secondary, margin bottom of 20 pixels. And lastly, we're going to target the form. So I'll say the form. I'll give this a display of flex, justify content, center, align items, center, then a gap of 8 pixels between the input and the button. Now we're going to target the input, so I'll just copy this. I'll paste that right here. Target the input inside this form. I give this input a padding top and bottom of 10 pixels, left and right of 12 pixels, a border radius of 4 pixels, a flex of 1, occupy as much space as you can get. That's why I'm giving it a flex of 1. Give it a minimum width of 0. Outline, we give it none. Then border, I'm going to give it 1 pixel solid var color primary. And we can also style the placeholder inside this form. So let me just target the placeholder inside the input. So say colon placeholder. Also give the placeholder a color of #AAA and a font size of 0.9 WEM. Then next we're going to target the button inside the form. Okay, so copy this, paste that right here. Then we'll target the button. We give the button a background color of color primary, a color of white, a padding top and bottom of 10 pixels, left and right of 16 pixels, a border of none, a border radius of 5 pixels, a font width of 500, and a cursor of pointer. Now I want to add a hover property to this button, so I just copy this. I'll paste that underneath here. Now when someone hovers on this button, I'll give it a background color of hover color. Then finally, we're going to target the image of the newsletter. Okay, the payment option or payment method image. So I'll target the image in this newsletter. I'll simply just give the image a width of 100%. Since this image is inside a grid display, these items are inside a grid display, I'll just give the image a width of 100%. And also add a margin top of 20 pixels. I'll save that. And when we head back to the web page, you can see all these items of this footer of this newsletter right here actually styled, and they are looking really good. So the last item we're going to work on for the footer is going to be the footer bottom. So let's add styles to this footer bottom. I'll go back to my style of CSS file down here. I'm going to say footer. I'll copy that footer bottom class. I'll copy this class. Alright, to my style of CSS file, I'll just paste that right here. I'll give this a text align of center, a color of text primary, and finally font size of 0.9 rem. Save that. When I head back to the web, you can see that this footer bottom is completely static. Copyright 2025 Egbon Tech YouTube channel. Now you have to ensure that the footer is actually responsive. So I just go to my developer tools and check if this is responsive. And it looks really responsive. It looks responsive and it looks really good. Cool. Now we are basically done creating the home page of this website. We created the home page, we created the hero section, the featured product section, the poster section, the latest new arrival section, testimonials, and the footer. So now we're going to create the shop page. Okay, so I'll go back to my Visual Studio Code. I'll create another file. I'll call this file shop.html. So I head to my index.html file. I'm just going to copy all the code we've written in this index.html file, copy everything, then I'll just paste that in our shop.html file. Now I'm going to actually get rid of most of these items. I'll just get rid of most of them except for the hero section. I'll get rid of this hero content. I'll get rid of this. I'll get rid of these other sections. For now, I'll get rid of the footer too. Just get rid of all this. Get rid of them. Then I'll save that. Now for the hero section, we're going to have for our shop page is going to be different from the one we're going to have for our home page. Okay, for the shop page, we're going to call this one hero general because it's going to be the same hero section that other pages like the contact page and the about page is going to actually use. So we'll just call this hero general. Hero general. I'll save that. Then I think that's it. Yeah. So I just go to my shop page. I'll click on shop. It's gonna bring us right here to this shop page. Okay, cool. Now for the finished project, when we go to our shop page, you'll notice right now that the hero section is actually different. Okay, that's how we want the hero section to look like for our shop page. Okay, so I'll go back to my project. Now in this navbar, we're going to have this hero general, and inside this section we're not going to have a hero content div. Instead, we're going to have a header. Inside this header, we're going to have an h1 tag that's going to say our shop. After this h1 tag, we're going to have a paragraph tag that's going to have this paragraph, and then discover quality and style in every piece we offer. I'll save that. And when I head back to the web page, I just click on shop. You're going to notice those items we just added right here. Cool. So now we have to apply styles to them. So I'll go to my style of CSS file. Down here, I'm going to say dots. I'm going to copy that. Now we have a new hero class. Where's that? I'll go to my shop, not my index.html file. This hero general, I'll just copy this. Sorry, I'll copy this properly. I'll copy this. Alright, to the style of CSS file. I'll paste that right here. And this is going to have similar styles as the hero section we created. So I just copy some styles from that one, so I don't have to write it all over again. I'll just copy it from here. The only thing that's going to be different is going to be the height. So I'll just go back down. I'll paste that right here. And instead of having a height of 100 v, it's going to have a height of 400 pixels. I'll save that. When I head back to the web page, you can see that that background image has been applied, and this is looking really good. So next, we're going to style this item. The items inside this header. So down here, I'm going to say dot hero general dot header. Sorry, not dot header. I just target the header tag. I'll give this a display of flex, align items of center, justify content. We use center, a height of 100%, color of white or padding, top and bottom. We'll give it say left and right 20 pixels, and a text align of center. Save that. head back to the web page, you can see that these items are actually styled. Now remember, we'll give it a display of flex. That's going to arrange them side by side, but we want them to be arranged vertically. Okay, we want them to be in a flex container, but we also want them to be arranged vertically. So instead of having it arranged horizontally, we just give it a flex direction of column to ensure that they are in a flex container, yes, but they are going to be arranged vertically. Now I'm going to style the H1 tag, so I'll just copy this, I'll paste this underneath here, I'll target the H1 tag. I'll give you a font size of 3 rem and a margin bottom of 15 pixels. I'll save that. Yeah, this is looking way better. So next I'm going to create a section, my shop.html file. I'll just wrap up this section, create another section. This section is going to have a class of shop section. I add some styles to this. I'll just copy this. I'll go to my style.css file. I'll just paste that right here. I'll give this a margin top and bottom of 70 pixels, left and right of auto, a maximum width of 1400 pixels, and a width of 95%. So next we have to actually add the items of the shop section. Okay, the items are going to be inside the shop section. Now you're going to notice that the shop section, this shop section is exactly similar to our product gallery. Okay, which means we can use these styles we created for our product gallery and also the items for our product gallery when we created our home page. So I'll go back to my index.html file, which is a home page. I'll just copy this product gallery. I'll copy that. I'll head to the shop.html file. Just paste that right here. Okay, then I'll save that. When we head back to the web page, I'll go back to our project. You can see right now that on our shop page, we actually have these items right here. Okay, now we need 4 other items, so I'll just copy the other one from the latest product section. Just copy the items from this one. I don't need to copy the product gallery div. I've already created a div. I'll just copy the items in the items inside div. Copy this. Add to my shop.html file, paste that right here. Then you can see that we have these items in our shop page, and also when we go to mobile device, they're actually responsive too. So next, for the shop page, we're going to create this pagination section right here, this pagination right here. So after this shop page div, I'm going to create another div. This div is going to have a class of pagination. And inside this div pagination, we're going to have these items in here, these anchor tags right here. You can see this first one, and you can see that this first anchor tag is going to have a class of page and previous, and also this unique code right here. Then it's going to have this next one is going to have a class of page and active. This is going to be the active class. Then you can see the other links right here. Now save that. Now let's actually add styles to this. So I head to my style.css file. Then I'm going to say dot. I'll copy the pagination class from the shop.html file. Copy the pagination class. I head to the style.css file. Paste that right here. I'll give this a display of flex, a justify content of center, align items of center. We're going to add a gap of 6 pixels and a margin top of 40 pixels. Then next we're going to target the pagination page. Okay, this page class inside this pagination, this page classes. Okay, we're going to target that page. So dot page. I'll give you a display of inline block, a padding top and bottom 8 pixels, left and right 15 pixels, color of text primary, a border of 1 pixel solid light gray, border radius of 5 pixels, and a font size of 0.95 rem. And when someone hovers on this, I also want to add some styles to it, so I'll paste that right here. I'm going to say on hover. When someone hovers on this pagination, I'll give it a background color of hover and also a color of white. And also I'm going to target the active pagination class. So pagination dot active we just give it this style right here. I'll just copy this and I'll paste that right here. Then this one is going to be color primary. I'll save that. I won't head back to the web page. You can notice that we have this pagination right here and it looks really good. So finally, we have to add our footer to this shop page. So I'll go to the index.html file. Remember I said we're gonna add our footer later on. So I'll just copy the footer. I'll copy this footer. I'll go to the shop.html file. After this section, I'll paste that right here. I'll save that. I'm gonna head back to the web page. You can see that we're done with the shop page. You can see the footer right here. And now we have to ensure that this is actually responsive. Now, this product gallery is already responsive because we already created this in our index.html file. And also, these ones are the footer is also responsive. So now you have to ensure that this header is actually responsive. So when I head to mobile devices, you'll notice that this H1 tag, this our shop, is very large for small screen device. Okay, so we just want to reduce the font size a bit. So I'll go to style CSS file, look for that. I'll just copy this. I'll head to my responsive of CSS for mobile devices. I'll just paste that right here. I'll give this a font size of 2 rem for mobile devices. I'll save that. Head back to the web page. You notice that it's actually smaller for mobile devices, and this shop page looks really good. So next, we're going to start creating the About Us page. Okay, so I'll go back to the project. I'll create another file. I call this file about.html. Now I just copy everything from our shop.html file. Copy everything from here. Then I'll just paste that inside this about.html file. Then I'll get rid of the items inside of this section. I'll get rid of this. I'll just get rid of this. Then I'll just update this. Instead of the H1 tag to say our shop, is going to say about us. Then the paragraph tag is simply going to say learn more about our story, vision, and what drives fashion. Then after that, I'll create a section. I'll give this a class of about section. Inside this about section, we're going to have a div that's going to have a class of about us. Then this is going to be divided into two. First of all, we're going to have the left hand side. So we have a class of left. Then we're also going to have another div that's going to have a class of right, which is going to be about us right. In the left hand side, we're going to have an image that's going to point to the images for that. It's going to point to about image.jpg. And the right hand side, I'm going to create a div. The div is going to have a class of info. And inside this div, I'm going to have a h2 tag. I'm simply going to say welcome to fashion. And after that, I'll create a paragraph tag. Paragraph tag is going to have this paragraph in there. And after that, we'll create another paragraph tag, which is going to have this paragraph in there and a full stop. I'll save that, head back to the web page, and I'll click on the About page. It's going to bring us right here. You can see those items we just added right here. So we're going to actually add styles to this. So I'll just copy this About section. I'll copy this. I'll head to the style CSS file, scroll all the way down, then I'll just paste that right here. I'll give this a margin 60 pixels top and bottom, left and of auto, a maximum width of 1400 pixels, and a width of 90%. Then down here, I'll target the about us container .about section .about us. I'll give this a display. I'll give it flex. Align items, I'm going to give it center. We add a gap of 40 pixels between the items, a padding of about 10 pixels, a background color of hash F7, F7, F7. We're going to add a box shadow of 0.2 pixels, 4 pixels, RGB 0, which is this one, 000, and opacity of 0.1. Get rid of one of these, closing brackets. Then lastly, a border radius of 10 pixels. Now I want both the left hand side and the right hand side to be equal. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to give each of them a flex of 1. Okay. In the final project, when we go to our final project, you're going to notice that this side is equal to this side right here. Okay. So that's why we're going to give them a flex of 1. So each of them are going to occupy 50%, 50% here, 50% here. So I'll give the dot left hand side flex of 1. Then I also give the right hand side a flex of 1. Give the right hand side a flex of 1 too. And I'll start styling them individually. So I'll just copy this. I'll paste that underneath here. I'll target the image in the left hand side. I'll give the image a width of 100%, a height of 500 pixels, a border radius of 10 pixels, and object feeds of cover. I'll save that. I'll head back to the web page and I can see that the image is completely styled and the image is looking good. Now we're going to focus on styling the items at the right hand side of this about source container. So I'll go back to style CSS. So I just copy the right hand side. I'll copy this side. I'll paste that underneath here. First of all, I'll target the H2 tag. For the H2 tag, we're going to add a font size of 2.5 wema, a color of text primary, and a margin bottom of 10 pixels. Now I want to target the paragraph tag, so I'll paste that underneath here again. I'll simply just give the paragraph tag a color of text secondary. I'll save that. When I head back to the web page, I'll see that these items are styled. But what I want to do next is that I want to add a margin between this first paragraph tag and this second paragraph tag. So I want to target it using the first of type. So down here, I'll just copy this. I'll paste that then here. Then I'll say colon first of type. That's the first paragraph tag. I'll simply just give this a margin bottom of 20 pixels. I'll save that. Head back to the web page. You can see that they are actually styled. Now next we have to actually ensure they are responsive. So I just go to developer tools, go to responsive, and they are highly unresponsive. So what we are going to do is that for small screen device, we're going to give this container a flex direction of column. So I'll just go to the about us. This about us will give a display of flex. I'll copy this. I add to my responsive.css. Then I want to apply this for small laptops. From small laptops, I'll just paste that right here. I'll give it a flex direction of column. I'll save that. Now you're going to notice that for screen size less than 1024 pixels, it's going to have a flex direction of column. Cool. Now we also have to adjust the image because we gave the image a height of, I think we gave the image a height of 500 pixels. So we just have to adjust that height. I'll copy this, head to the responsive.css. I'll just paste that underneath here. I'll give this a height of auto. I'll save that. Head back to the web page. You can see that when we reduce the screen size, the image is going to be responsive. Okay, as we increase and reduce the screen size, the image is going to reduce and increase accordingly. Now I think we are done with the About Us page. We are basically done with the About Us page. So we're going to create the next page. It's going to be the Contact Us page. So I'll just go back to my Visual Studio Code. I'll create another file. I'll call this file contact.html. Then I'll just copy everything from this About page. I'll paste that in this contact page. Then I'll get rid of this section, get rid of this. Then this one is, instead of About Us, it's going to be Contact Us. Then the subtitle is going to be this right here. We'd love to hear from you. Reach out anytime. Then after this, I'll create a section. It's going to have a class of contacts section. Inside this contact section, I'm going to have a div that's going to have a class of contacts container. First of all, I want to have a form. This form is going to have a class of form container. Inside this form, we're going to have a div I'm going to have a class of input container. Inside this input container div, I'm going to have an input in there. This is going to be of type text. I'm going to have a placeholder of your name. And I just copy this and drag this down. This one is going to have a placeholder of your email. And drag that down again. And the last one is going to be a text area. I'll get rid of this. I'm going to have a placeholder of your message. After that, I'll create another div. I'm going to have a class of button container. Inside this button container, I'm going to have a button. I'm simply going to say send message. After this form, I'm going to create another div. This div is going to have a class of contacts details. And this contact detail, I'm going to have a div that's going to have a class of info. Inside here, we're going to have a history tag that's going to say address. And then we're going to have a paragraph tag. It's actually going to be the address. I just copy this and I'll drag this down. And after that, we're going to have the email. The email is going to be info@fashion.com. Then after that, I'll just drag this down again. And this one is going to be phone. And for the phone, I'll just paste this random phone number right here. I'll save that. When I head back to the web page, I'll just go to our contacts page. Again, notice those items we just added right here. Okay, so next we're going to apply styles to them. So I'll go back to my style CSS. So first of all, I'll copy this contact section class. Then I head to my style CSS. So I'll scroll the way down and I'll paste that right here. I'll give you the margins up and bottom of 50 pixels, left and right of auto. I'll give it a width, a maximum width of 1200 pixels and a width of 90%. I'm going to target the contact container. So down here, say the contact section. I'll target that contact container class we created. Sorry, not in the contact.html file. It's contact container right here. Copy that. Then I'll paste that right here. I'll give this a display of flex, a gap of 50 pixels, and a margin bottom of 30 pixels. Now I want the form container and the content details container to have equal space to occupy 50-50%. So I just paste that right here. I'll say dot contact form. I'll give this a flex of 1. I'll do the same thing for the contact details. I'll drag that down. Then here I want to say dot contact details. I'll give it a flex of 1, 2. So now I want to apply styles to the input and the text area. So I just add unique class to them. So I just give this a class of input. I'll copy that class. Copy this class. Copy this. I'll paste that right here. And I'll paste that right here. And the reason I'm adding classes to it is because if we target the input directly, it's going to style the first and the second one, okay? It's not going to target the text area because this is a text area, not an input. So by adding this class of input, we can actually target them at the same time, okay? Then I'll go to my style CSS file, then I'll just copy this. I'll paste that underneath here, and I'll just target that class I just created, dot input. We'll give them a width of 100%, a margin bottom of 20 pixels, a height of 50 pixels. We're going to add a padding, top and bottom of 0, left and right of 15 pixels. Outline, we're going to give it none. Then color, give it text secondary, border radius of 7 pixels, and a border of 1 pixel solid light gray. I want to head back to the web page. The styles are not being applied. Why is that? I'll head back to my style of CSS where contact section. From the contact section, I'll target the contact container, then the contact form. I think that should be the contact section, not contact form container. Sorry for that. The form container, not the contact form. I'll paste that right here. Head back to the web page. Yeah, the styles are being applied now. And also this is supposed to be gap, not grid area, gap. I'll save that. I head back to the web page and the styles are being applied now. And also we have to update this too. I just copy this. I'll paste that up here. It's not contact form, it's form container. I'll save that. I won't head back to the web page. I'm going to notice that the form is actually looking really good now. Now you're going to notice that the test area is not looking the best. So we are going to add unique styles to the test area itself. So I'll just copy this. Instead of targeting the general input class we created, I'll just target only the test area. We'll give it a height of 150 pixels, a resize of none. We don't want to be able to resize this. And lastly, padding top and bottom of 10 pixels, left and right of 15 pixels. I'll save that. I will head back to the web page. The styles are not being applied. Just refresh. They are still not applied. They are not overriding the styles we add to it with that input class. Okay, so what we are going to do, just add important here. Add important. I'll add important. That way is going to override. That way is going to override the styles we added with the input class we added to it. I'll save that. Sorry. I'll save that. Head back down. Yeah, it's going to override those styles, and you can see the test area is looking good. Now next we just add that general call to action button to that button. So I'll go to my button, I'll create a class of CTA button. Okay, that custom style we created. So I just go back and you can see that the style is actually applied. Now we are done with this form input. Okay, so next we're going to style this other part of the contact form. Okay, so I just copy this contact details class. Alright, to style of CSS file down here, I want to say .contact section. Then I'll paste that right here. Then I'll target the info container inside this contact details. That's the info container that is going to wrap around each of the info. Okay, this info container. We're going to add a margin bottom of 30 pixels and a color of text secondary. Then I'm going to target the H3 tag of the info. I'll copy that, I'll paste that right here, target the H3 tag. I'll give this a margin bottom 5 pixels. I'll save that. When I head back to the web page, you can see that this actually looks really good. So the last thing I'm going to work on for this contact page is that we're going to add our map. So I'll go back to my contact.html file. After this form container, I'll just wrap this up. After the contact container general, I'll just wrap this up. After this contact container, I'll create a div. And inside this div, we're going to actually add our map. So I'll just go to maps.google.com, go to maps.google.com. Now here you can actually search for the location you want to put for that map. You can actually put your shop location or basically any location you want to put. Just search for the location right here. For this one, just click on this New York USA location. Then I'll go to share. Then I'll go to embed the map. Then I'll copy the HTML. I head back to the project. I'll paste that inside this div right here. Now I'm going to give this a height. I'll just format the document first of all. Format the document. I'll give this a height. It already has a height of 450 pixels. Then I'll just give it a width of 100%. I'll save that. I want to head back to the web page. I'll head back to our project. And you can see the map has been added. You can see the map right here. I'll increase this height to 500. I'll increase it to 500. I'll save that. Yeah, this looks really good. So next we have to ensure this is responsive. So I'll just go to developer tools, and this is not responsive. So all we just have to do is that we just give it, just like we did with the Battles page, we just give this a flex direction of column. So I'll look for the class. It's going to be this contact container. Alright, to my responsive.css, I'm going to add this for 768 pixels. I'll scroll down there, I'll paste that right here. I'll give this a flex direction. I'm going to use column reverse. I'll save that. I'll head back to the web page. When we go less than 768 pixels, we're going to know there's going to be in a column reverse basis. When I go to iPhone 12 Pro, this is actually really good. Cool. And with that, we are done creating the contact us page. So next, we're going to start creating the product page. Now, when we click on a product, it's going to take us to this product page right here. So we're going to start creating that. I'll create a new file. I'll call this file product.html. Now I'll go to my about page. I'll just copy everything from here. I'll paste that in this product.html page. Paste that here. I'm going to get rid of everything, including the header. I'll get rid of the header. I don't need the header. And also I'll get rid of this about section. I'll get rid of this. Yeah, I think that's it. I'll save that. I'll head back to the web page. Then I'll just go to the shop page. Then I'll click on this. It's going to bring me right here. For this one, I don't want to have these posters. Okay, so I'll just get rid of it. I'll get rid of the section, get rid of this. Then I'll just get rid of this. I just want only the navigation bar for this page. I'll save that. I head back to the web page. You're going to notice that we no longer have that. And also I'll get rid of our footer for now. Get rid of the footer for now, so it doesn't actually interfere with what we are doing. Just get rid of it for now. Now go back to the web page, and we have the nav bar right here, but the nav bar has a color of white. The links have a color of white, so we cannot actually see it. So what we're going to do is that for this particular page, I'm going to give the links a color of black. So I'll just give this a class of product page links. I'll copy that. I had to start your CSS file. I'll just scroll the way down here. I'll paste that right here. Sorry, I add a dot. I'll paste that right here. I'll target the another list, then the anchor tag. I just give them a color of test primary. I'll save that. When I head back to the web page, this particular one is going to have a color of black, and the other ones are going to have a color of white, but this particular one for the shop page is going to have a color of black. Cool. So next, I'm going to go back to the product.html file, create a new section. After this nav bar, I want to create a section. This section is going to have a class of product section. Inside this product section, I want to create a div that's going to have a class of product container. And this product container is going to be divided into two parts. First of all, we're going to have the first part that's going to have the class of product gallery. It's going to represent the product gallery. Then we're going to have another div that's going to contain things like the titles and stuff. And we're going to have a class of product details. Inside this product gallery, I'm going to create a div that's going to have a class of main image. Inside this main image, I'm going to create an image tag that's going to point to the images folder. It's going to point to gallery item 1.png. After that, I'm going to create another div that's going to have a class of thumbnail list. It's going to represent the other little image that's going to be at the bottom of the main image. Create an image tag. It's going to point to the images folder. It's going to point to gallery item 1.png. This hot text of this is going to be product image. I just give this one a hot text of thumbnail. Then drag this down 1, 2, 3. And this one is going to be gallery item 2. The next one is going to be gallery item 3. And the last one is going to be gallery item 4. Now, I'm going to add the product details. Inside this product details, first of all, we're going to have a paragraph tag. It's going to have a class of product title. I'm going to have this title in there. After that, I'm going to have another paragraph tag. It's going to have a class of product price, and in here I'll just say $49.99. After this paragraph, I'm going to create the select, and this is going to simply represent the size of this product. It's going to have a class of product size. Okay, then we're going to have options in there. The first option is going to be the default selected option, so it's going to be disabled. Then also it's going to be selected. It's always going to be selected before a user actually makes a choice of which size the user wants to choose. Then the name, simply going to select your size. After that, just create another option. The value of it is going to be S, and it's going to be small size. Drag this down multiple times, 1, 2, 3. Then we're going to have M, which is going to be medium. Then here we're going to have M. Then we're going to have L, which is going to be large. Then here is going to be L. Then next we're going to have XL, is going to be extra large. Then here we're going to have XL. Cool. I'll just wrap this selected inside a div container. I'll just put this inside a div. I'll call this div, give it a class of size. Then I'll just paste that in here. After this, we're going to have another div. Then I'm going to have a class of add to cart container. And inside this one, we're going to have an input. It's going to be of type number. It's going to have a minimum value of 1, which means the value cannot go less than 1. Then the default value is going to be 1. And it's going to have a class of quantity input. After that, we're going to have a button. It's going to have a class of add to cart button. Then simply going to say add to cart. After this, I'm going to have a history tag. It's going to have a class of details heading. It's simply going to say product description. Then after this history tag, I'm going to have a paragraph tag. It's going to have a class of product description. Inside this paragraph tag, we're going to have this long paragraph in there as a product description. I'll save that. I head back to the web page and you can see those items we just added right here. Okay, so now you have to start applying styles to them. So I just copy this class, this product section class. I'll copy this. I'm going to head to the style of CSS file. I'll paste that right here. I'll give this a margin top and bottom of 50 pixels, left and right of auto, a maximum width of 1200 pixels, and a width of 90%. Now inside the product container, so down here I see dot product section dot. I'm gonna copy that product container class name. I just copy this. I'll paste that right here. I'll give you a display of flex and a gap of 20 pixels. Now I want this side, this left hand side and this right hand side to occupy equal size. So I'm going to give them a flex of 1. So I'll just copy this. I'll paste that underneath here. Then I'll say dot the product gallery. I'll give it a flex of 1. And also I'll do the same thing for the product details. So the product details, I'll also give it a flex of 1. Okay, that way you're going to occupy equal space. Okay, 50-50%. I'm going to focus on styling the image. That's the product gallery. So I'll just copy this. I'll paste that underneath here. Then I'll target the .main image class. I'll target the image in there. I'll give this a height of 450 pixels, a width of 100%. Object fit, I use contain. I'm going to give the image a background color of hash F7, 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 a border radius of 10 pixels, and a margin bottom of 2 pixels. So next I want to target the other images, okay? But first of all, I'll just place them in a grid display. I'll paste that underneath here and get rid of this. Then I'm going to say the thumbnail lists. Lists 1L. I give it a display of grid, a gap of 10 pixels, and a grid template columns of 1FR, 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 because I want 4 items per row. Okay, I want 4 images. Those images I want 4 per row. That's why I'm doing that. If you go to the final project, you're going to notice that we have 4 of this image per row. That's what I'm trying to achieve. But there's actually a better way to do this. Since I'm writing 1FR 4 times, I can just do repeat 4 times. Now say 1FR. It's simply going to do the same thing as that one, but this one is actually shorter. Then after that, I'm going to target the individual images. So I'll copy this. I'll paste that underneath here. I'll target the images and this thumbnail list. Each of these images will give them a height of 100 pixels, a width of 100%. Object fit, we're going to use contain. We'll give them a background color of hash F7, 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 border radius of 8 pixels, and a cursor of pointer. And also I want to target the active image class. So I'll copy this, I'll paste that underneath here. I want to say dot active. I'll give this a border of 1 pixel solid color primary. I'll save that. When I head back to the web page, you can see the images right here. Then I'll just add this active class to one of our image to act as the active class. I just copy this. I'll head back to the product.html file. I'll give this one a class of active. I'll save that. When I head back to the web page, you can see right now this one is the active class. Cool. So next we're going to start styling the items on the right hand side. Okay, so I'll go to my style CSS file. Down here I'm going to say dot product section dot product details. I'll target the product title. So I'll say product title. I'll give you a font size of 1.5 rem, a font width of 500, color of text primary, and a margin bottom of 15 pixels. As I want to target the product price, I'll just copy this. I'll paste that underneath here and I'll say dot product price. I'll give you a font size of 2 rem and a font width of 600. As I want to target the product size container, that size container, paste that underneath here. I'll say dot product size. I think we gave it a class of product size. Let me check it out. We gave it a class of, I think, the product size. I give this a padding top and bottom of 8 pixels, left and right of 12 pixels, a border of 1 pixel solid light gray, a border radius of 5 pixels, margin top of 8 pixels, and cursor of pointer. Then down here, I just paste that right here again. Now target the add to cart container. This add to cart container, I'll copy this. I'll just paste that right here. Give this a display of flex and a gap of 10 pixels and a margin top of 12 pixels. Now I want to target the input, so I just copy this. I paste this underneath here. I'll target the quantity input. This quantity input, I'll target this. I'll just copy the class name. I'll paste that right here. I'll give this a width of 60 pixels, a padding of 8 pixels, a border of 1 pixel solid light gray, a font size of 1 rem, and a border radius of 5 pixels. Next, I want to target the add to cart button, so I'll copy this again and paste that underneath here. Then I just copy that class from my product.html file. It's going to be this add to cart button. I'll copy this. I'll paste that right here, my style.css file. We'll give this a background color of color primary, a color of white, border of none. We're going to give it a padding 8 pixels top and bottom, 20 pixels left and right. Border radius, we're going to use 4 pixels. And lastly, cursor of pointer. And also, we're going to add a hover effect to this. So I'll copy this. I'll paste it right here. And when someone hovers on the button, I want to give it a background color of hover. Next, we're going to target the header. So I'll say dot product section dot product details. We'll target the header details. So I'll just copy that as this details heading. I'll just copy this. I'll paste that right here. I'll give you a font size of 1.2 rem, a font weight of 500, a color of text primary, and a margin top and bottom 10 pixels, left and right of 0. And lastly, I'll target the product description itself. So I'll just paste that down here again. Now I'll copy the class from my product.html file. It's going to be this product description text, the class name. I'll paste that right here. We'll give this a font size of 0.95 rem, a color of text secondary, and a line height of 1.5 rem. I'll save that. Now I head back to the web page. You can see that these items are completely styled, but the background of this button is looking weird. Let me check out the button background. Okay, I'm saying background attachment, not background attachment, background color. I'll save that. Yeah. So now we have to ensure this is responsive. So I'll just go to developer tools. Now, as usual, I'm just going to give this a flex direction of column for small screen devices. Okay. So I just go to my style.css file, copy the class. Where's that class? It's going to be this class right here. I'll copy this. I'll head to my responsive.css file. I'll paste that right here. I'll just give this a flex direction of column. I'll save that. I head back to the web page. And when I reduce the screen size, you notice that it's going to be arranged in a flex direction of column for small screen devices. But we have another problem. Now, these products gallery, they are having a no. Remember, we already created a class called products gallery in our index.html file for these items right here. We created a class of product gallery for these shop items. Okay, and for small screen devices, we gave this product gallery a grid template columns of 1 fr. Okay, we're going to want 2 items per row. So that's the exact same class that has been applied to this product gallery. So we just have to change the name. So instead of the product.html file to have a class of product gallery, I just call this product view. The product view gallery. Then I'll just copy this. I'll update that in my style.css file where I started using product gallery. Right here, I just copy this. 1, 2, 3. I think that's about it. Then instead of product gallery, I'll just use I'll use product view gallery. This one changes to product view gallery. Save that, head back to the web page. Yeah, those styles are no longer being applied. Cool. And with that, we are done actually designing the product page. So next, what we want to work on is I want to work on this right here. When we click on an image, it's going to take us to that image. When we click on an image, it's going to show that image as our main image. So we're going to achieve this using JavaScript. So I'll go back to my product.html file. I'm going to give this image a unique ID. I'll just give this image a unique ID. I'll give it an ID of current image. Then I'll give this one a class of thumbnail. Create a class here. Then it's going to have a class of, I'll just copy this thumbnail class. I'll copy this. I'll paste that right here. Paste that right here. I'll give this on the class of thumbnail. Cool. Now we're going to use JavaScript to actually target them. So I'll go to my script.js file. Down here, I'm going to say const current image is equals to documents dot get elements by the ID name. I'll just copy the current image class we just created right now. This current image, the ID I meant to say, the current image ID. I'll copy that. I'll head to my script.js. I'll just paste that right here. So next, I want to target the thumbnail images. Okay, these are the images right here. These little images right here. So down here, I'll say const thumbnails is equals to documents dot query selector. I want all the thumbnail images. I just paste that class name right here. Copy the class, which is going to be this thumbnail class. And I'll just paste that right here. Cool. And remember that this one we are targeting, this main image, is actually one item, but these other ones are actually multiple items. So when we target this thumbnail, we are getting four items, okay, 4 documents from the HTML. So we have to actually loop through these 4 documents. So I'll go back to my JavaScript. Now I'm going to say thumbnails dot for each. I'll call it a call each of them a thumbnail. And for each of the thumbnail, I'm going to add an event listener. Dot add event listener. I'm going to listen for a click event on the images. Then when someone clicks on it, I want to run a function. I'm simply going to set the current image. I'll set the src property to this.src. Okay, I'll save that. Now what I'm doing is that, remember that each of these image property has an attribute called src. Okay, so I'm accessing that src. I'm setting the src of this image to the src of the image I clicked on. Okay, that way when I click on this image, I'm going to set the src to this one. When I click on it, I'm going to set src to this one. Okay, so I'll go back to the web page. Refresh. Then when I click on this, it's going to set it to this one. When I click on this, it's going to set it to this one. When I click on this, it's going to set it to this one. Now we also have to update this active border and the image. Okay, so then I'm going to say thumbnails dot for each thumb. I'll call this one thumb. I'm going to say thumb dot class list dot remove. I'm removing the active class from the previous image. Then I'm simply just going to add it to, I'll say this dot class list dot add. I'm going to add it to the one we actually clicked on. Add active. Now I'll save that. I head back to the web page. When I click and our active class is not being applied, what's happening? Okay, this one is supposed to be inside the event listener. It's supposed to be inside the event listener, not outside, because when we click on each of the images, that's when we want to run this right here. Okay, I'll save that. I'll just format the documents. Save that. Head back to the web page. I won't click on this. You're going to notice right now our image gallery is actually working. Our product image gallery is working. And when we head to mobile devices, it's actually, let's go to iPhone 12 Pro. It's still going to look okay. Cool. For mobile phone, these images are not looking really good, so I'm just going to add some styles to them to make them look better. So I'll go to my style of CSS. So I look for those styles, which is going to be the Where's the first one? The main image. I just copy this. I want to reduce the height for mobile device. I head to my responsive of CSS for mobile devices. I'll paste that right here. I just give this a height of 200 pixels instead of 450 pixels. I'll do the same for the other images, other little images. I just copy it. And this one initially is 100 pixels of height. So I just reduce it to about 60 pixels. I'll save that. Sorry. Height of about 60 pixels. Head back to the web page and you can see this actually looks better. I can click on it to actually change the image that we're actually viewing. Cool. So next we just have to add the featured products, because in the finished product you're going to notice that we have actually similar products. Okay, let's just add this section. So I'll create a section. I'll just create a section after this product section. I want to create another section. I really don't have to actually create another section. I'll just copy the one section from. I'll just copy this latest section. I'll just copy this. Head to the product of HTML file. Just paste that underneath here. And instead of it being new arrivals, it's going to be similar products. Spell that products correctly. Products. I'll save that. Head back to the web page, and you can see we have that section right here. So lastly, we're just going to add the footer. So I'll copy the footer, go to the index.html file, just copy the footer. Then I'll paste the footer underneath here. Cool. Save that. Yeah. And with that, we are done with the product page. We are basically done with the website. We have the home page, the shop page, the about page, the contact page, the map, and also we won't go to the shop page. We'll click on a product. We have the product page. I'll check this on mobile device. Everything looks okay. Go to the shop page, and I want to reduce the height of this header. So I'll just search for it. I'll go to style CSS file. Where is that header? The header general is going to be, or the hero general. Yeah, I just copy this hero general. I head to the responsive of CSS. I just want to reduce the height of that hero general for mobile device. I'll give it, instead of 400, just give it a height of 300 pixels. I'll save that. And this is actually better for mobile devices. Now, welcome to the last part of this course, where we're going to create a completely modern and responsive medical website from scratch using HTML and CSS. Now, you can see we have this logo right here, we have these icons right here, and then we have this appointment button right here, then we have this text, this image, and this call to action button in the hero section. And when we scroll, you can see we have this about us section right here. And you can see how good and modern this about section is actually looking. You're going to learn how to create this with HTML and CSS. Then after that, we're going to have our services section. You can see this is our services section. Now we're going to actually use Swiper.js to actually achieve this. You can actually swipe through the cards. Okay. Now after that, we're going to create this contact section. You create our team section. Then we're going to create the testimonial section. Now for the testimonial section, we're still going to make use of Swiper.js. You can see right now that the testimonials actually auto slide on their own. You're going to learn how to actually do this. And then we're going to have the subscribe section right here. This basically a newsletter section. And then lastly, we're going to have this beautiful footer right here with this logo and also these beautiful items right here. I already have my index.html file set up, and inside this index.html file, I have this link right here that's basically just importing photos. So I'm using this CDN link right here. And I also have this link right here that's linking this index.html file to this style.css file right here. And inside this style.css file, first of all, up here, I'm actually importing Google font from Google. And down here, I'm applying that as a font family for my web page, Poppins. And I also see the fallback value right here, sans serif. I also have a root variable that contains all the color we are going to use for this project. And lastly, I have an images folder right here that contains all the images we are going to use for this project. If you'd like to use the exact images I'm using for this project, these images are going to be available in the startup file repo. If for some reason you cannot clone the startup repo, you can basically create a style.css file, an index.html file, and copy those startup code inside your own project. And also, if you need the images, you can download the images from the GitHub repo. GitHub allows you to download images from their website. Okay, so I'm going to close up this folder and close up this sidebar. So let's start working on our project. So first of all, I'm going to create a main. And this main is going to wrap around everything in the web page. After that, I'm going to create a section. This section is going to have a class of hero section. Okay. Now, when you are building a website, you have to break everything into sections. Now, the hero is going to have its own section. The about is going to have its own section. The services and the footer, they are all going to have their own sections. And this hero section is going to contain the navigation bar and also the home page of the web page, like the first thing the user is going to see when the user visits the website. Okay. So inside this section, I want to create a nav tag. Now, this nav tag I just added is what's going to represent everything on navigation bar. This medcare right here, these links right here, and also this appointment. Okay, so that's going to be our navigation. After that, I want to create a p tag. I'll give this p tag a class of logo. And this p tag is simply going to be acting as our logo since we don't have a logo to work with. So inside this logo, I'm going to say medcare. Then I'm going to wrap this med inside its own span because I want to give it its own unique size. So I'll add a span. Passing that med right here. You can see in the final project, this med has its own unique style, while this care has its own style. Okay, that's why I'm wrapping this med inside a span so I can actually style it separately from the entire p tag. Okay, now after this p tag, I'm going to create an another list. And this another list is going to have a class of nav links, and it's going to contain an li tag. Each of these li tags is going to have an anchor tag in them. Okay, for now this anchor tag is not going to lead anywhere, and this particular one is simply going to say home. So I'm going to drag down multiple times. 1, 2, 3, 4. The next one is going to say about. The next one is going to say services. The fourth one is going to say medical team, and the last one is simply going to say testimonials. Now after this another list, I'm going to have a div that's going to represent the item that's going to be on the right hand side of the nav bar, which is going to be that anchor tag that is simply going to say appointment. And this link is not going to lead anywhere, so I'll put a hash there. Now to actually run this project, I'm going to click on go live because I have Visual Studio Code live server extension installed in my Visual Studio Code. Okay, so I just click on go live. And that's going to open up this project in my browser. You can see those items we just added, medcare, and the other links we just added right here. So next we have to start actually adding styles to this item. Okay, so let's actually start doing that. Now I'm going to head to my style.css file and start applying styles to those elements. So down here I'm going to see nav. Right now we are targeting this nav right here, this nav that wraps around everything, like this nav tag right here. That's the tag we are targeting. So I'm going to give this nav a display of flex, and that's going to ensure that the items of that navigation are going to be arranged side by side horizontally. Okay, I'll save that. And when I return back to the web page, I'm going to notice that these items, the logo, the nav links, and this appointment link are not arranged side by side. And that's what the display flex does. It's going to arrange the items side by side. Now what I want to do next is that I want this medcare logo at the left hand side. I want these links right here at the middle, and I want this appointment link at the end right here. Okay, so let's do that. To do that, I want to add a justify content. I'm going to use space between. That's going to add space between each of the items. As you can see right now, these medcare logos at the left hand side, these links are at the middle, and these ones at the right hand side. And that's what the justify content space between is going to do. It's going to add space between each of the elements. Next, I'm going to add a background color to this nav so that we can actually see background color. I want to give it a background color of light blue. That's these variable colors up here. I'm using this light blue right here. Okay. And then I want to add a padding to it. Top and bottom, I want a padding of 0. Left and right, I want a padding of 5%. Now I'm going to save that. Now when I return back to the web, you're going to notice that there's now a padding at the left hand side and at the right hand side of this navigation bar. Okay. So next, I want this medcare logo and this appointment logo to be at the center. Okay. So to do that, I'm going to give these nav align items. I'll say center. Now this is going to ensure that the items are centered vertically. And then I'm going to give this nav a height of 60 pixels. I'll save that. And when I return back to the web, you're going to notice that this navigation bar now has a height of 60 pixels and these items are now vertically centered. So I want to start styling the items of the navigation bar. So first of all, I want to start with this logo. So I'm going to go back to my style.css file. So down here, I'm going to say dot logo. I want to give this logo a font size of 1.5 rem, a font weight of 600, and lastly, color of dark gray. I'll save that. Now when I return back to the web, you're going to notice that this logo is now a little bit styled. So next, I want to add styles to the span tag. Remember that when we created this logo in our index.html file, we wrap this bed inside a span. So I want to target that span with CSS. So down here, I'm going to say dot logo. Then I want to target the span inside this logo. The span. I want to target the span inside this logo container. I want to give it a background color of this blue right here. A color of white. Now I want to add a margin between this span and this care right here. Okay, so I'm going to give this span a margin right. I'll just use 5 pixels. I'll save that. Now when I return back to the web, you're going to notice that those styles have been applied and this spanner has a background of blue and a color of white. But we can actually make this better by adding a padding to it and also a little bit of border radius. So let's do that. So I'm going to add a padding to this. Top and bottom, I'm going to give it a padding of 3 pixels. Left and right, a padding of 5 pixels. Then I'm going to give it a border radius of 5 pixels, 10 pixels. I'll save that. And when I return back to the web, you can see this logo is looking really, really good. But I feel they are too far apart. Let me reduce that margin to about 2 pixels. I'll just reduce that to 2 pixels. Yeah, it's better this way. Now that we are done styling the logo, let's start styling these nav links. Okay, so I'm going to go back to my style.css file. Down here, I'm going to say nav. Remember, we gave this another list a class of nav links. Okay, so we're going to target this class. So I'll copy this. I'll go to my style.css, so I'll paste that class right here. And first of all, I want these links to be arranged side by side. I don't want them to be arranged vertically. Okay, I want them to be arranged horizontally side by side. So first of all, I'll just give them a display of flex, and that's going to ensure that these elements are going to be arranged side by side. Then I'm going to give it a list style of none. That's going to get rid of that annoying bullet points at the edges of this link right there. So next, let's start actually styling the individual links. Okay, so I'm going to go back to my style.css. So I just copy this, I'll paste that down here, and I'll target the anchor tag. I'm going to give this a text decoration of none, and that text decoration of none is going to ensure that these anchor tags don't have any underline on them. Okay, it's going to get rid of that line underneath these anchor tags. Okay, then I want to give this a color of dark gray. Then next, I want to add a margin to them. Top and bottom, I want a margin of 0. Left and right, I want a margin of 20 pixels. Then a font weight of 500. I'll save that. And now I return back to the web. You can see the links are actually looking really, really good. So the next thing I'm going to do is that when someone hovers on this link, I want to give it something like a hover property. Okay, I want the color of the links to be blue. So I just head back to my style.css file. I'm going to copy this. I'll paste that underneath here. Now I'm going to say on hover, I'm going to give this a color of blue. And to actually make the hover effect smooth, I'm going to add a transition to it. Transition. It's going to be a transition for the color property. 0.5 seconds is in, out. I'll save that. And when I return back to the web page, you can see that when I hover on this link, you can see that nice blue color of the links. Okay, so next, let's style up this appointment link right here. First of all, I have to give the div that wraps around the anchor tag a class name. Okay, so I'll just go back to my index.html file. Down here, I'm going to add a class. I'll call this nav right. I'm just going to copy this nav right class. Then I'll head to my style.css file. Down here, I'm going to say nav. And I'll target the nav right container. Then I want to target the anchor tag in there. Okay. First of all, I'll give this a background color of dark blue. Then I'll give it a text color. I want the color of the text to be white. Text color of white. I'll save that. And now you turn back to the web page, you can see that link right here. And you can see that ugly underline on that link. Okay. Now I can add text decoration to this link right here. I can just copy this style and add it to this link. But We are going to be repeating that for every anchor tag we create. So what I'm going to do, I want to create a general style. So I'll just cut this off from this place. I'll head up. Now up here, just before this nav, I want to create an anchor tag style. I'll paste that in here. And this way, every anchor tag we create in this web page is going to have a text decoration of none. I can see right now that this appointment link right here doesn't have that line underneath it. Okay. So next, we're going to apply a padding to this link right here to make it look better. So I just go to my style of CSS file, scroll down, add a padding. Top and bottom, I want to have a padding of 8 pixels. Sorry, 8 pixels. Left and right, 10 pixels. Then I'm going to add a border radius of 5 pixels to make the edges smoother. Then when I return back to the web page, you can see that link right here is completely styled. So what we are going to work on next is that when we hover on this link, we want to actually signify to the user that you are hovering over this link. Okay, so to do that, I'm going to say on hover. Then I'll just copy this. I'll paste that right here. Then I'm going to say on hover of this link, I want to add a background color of blue. I'll save that. When I return back to the web, when I hover on this, it's going to change to blue. I think I want this light blue as the color. Then when I hover on it, I want it to have this background of dark blue. That is going to be better. Let me just cut this. And I head to I'll just remove this, paste that right here. Then background color, when you hover on it, I want it to have dark blue instead. Save that. Yeah, this is better. This is better. When you hover on it, it's going to be dark blue. And for the hover effect to be actually smooth, we have to add a transition to it. So I go back to my CSS. Inside this anchor tag, I add a transition. And this time it's going to be background. 0.5 seconds is in out. I'll save that. Now when I return back to the web, you're going to notice that when I hover on this, it's going to be very, very smooth. And with that, we are basically done with the nav bar. So let's start working on the hero content. Okay, so I want to go back to my index.html file. I'll wrap up this nav right here. I'll just wrap it up. Now underneath this, I want to create a div. And this div is going to have a class of hero content. And inside this div, we're going to have 2 containers. We're going to have a first container. It's going to have a class of hero left. Then we're going to have another one that's going to be hero right. And the hero left is what's going to contain this text right here, this text in the hero section, this text and this button, while the hero right is going to contain this image. Okay. Now inside this hero left, I'm going to have a h2 tag. Now this h2 tag is going to have this sentence in it: reliable medical care delivered with heart and precision. Okay. And you notice that this heart and precision are wrapped inside a span tag. That's because we're going to add unique styles to them. And after this h2 tag, I'm going to have a p tag. Now this p tag is going to have this long text in it. And lastly, we're going to have an anchor tag that's not going to go anywhere. And inside this anchor tag, first of all, we're going to have an icon in there. And the icon is going to have a class of var check cycle. These icons I'm adding right now, I'm getting from this CDN link right here, this font awesome CDN link up here. Okay, that's where I'm getting these icons from. Then this anchor tag is also going to have a span. I'm simply going to say book appointment. Then inside the hero right, we're going to have an image. And this is going to go into the images folder. Then it's going to access this hero image.png. I'll save that. And when I return back to the web page, I'm going to notice that we have this humongous image right here. Very, very, very large image. Okay. So let's start actually applying styles to the image and the hero content. But first off, I'm going to add a background to this hero. Remember that in our finished project, we're going to have a background right here. This background is going to contain this little blue at the back of this image. Okay, so let's actually add that background. So I'm going to head to my style of CSS. So now I'm going to copy this hero section because I want to apply the background image to this hero section. Okay, I'll go to my style of CSS file. I'll just paste that down here. Now first off, I want to add a background image to this hero section. Okay, and to add a background image in CSS, first of all, I'm going to say background. Then I'm going to use URL. Now inside this URL, I'm going to add a path to that image. Okay, now where is this image? This image is inside our images folder. Then I want to access this hero background.png. I'll click on that. I'm going to give it a background position of center, a background size, I'm going to use cover, then background repeats. I don't want any repeats, so I'm going to say no repeat. I'll save that. Now when I return back to the web page, I'm going to notice that the background is actually here, but we cannot actually see it. Now the reason for that is because the image is so large, it's actually stretching out this hero container. It's actually stretching out the hero container. So let's actually apply styles to the image. And to apply styles to the image, down here I'm going to say dots hero section. Now remember that this image is inside a hero right container, and this hero right container is inside a hero context container. Okay, so I want to copy this hero context container, go to my style of CSS, so I'll paste that right here. Then after that, I'm going to say hero right, which is going to target the content that actually houses the image. And inside that container, I want to target the image in there. Okay, I'll give the image a width of 100%. I'll give the image a height of 100 VH. Then object fit, I'm going to use cover. And also I want to apply some styles to the hero content, so I just copy this. Now I want to give this a display of flex, and that's going to ensure that the contents of the hero, the left hand and the right hand contents, are arranged side by side. Okay, not vertically, they are going to be arranged horizontally. I'll give it a height of 100 VH, and also I'm going to align the items. Align items, I'm going to use flex start. Now save that. Now when I return back to the web page, I'm going to see that the image is now in the viewport. You can actually see the image better like this. And now the items are now arranged side by side because we give them a display of flex. The image is at the right hand side, while these contents are at the left. So next, I want to add a padding to this hero content. You can notice right now that this info text are too close to the edges at the left hand side. Okay, so I want to add a padding, but I don't want to add a padding at the right hand side of this, because if I add a padding at the right hand side, it's going to affect and compress the image a bit. And also I don't want to add a padding at the top and at the bottom. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to say I want to add a padding top of 0, right of 0, bottom of 0, and left of 4%. I'll save that. Now when I return back to the web page, I'm going to notice that no padding was added to the top, the bottom, and even at the right hand side. The padding was only applied at the left hand side. So next I want to style up the left hand side of the hero. That's this H2 text, this p tag, and this link right here, and the entire hero left. Let's do that. So I'll go to my style of CSS file. Just scroll down now, just copy this. I'll paste that up here. Then I want to target the hero left. That's this hero left container right here. This container is hero left class right here. First of all, I want to give it a flex of 1. And this flex of 1 is going to ensure that this hero left occupies as much width as it can get. Okay, so I just give it a background color of red so you can actually see it. Now I'll save that and return back to the web page. I'm going to notice that this hero left right here is occupying up to this point right here. Okay, now the reason why this left hand side is actually this kind of squish is because remember we gave this image a height of 100 VH and a width of 100%. Now to ensure this image actually occupies the space it requires, it's going to actually compress parts of this left hand side. Okay, and we don't want that. Okay, so what we are going to do, we're going to ensure that this image, the content that wraps around this image, also has a flex of 1. So I just go back to my CSS. I'll just copy this right here. I want to give the hero right a flex of 1 too. So I'll paste that right here. Now I'm going to give this a flex of 1. Then I'll give it a background color of blue so you can actually see where it's occupying. I'll save that. And when I return back to the web page, I'm going to notice that this image now occupies around here 50%, while this content now expands and occupy 50%. Now this is how we want it. We want this content to always occupy 50%, and we want this image, the container that wraps around the image, to occupy 50%. Alright, so I'm going to get rid of this background color. I'll get rid of this. I'll get rid of this. I'll save that. Now for the hero left, that's these items right here. I want to give them a margin top of 80 pixels to actually add space between the items and this nav bar. So I just give them a margin top of 80 pixels. Now when I return back to the web page, I'm going to notice that there's now a margin between these items right here and this navigation bar. So next I'll quickly style up this H2 tag right here. So I just copy my hero left. I copy this. I paste that underneath here. Now I just target the H2 tag inside this container. I'll give this a font size of 3.3 rem, a color of dark gray. I'll save that. Now when I return back to the web page, I'm going to notice that this H2 tag is actually bigger and the color is now actually dark gray. Now remember that in the final project that this precision and this hat has a color of blue. Okay, so that's what we are going to do. We're going to give this a color of blue. I'm going to give this one a color of blue. That's why we added them in the span tag. So all we have to do now is just go to our style of CSS. So I just copy this right here, then I'll paste that underneath here. Then I'll just target the span tag. I'll give this span tag a color of blue. I'll save that. Now when I return back to the web page, I'm going to notice that the hat and the precision now has a color of blue. Next, let's style up this paragraph tag, okay? And also let's quickly add a margin between this H2 tag and this paragraph tag. To do that, I'll just give this H2 tag a margin bottom. I'll use 20 pixels. And that's going to add a margin between this H2 tag and this P tag right here. I think this image is actually going to look better if we actually increase the flex. Let me just quickly increase the flex. Instead of flex of 1, I'm going to use a flex of 1.3 for the hero right. I'll save that. And that's actually better. It actually adds a space at the right hand side right here. Doesn't compress the image too much to the right hand side. Okay, next, let's style up this P tag, okay? So I just copy this. I'll paste that underneath here. Then I'll just target the P tag in there. I'll give the P tag a font size of 1.2 rem and a color of dark gray. I'll save that. Yeah, that looks really good. Next, let's quickly style up this link right here. So same thing I did, I just paste that right here. Then I'm going to target the anchor tag in there. For the anchor tag, it's going to have a background color of blue, dark blue. Then it's going to have a color of white. Now when I return back to the web, I'm going to notice that this anchor tag now has a background color of blue and a color of white. But it's too close to this P tag, so I'm going to add a margin between them. So I just add a margin to this P tag, add a margin bottom. I use 40 pixels. And that's going to ensure we have a margin between this paragraph tag and this link right here. Next, I'm going to add a padding of 15 pixels to the link and a border radius of 3 pixels. I'll save that. Now when I return back to the web page, I'm going to notice that this anchor tag is actually looking way better. But I don't want this icon inside this button to have a color of white. I want it to have a color of this light blue we use for this button right here. Okay, so I'm going to target that icon inside the anchor tag. To do that, I'll just copy this right here. I'll paste that underneath here. Now just target the icon in there. I'm going to give this icon a color of blue, this light blue right here. I'll save that. And that looks way better. And with that, we are basically done styling the hero section. Now we have to ensure it's actually responsive. So next, we have to make sure that the nav bar is responsive and the content of this hero, the hero content, is actually responsive too. Now to actually do that, I'm going to inspect my web page. I right click on my web page and I head to inspect, and that's going to bring me right here. Okay, you can see right now that I can actually increase and reduce the size of this screen right here. I can see that this number up here is actually reduced. When I reduce the screen size, that's actually reducing. That represents the actual size of the screen. Okay, and also you can actually choose the device you want to simulate this web page on. You can use iPhone 12. You can see how it's going to look on iPhone 12, and it looks, and you can see that it's highly unresponsive. It's not responsive at all. You can use iPad mini, and this is how the web page is going to look on iPad mini. Now let's just get back to responsive, because with this response you can actually increase and decrease the size of the device, because when we're using simulator devices, they actually have a fixed width. When I take it back to iPhone 12, again, it has a fixed width of 390. Okay, but we want to be able to increase and decrease the size. We can measure out the breakpoints. Okay, so I'm going to head to my Visual Studio Code. I want to create a new file. I'll call this file responsive.css. Now I'm going to link this to my index.html file. So I'll go back to my index.html file. I'll just drag this down. Then instead of style.css, I'm going to say responsive.css. Now inside my responsive, I'm going to have 4 breakpoints. First of all, I'm going to have breakpoints for desktops, and laptops. And this is going to be our screen size of 1280 pixels. I'll comment that off. I'm going to have another breakpoint down here. And this breakpoint is going to be for small laptops. And it's going to be at 1024 pixels. I'll comment that off. Then next, I'm going to have another breakpoint. And this breakpoint is going to be for tablets. And it's going to be 768 pixels. I'll comment that off. And last, we're going to have the last breakpoint, which is going to be for mobile devices, very simply mobile phones. And it's going to be 600 pixels. I'll comment that off. Now just close up this sidebar right here. Now I'm going to head back to the web page, actually measure where I want to start adding breakpoint. First of all, I'm going to work on making the navbar responsive. So I want to comment out this hero section right here so it doesn't interrupt what we are doing. So I head to my index.html file. I'll just wrap up this hero content. Therefore, now just comment it off. I'll return back to the web page. See that hero content is not there. So we can actually focus on making the navbar responsive. Now when I start reducing the screen size, you're going to notice that these numbers they start to reduce. When I start reducing the screen size, you're going to notice that the navbar start to actually compress. So what I want to do is that as this 1024 pixels, at 1024 pixels, I want to get rid of this button right here. Okay. So I'm going to go to my responsive.css file. Inside my 1024 breakpoints, it says for small laptops, I want to add a media query. I'll say add media. Media. Max width of 1024 pixels. Now what do I want to do at 1024 pixels? Now when the screen size goes less than 1024 pixels, I want to actually get rid of this appointment button. Okay, so I'm going to simply give it a display of none. So I'll go to my CSS and actually look for that class. I head up, and right here you can see it right here, navbar right. So I just copy this. I head to my responsive.css. I'll just paste that right here. Now I'm going to give this a display of none. I'll save that. Now when I return back to the web, you're going to see that anchor tag is no longer there. That's because we've given it a display of none. Now you're going to notice that when the screen size goes less than 1025 pixels, that container is going to have a display of none and it's no longer there. Now we'll continue to reduce further and reduce further. You're going to notice that before we get to the next breakpoint, these items inside this navbar start to over compress. Okay, now just before we get to we're at 772, we've not gotten to the next breakpoint, which is 768. The items of this navbar start to actually compress. So what we are going to do before we get to 768, we are going to reduce the padding at the left and the right hand side. Okay, remember that in our style.css file, we give this nav a padding of 5% left and right, 0 top and bottom. So we just reduce that padding. So I'll go to my responsive.css file. Down here I'm going to say nav. I'll give it a padding top and bottom. I'm still going to have a padding of 0. The left and right is going to have a padding of about 3%. I'll save that. Now when I return back to the web page, you're going to notice that when I start to expand this, we're going to have the appointment button for screen size that have 1024 pixels. When I start to reduce, you're going to notice that the appointment button is going to disappear because we'll give that container in display of none, and the padding of you can notice right here on the left hand side, the padding of the navbar is going to reduce too as we go through that breakpoint. Okay, so next, for small screen devices, I want this navigation bar to always be fixed at the top of the web page. Okay, so I'm going to add a position of fix to it. So I'll give this a position of fix, top of 0, left of 0. Then I'm going to give it a width of 100%. Now since it's actually fixed, I don't want any item to overlap it. Okay, so I'm going to give it a z index of 999. I'll save that. Now when I return back to the web page, you're going to notice that this navbar is now absolutely fixed at the top of the web page. You can no longer scroll this navbar off the viewport. Okay, now next what I want to work on is that since this link has started to actually compress in this navigation bar, so what I want to do is I want to actually position this link underneath this navigation bar. Okay, So what I'm going to do, I'm going to target the nav links. I say nav.nav links. Remember, I will give you another list, a class of nav links. I'll give it a position of fixed, top of 0, right of 0, width of 60%. Then to actually see where it's occupied, I'm going to give it a background color of red. I'll save that. Now when I return back to the web page, you can notice that these links are up here, they are positioned up here, okay? But you see, we have a problem. We don't want this link to start at the absolute top, okay? We want these links to start after the navigation bar. Remember that the navigation bar has a height of 60 pixels, okay? You can see it right here in our style of CSS file. So instead of giving this a top of 0, I'm going to give it a top of 60 pixels. That way, it's going to start after the navigation bar, just underneath the navigation bar, okay? So next, I want the links to be arranged vertically down, okay? We don't want the links to be arranged horizontally anymore. For small screen device, we want them to be arranged vertically. So what we are going to do, I'm going to give this a flex direction. I'm going to use column. And as for the background color, I'm going to give it this background color up here, this light blue background color. So I just copy this. I add to my responsive CSS file. Now instead of red, I'll just paste that background right there. And when I head back to the web, you're going to notice that the links are now arranged vertically. So next, I want these items to have a height of 100 VH. Now this is going to ensure that for every device you view these links on, they are going to have a height of 100 VH. They're going to have the height of the device. Okay, you can see right now that the height now stretches down to the bottom. Okay, next I want to add a gap to these links, and also I want to align them center. So I'm going to say I want to give this an align items of center. That's going to ensure that the links are actually at the center. They are centered horizontally. And I want to add a gap to each of the links, a gap of 40 pixels. I'll save that. Now when I return back to the web page, you can see the links are looking really good. And when we reduce the screen size further, let me just basically take this to iPhone 12, and you can see it looks good on mobile devices. So what we are going to work on next is that we want to actually position an hamburger menu icon up here, okay? So when the user clicks on that hamburger menu icon, this menu is going to actually slide in from the right hand side, okay? Then when it clicks on it, it's going to slide back in. So let's do that. So but first of all, let's quickly create a hamburger icon. So I'll go back to my index.html file. Just inside this nav bar, inside this nav right here, just underneath this nav right, I want to create a div. I'll give this div a class of hamburger menu. Now inside this hamburger menu, I'm going to have 3 span. I'm going to copy that down, 1, 2. I'll save that. Now I'll copy this class and I head to my style.css file. Just copy that and go to my style.css file. Now just after this nav right here, I'm going to paste that right here. First off, I'm going to give this hamburger menu a cursor of pointer. I'll save that. Then I'll just copy this and paste that underneath here, because the most important thing is the span in there. That's what is going to actually be displayed to the user. Then I'll give each of this span a width of 25 pixels. Height, I give it 3 pixels. Then I want a margin between each of the span, a margin 5 pixels top and bottom, 0 left and right. A background color of let me use dark gray. And lastly, border radius, I'll use 10 pixels. I'll save that. Now when I return back to the web page, I'll just get rid of this. Now you're going to notice that we cannot actually see the hamburger menu icon here. Even when we go to mobile devices, we still cannot see the hamburger menu icon. Now the reason for that is that span tags by default are inline level elements, okay? Now when there's no content inside the span tag, they are not going to be displayed to the UI, okay? Now these span tags are only going to be visible to the UI if I add an item. If I add, maybe I add something like HHH and I save that. When I return back to the web page, you can see we have that HHH right there, okay? Because span tags are only going to be displayed to the UI when they have content inside the tag, okay? Now to actually solve this problem, we're going to give this a display of block. I'll save that. And now the web page is going to assume that they are block level elements, okay? So you can actually add width and height to them. So when I return back to the web page, you can see that hamburger menu icon right there at the top right corner. So next, what I want to do is that for last screen device, when we go back to last screen, you're going to notice that we have the hamburger menu icon right here. We only want this hamburger menu icon to be shown to the user when the user is actually on mobile device, actually viewing the web page on a mobile device or tablet, like screens that are less than 768 pixels. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that for large screen devices, I'm going to give you a display of none. It's only going to be visible for small screen devices. So head back to my standard CSS file. Right here, I'm going to add a display of none. But first of all, let me quickly reduce the opacity. I'll give this an opacity of 0.7. It's going to actually make the hamburger menu icon look better. Then I'll give it a display of none. Now when I return back to the web page, you notice that for large screen device and for small screen device, you cannot actually see this hamburger menu icon. Okay, so I'll just copy this class. I copy this. Then I head to my media queries. Then underneath this place, I'm going to paste that right here. Then for screens that are less than 768, oh sorry, I've been seeing 768 pixels for 1024 pixels, not 768 pixels. For screen size that are less than 1024 pixels, because the media queries we are applying right now is for screens that are 1024 pixels and lower. Okay, so for screens that are 1024 pixels and lower, I want this to have a display of block. Okay, I'll save that. Now when I return back to the web page, you're going to notice that when I take this to responsive and I start to increase, I'm going to notice that this thing is going to really be visible when we go less than 1024 pixels. Then we can now see the hamburger menu icon and this right here. Okay, so next what I'm going to work on is that I don't want this menu to be open by default. I want when the user clicks on this hamburger menu icon, it's going to slide in from the right. So first of all, we have to get rid of this menu by default. To do that, I'm going to give these nav links. I head to my style of CSS file. Where's that nav links? I'll give these nav links a transform. I'll use translate X of 50. Let me just give it 50% first. When I save that and return back to the web page, I'm going to notice that part of this nav links is actually inside the right hand side. Okay, part of the nav links is actually gone. So what we want is that we want it to be completely gone. So we're going to give it 100%. So I'm going to use 100%. I'll save that. And when I return back, I'm going to notice that we cannot actually see that nav links. Okay, so next I'm going to create an active class. So when someone clicks on this, I'm going to add that active class. It's going to slide in from the right hand side. So let's do that. So inside my standard CSS, I'm going to create a class called nav. Let me just call it nav open. And this point is going to have a transform translate X of 0, which is basically just taking it back to its original position. Okay, I'll save that. Now I'm going to go to my index.html file. Now I'm just going to add that nav open to this right here. I'll say add this open right here. I'll save that. Now when I return back to the web page, I'm going to notice that this nav links is actually open. That's because we've added that active class of open to it. When I remove that class, that open class, you're going to notice that it's no longer there. Okay, so we are now going to use JavaScript to actually add and remove the class. That's what we're going to use JavaScript to do. So I'm going to go to my index.html file, just scroll down. Now just before my body tag, I'll create a script tag. So inside this script, I'm going to target two items. First of all, the button we are going to click to actually open the nav links, and also we're going to target the nav links. So which button are we going to click? It's going to be this hamburger menu. Okay, so I'm going to give it an ID. I just give it ID of menu button. Okay, then I also have to add an ID to the nav links. Okay, so I'll give this ID of nav links. I'll save that. Now in my JavaScript, I have to target those two elements. Inside my script, I'm going to say const. I'm going to call this menu button is equals to documents dot get element by the ID name. Then I'll pass in that menu button. Now what this code is going to do is actually going to get that menu button. It's going to set this to this variable right here. Now we won't want to actually perform any action to this menu button. We just call this variable we created. Okay, so down here I'm going to say const links is equals to documents dot get element by the ID name. Which element do we want to get? This nav link. So I'll just copy this and I'll paste that inside my JavaScript. Paste that right here. Cool. So next, how do we know when the user clicks on this button? We are going to do that using JavaScript event listeners. So down here I'm going to say menu button dot add an event listener. Now there are lots of event listener: mouse over, click event listener, load event listener. But in this case, we want to listen for a click event when someone clicks on the menu button. Now when a user clicks on this menu button, sorry, not cancel, clicks on this menu button, I want to run a function called open menu. Okay, now I'm down here. I'm going to create that function. I'm going to say function open menu. So what I want to do is I want to actually add that open class. That open class we created in our CSS. This open class that has a transform translate x of 0. Okay, so I want to add that open class to these links right here. Okay, so I'm going to say links dot class list dot add what? Add the open class. I save that. And now I return back to the web page. When I click on this, it's going to open it up. Okay, but the problem we have is that when I click on it again, it's not going to close it up. Okay, that's because we are only adding a class. We're not telling it to actually add and remove the class. To tell JavaScript to add and remove the class, instead of add, we're going to make use of toggle. I'll save that. Now when I return back to the web page, when I click on this, it's going to open it up. When I click on it again, it's going to close it up. As you can see right now, it's not actually sliding in from the right. That's because we've not added a transition to it. Okay, so I'm going to go back to my style of CSS. So I'm going to add a transition to these nav links. I'm going to say transition. For the transform property, I'm going to add a transition of 0.5 seconds is in out, or let me just use 0.6. I'll save that. Now when I return back to the web, when I click on this, it's going to slide in from the right. When I click on it, it's going to slide back in. I want to check it on other devices. Let me check on iPhone 12. When I click on this, it's going to slide out. When I click again, it's going to slide back in. Now with that, we are done making the navigation bar responsive. So let's start working on making the hero content responsive. So I just go back to my index.html file. Remember we commented this off, so I'll just simply just uncomment this. Just get rid of these comments. I'll save that. When I return back to the web page, I notice right now that this is very, very unresponsive. Okay, so let's actually start making it responsive. First of all, we have to choose the breakpoint where it starts getting unresponsive. Okay, so I'm going to start checking that. Then the nav bar is still not responsive. What's happening there? What the hell is happening with that navigation bar? Okay, oh no, we're not supposed to add the transform translate to the nav links on desktop. We're supposed to add it on mobile. Okay, that's why the nav bar is still unresponsive, because for last screen device, what's happening right now is that for last screen devices, these nav links are having a transform translate of 100%, which means going to the right hand side, but they are supposed to be here. That's why. So just also copy that one I gave, this one, just cut this off. I'll save that. I'll just head to my responsive.css. I'll just paste that underneath here. I'll save that. Yeah, this is how it's supposed to be. That's my bad. Sorry. So when we start to reduce the screen, you're going to notice that at 1024 pixels, everything starts to actually shrink a lot. Okay. So what we are going to do is, I remember we gave this hero content a display of flex. We gave this item and this item a display of flex to arrange them side by side. Now we're going to give them a flex direction of column. Okay, so I head to my style of CSS file. I'll just scroll down, then I'll look for that hero content. Yeah, I'll copy this style right here. I head to my responsive of CSS, so I just paste that. I'll paste down this hamburger menu style. Then I'll give this a flex direction. I'm going to use column. I'll save that. Now you're going to notice that when I reduce the screen size within less than 1024 pixels, it's going to get a flex direction of column. You're going to notice that they're going to be arranged vertically. Okay, you're going to notice that this image starts to actually overflow from the container. Now this is where the container ends, and now this image is actually overflowing the container. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give the container and this hero content a height of auto, also the image a height of auto. Okay, so I'm going to give this a height. I'm going to use auto. Then also I'll just look for the image style. Here's the style for that image. The hero right. I'll just copy this. Remember initially we give the image height of 100V, so you have to change that height to auto. So I'll paste that here. I'm going to give the image a height of auto. I'll save that. Now when I return back to the web page, I'm going to notice that the image actually looks better this way. Okay, when we reduce, the image is actually going to respond to the screen size and it's going to be fully responsive. When we increase, the image is also going to increase with the screen size. So next, I'm going to add a gap between this hero left and this image right here. Okay. So inside my hero content, I'm going to add a gap of 20 pixels. And when I return back to the web, you're going to see that there's now a gap between these two items. Let me increase that gap to about 30 pixels. Let me just increase that to 30. Yeah, I think it's better this way. Just use 25. Just use 25. Yeah, that's the sweet spot. So next, we're going to make this hero left actually responsive. Okay, so we're going to target that class. So I'll just copy this. I'll paste that underneath here. And then I'm going to say hero.hero left. First off, I'm going to give this a test align of center. I'll save that. And that's going to ensure that the items are actually at the center. They're not at the left hand side. Okay. For large screen devices, it's okay for them to be at the left hand side. Okay. Because we want them to maintain this line right here. But for small screen devices, we want them to be at the absolute center. Now you're also going to notice that the H2 tag is actually going to get bigger. Okay. For large screen device, very okay. But when we start to reduce to small screen device, the H2 tag is obviously going to be too big, okay, for these small screen devices. So what we are going to do, we are going to actually slightly reduce the font size of this H2. Okay, so I'll just copy this, I'll paste this underneath here, then just target the H2 tag in there. I'll give this H2 tag a font size. I'll use 3 rem, and that's going to ensure the H2 tag is actually smaller for small screen devices. But we are not actually done here. We have to actually ensure it's actually looks good on mobile device. I want to go to something like iPhone 12. Check out the web page on iPhone 12. I'm going to say the H2 tag is extremely large for this mobile device. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm actually going to reduce the font size further. So I just go back here, copy this. I'll just copy this with the H2. I'll go down here. I've not added a media query here, so I'm going to say add media max width. This time I'm going to be max width of 768 pixels. Now I'm going to give this a font size. I'll use 1.8 rem. 1.8 rem is going to be okay. Yeah, that's way better. You can notice it looks really good. Now when I go to iPad mini, let me go to iPad mini. Yeah, or you know what, let's just keep it at 2 rem for tablets. Let's use 2 rem. 2 rem for tablets. Yeah, looks okay. Then for mobile devices, let me just copy this. As for mobile phones, which is 600 pixels, I'll use that 1.8 rem. That way it's going to have a different font size for desktop and for mobile device. Okay, just go to iPhone 12. Yeah, looks really, really good. So next, let's work on this big tag. I simply just want to add styles for this big tag for mobile devices. Okay, for tablets, they look really okay. So I'll just drag this down. Instead of H2, I'm going to add the paragraph tag. I'm going to give this a font size of 0.95 rem. Yeah, looks really, really good. Looks really, really good. And with that, we have completely made this hero section fully responsive. Let me expand. Yeah, I want to click on this, go to open our side menu. We'll click on it again, it's going to close it back up. So next we are going to start working on the about section. Okay, so I'm going to go to my index.html file. Just go to my index.html file. I'm going to close up this section right here. I'm done here. Then I'm going to create another section. I'm going to give this section a class of about section. And the about section is going to have 2 components. First of all, the first component is going to have this what we offer right here, and also it's going to have this other component right here that actually talks about the hospital. Okay, so we're going to create a div. Inside this section, we'll create a div, and this div is going to have a class of what we provide. And after that, we'll create another div. This other div is going to have a class of about us. Now this what we provide container right here is going to represent this first part of this about us right here. This what we provide. While this second part, this about us, is going to represent this part right here. This part right here with this image and these items right here on the right hand side. So first of all, let's work on this first part. Okay, this what we provide. So inside this div right here, inside this what we provide div, I'll create another div that's going to have a class of info. Inside this info content, I'm going to have another div that's going to have a class of icon container. Then inside this div, we're going to have an icon. The first icon is going to have a class of fast clock. And after this icon div container, I'm going to have another div that's going to have a class of details. And inside this details container, I'm going to have two p tags. The first p tag is going to say 247 advanced care. Then we're going to have another p tag. The second p tag is simply going to say expert care from trusted medical specialist. Okay, so I'll just copy this. I'll drag this down twice. 1, 2. For this other p tag right here, I'll just get rid of this. Then I'll paste this right here. Then for this one, get rid of this one. I'll paste this right here. Then this one is going to be get results online. Then I'll just paste in the last one right here. I'll save that. I have to update the icons. This other icon is going to be fastfar user MD. And this other icon is going to be fastfar laptop medical. I'll save that. Now when I return back to the web page and when I scroll down, you're going to see those items I just added right here. Advanced care, specialized service, get results online. You see these 3 icons we just added right here. So let's actually start applying styles to these elements. First of all, just copy this about section class name. I'll copy this. I head to my style of CSS file. Scroll down, just paste that down here. I'm going to give this a margin, top and bottom of 60 pixels. Left and give it a margin of 0. I'll copy that. I'll paste that underneath here again. This time I want to target this container inside this about section. This is what we provide, okay? So I just copy this what we provide. I go to my style of CSS file. I'll paste that right here. I want to give this container a display of grid. I'll give it a grid template columns. Repeat. Auto fit. Then min max, which is basically minimum maximum. A minimum of 300 pixels. I want each of the items to have a minimum width of 300 pixels and maximum of 1 FR. I'll save that. And when I return back to the web page, you're going to notice that these items are now arranged in a row base. Okay. And when I reduce the screen size, you're going to notice that they are going to adjust accordingly. Okay. And when I start to increase, you're going to notice that for this screen size, going to be 2 are going to be arranged side by side. And when I increase, it's going to be 3 arranged side by side. Now is what the min max auto fit is going to do. Okay, it's going to ensure that the items are actually going to respond to the screen size. If it's possible for the web page to accommodate all 3 items, then they are going to be accommodated and they're going to have a minimum width of 300 pixels. But if the screen size is too small to accommodate all 3 items, the next one is going to fold down. Okay, you're going to notice that for mobile device, when I reduce this to completely mobile, you're going to notice that we're going to have only 1 item per row. 1, 2, 3. The right item are going to be underneath the next one. Okay, and this is a very easy way to make your layout responsive. So next, I want to see where each of these items are occupying. Okay, so I'm going to add a background color to it. Remember that inside this, what we provide, each of them are inside the info container. Each of these items are inside the info container. So I'm going to target this info container. So I'll just go back to my style of CSS file, copy this. I'll paste this underneath here. I just target the info container, info. I'll give this info container a background color of red. I'll save that. And when I return back to the web, I'm going to say each of them has a background color of red. Okay. Now to actually add the magic between them, I'm going to give them a gap. So I just give this grid container a gap of 20 pixels. And that's going to ensure that each of the items inside this grid are going to have a gap of 20 pixels between them. But the items are actually too close to the edges, so we have to add a padding on the left hand side and the right hand side. Okay, so I'll just go back to my style.css file. I'm going to add a padding. Top and bottom, I'm going to apply a padding of 10. Left and right, a padding of 10%. I'll save that. And when I return back to the web, you're going to notice that there's now a padding at the left hand side and the right hand side of this container. So I'll get rid of this background column now. Just get rid of this. For the info, it's also going to have a display of grid and a grid template columns of 60 pixels, 1 FR. I'm going to add a gap between the items. I'm going to add a gap of 15 pixels. I'll save that. And now return back to the web. You're going to notice that these items are now in the grid display. Okay. And the grid template column of 60 pixels, 1 FR I added is going to ensure that this icon container, remember that this info container is divided into two parts. There's this icon container and there's this details right here. So the first item, which is the icon container, is going to have a width of 60 pixels, and this one is going to have a fraction of 1 FR. Okay, so next let's actually style this icon container. So I'll go back to my style.css file, head back to my style.css file. I'll just copy this, I'll paste this underneath here, then I'll copy that class from my index.html file, this icon container class. I'll paste that right here. Now, since this icon container already has a width of 60 pixels on this grid template column, I'll just give it a height of 60 pixels. A background color of this hair's color right here. I'll save that. And when I return back to the web page, you can notice that this item now has a background color. You can see that light background color on it, okay? But the icons are not actually at the center. So let's actually ensure these icons are at the center and actually increase the font size of the icon. And to ensure these icons are at the center, I'm going to give this container a display of grid. Now use a place items. I'm going to use center. Then to actually increase the font size, I'm going to give it a font size of 1.1 rem. I'll save that. Now when I return back to the web page, you're going to notice that these icons are now actually at the center of this icon container. I'll just quickly add a border radius around this icon container. So I'm going to give this a border radius. I'm going to use 5 pixels. I'll save that. And that's actually going to ensure that the edges of this icon container are actually curved. Now we don't want this icon container, we don't want all of them to have this kind of yellow color. Okay, we want this one to have its own unique color. In the finished project, you're going to notice that this one has that yellow background color, this one has something like a pink background color, and this one has something like a light green background color. Okay, so we want each of these icon containers to have a unique background color. So what we are going to do, we're going to go to our index.html file. I'm going to add unique ID to the other icon containers. Okay, for the second one, I'm going to add an ID of box 2. Now just copy this. Now add it to the last icon container. I'll paste that right here. Then this one is going to be box 3. I'll save that. Now just copy these ID names. I'll target these ID names. I'll go to my style.css file. Down here, I'm going to say pound. I'll paste in that ID name. Then also I'll just copy this. I'll drag this down. Then instead of box 2, I'm going to say box 3. This box 2 is going to have a background color of this hair's color right here, while the box 2 is going to have a background color of this hair's color right here. I'll save that. Now when I return back to the web, you're going to notice that each of these icons now has their own unique background color. Alright, cool. So next we're going to style up this 2 paragraph tag. Okay, I remember that these 2 paragraph tags are actually p tags. Okay, so we want to give each of them their own unique style, so we have to make use of the first child and the last child. Okay, so I'll go back to my style.css file. I'll just copy this info right here. I'll paste that right here. Remember that these 2 p tags are inside a container called details, so I'll copy these details. I head to my style.css file. I'll paste that right here. Then I want to target the p tag in there. Now I want to give each of the p tag different styles, so I'm going to select them using the first and last child. Okay, so I want to say p tag, I want the first child, and I want to give this a font weight. I use 600. So I just copy this and I'll drag that down. I want to target the last child as the last p tag, so last child. For this one, I don't want to give it a font weight of 600. I just want to give it a color of dark gray. I'll save that. When I return back to the web, you're going to notice that these p tags are looking really good. So now we can start working on the About Us section. Okay, that's this section underneath this, how it works. Okay, let's start working on that. So I head back to my index.html file. I'll just wrap up everything in this, what we provide. I'll wrap everything up. Now underneath this one, I already created this About Us div. So inside this div, I'm going to create another div. Now this div is going to have a class of left. And we're going to create another div underneath this div. This is going to have a class of right. And this div left is going to represent the items that's going to be at the left hand side of the About Us, which is basically the image. And this right is going to represent the items that are going to be at the right hand side. Inside this div left, I'm going to add an image. And we're going to go into the images folder. I'm going to access the, where is that image? About image.jpg. Then the author is going to say About Us. And inside this div right, I'm going to create another div. It's going to have a class of info. And inside this, I'm going to have a h2 tag. This h2 tag is going to have this text in it. Welcome to Medcare Central Hospital. And after this h2 tag, I'm going to have a p tag. It's going to have this text in it. After this p tag, I'm going to have another p tag. There's going to have this other text in it. Okay. Now after this info div, I'm going to create another div. And this div is going to have a class of stats container. And inside this div, I'm going to have another div that's basically going to have a class, which is going to be the item of the stats container, an item in there. So I just call it item. And each of these items is going to have a p tag. And this first one is simply going to say 10,000 plus. And the second p tag is going to say happy patient. Now just copy this and drag this down multiple times. 1, 2, 3. The second stat is going to say 250 plus. And the title is going to be Experts Doctors. The third stat is simply going to say 15 plus. And the title is going to be Years of Excellence. The last stat is going to say 50 plus. And the title is going to be Awards and Accreditations. I'll save that. And now we turn back to the web page. You're going to notice that we have all those items right here, and the image is very, very large. You can see these items at the bottom of the web page, and the image is very, very large. So let's actually start styling these items. Now here I'm going to say dot about section. Now I want to target the About Us, so I just copy that class name right here. I'll copy this. I add to my style.css, so I'll paste that file here. First of all, I want this About Us to occupy a width of 80%. Okay, so I'm going to give it a width of 80%. Now to ensure it's at the center, I'll give it a margin of auto. I'll give this a display of flex. I want the left hand side and the right hand side of the About Us to be arranged side by side. Okay, then I'll align the items vertically at the center. Now I want both the container at the left hand side and the right hand side to occupy a flex of 1. Now when I go back to the full project, for the completed project, I'm going to notice that this area, this image is occupying, and this area, this text are occupying are actually equal. Okay, so I want them to occupy 50-50%. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give the left and the right a flex of 1. So I'll copy this, I'll paste that underneath here. I'll target the left hand side. I'll give this left hand side a flex of 1. Then I'll just drag that down. Then this one, change this one to right. I'll give it a right of 1. Next, I'll quickly style up the image. Remember that the image is inside this About Us left. Okay, so we're going to target that left. So I'll just copy this. I'll paste that underneath here. Then I'll just target the image in there. Now, since we already told the About Us left to occupy flex of 1, which means it's going to occupy half of that About Us container. So we just simply have to tell the image to occupy 100% of its parent container. So I'll give this image a width of 100%. I'll just add a height to it. I'll give it a height of 500 pixels. I'll save that. And now I return back to the web page. I'm going to notice that this image is now actually styled. It has a height of 500 pixels and it's occupying the width of its parent container. Okay, but we can see that the web page is not actually looking really good. Even the image is not looking really great. So what I want to do is that I want to actually give this left and right a background color so you can actually see where they are occupying. So I'll give this one a background color. I'll use red. Then I'll give this one a background color I'll use blue. Now returning back to the web page, I'm going to notice that these items, you see this one is having a background color of blue, but it's being covered by the image, but it's actually blue. Then this one right here, based on the fact that we give them a flex of 1, they are occupying equal area. Okay, and since they are occupying 50-50%, the image is occupying 100% of this left hand side. So I just get rid of those background color. Now you're going to notice that the image is not actually looking really great. So I'm going to give it an object fit of cover to fix the aspect ratio. Also, I'm going to give it a little border radius at the edges. So I give the image a border radius of 10 pixels. Then I'll give it a object fit. I'll use cover. I'll save that. Now I'm turning back to the web page. You're going to notice that the image is actually looking better this way. Okay. So next I'm going to give this a about us container. This is what we offer container, a little bit of margin, a little bit of breathing space when you're too close to each other. So I just go up to that, what we provide container. Where is it? I give this a margin bottom. I use 40 pixels. Now you're going to notice that there's now a margin between this about us right here and this what we offer up here. See that margin right here. So next we have to add a gap between the items at the right hand side and this image. Okay. So to do that, I'm just going to give this about source container a gap property. Add a gap of 40 pixels, a background color of light blue, a padding of, let me use 10 pixels. Now I'm going to add a box shadow to it. Box shadow of 0.2 pixels, 4 pixels, RGBA 0.00, then opacity 0.1. I'll save that. And now return back to the web page. I'm going to notice that this is actually looking really good. So next I want to target the H2 tag. So I'm just copy this because basically at the right hand side, copy this right side styles, paste that right here. Now then I'll target the info container. Remember that inside our right hand side we have this container of info that contains all these details right here. Okay, the first details, where we have another one called statistics. Okay, so we are targeting this first one which has a class name of info. I want to target this H2 tag inside this container. Okay, so I just go back to my web page and I'll target the H2 tag inside that info. I'll give this H2 tag a font size. I'll use 2.5 rem, a color of dark blue. And last, I'm going to add a margin bottom to it to add margin between the H2 tag and the P tag underneath it of 10 pixels. Cool. And then we turn back to the web. You're going to see that the H2 tag is completely styled and it's looking good. So next we have to style this P tags. Okay, so I'll just target that. I'll just copy this. I'll paste that underneath here. I'll give this a color of dark gray. I'll save that. When I return back to the web, I'm going to see that this text now has a color of dark gray, but the font size is actually okay the way it is. They look really good. So what I'm going to do next is that I want to target this first P tag and give this first P tag a margin bottom. But I don't want to actually add that style to the second P tag. Okay, I only want to apply a margin bottom to this P tag. And if I use the P tag, it's going to target both of them. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to use the P first of type. Now I could use the first child pseudo class, but it's not going to work because this P tag is not actually the first child of this container. The first child of this container is this H2 tag right here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to make use of the P first of type. That's the first P tag in that container. I'll say colon first of type. I'll give this a margin bottom of 20 pixels. I'll save that. When I return back to the web, I'm going to see that there's a margin between these two P tags now. Okay, because we've given this first one a margin bottom property. So let's start styling the items of this statistic container. So now I'll just copy this. I'll paste this underneath here. Now I want to target the stats container, so I'll just copy that class name from my HTML. I'll copy this and I'll just paste that right here. Okay, now I'm going to give this a display. I'll give it grid. Grid template columns, I'll give it 1FR. And this is going to ensure that we have 2 items in a row at a time. We're always going to have 2 items in a row. Okay, I'll give this a margin top and bottom 20 pixels, left and right 0. I'm going to add a gap of 20 pixels. I'll save that. And now we turn back to the web, you're going to notice that these items are now arranged side by side. That one FR grid template column we give is going to ensure that every time I'm always going to have two items side by side, okay? One FR, one FR. So next I'll start styling the individual items. So I'll just copy this. Now target the item container inside this tags container. Remember that each of them has a class of items. So I'm going to target that item class, okay? So I'll say dot the item. Item. I'll give them a text align of center and a color of dark gray. I'll save that. Return back to the web. You're going to notice that they actually now the center. We've centered them and they have a color of gray. So next I'm going to add a background color to each of these container. Now I'm going to say background color. I'll paste in this hex color right here. I'll save that. And now I return back to the web. You're going to notice that this item now has a background color, okay? So but it doesn't really look good, so I'm going to apply a padding to them. I'll give this a padding of 15 pixels and a border radius of 10 pixels. I'll save that, and you can see they are looking way better this way. So next I'm going to style up these two p tags in there. And for the first p tag, I'll just copy this. I'll paste that underneath here. I'll say P. Now since we only have P tags inside that container, we can make use of the first and last child, okay? So I'll say I want to target the first child of this container, okay, which is the first P tag. I'll give it a font weight of 600, a font size of 1.8 rem, and a margin bottom of 5 pixels. Then down I'll target the last child, P last child. I'll simply just give this last child a font size of 0.9 rem. I'll save that. When I return back to the web, you're going to notice that these items are completely styled and they look really, really good. But in the final project, these items have different background color, okay? So let's actually do that. To do that, we'll just add a unique ID to the items, okay? For this one, I'm going to give it an ID of box. This is the second box, box 2. Now copy that. I'll paste that on the third item. I'll call this one box 3. And I'll paste on the last item. I'll call this one box 4. I'll save that. And my style of CSS, so I'll just target those IDs. So down here, I'm going to say hash box 2. I'll give it the background color of this hex color right here. Then I'll just copy that and drag that down. Then this one is going to be box 3. I'll give it a background color of this hex color right here. Then I'll drag that down again. Then this one is going to be box 4. Then I'll give this one this hex color right here. I'll save that. Now when I return back to the web page, you're going to notice that each of these boxes now has their own unique background color and they are looking really, really good. But we have a problem. It's not obviously going to be responsive. When we try to shrink here, you're going to notice that this is not actually responsive. So let's actually work on making it responsive. I'll just right click and go to my inspect tab. First of all, let's trace out where it starts to get unresponsive. So I'll just drag this up, then just drag up, then we'll start to compress. So the first thing we're going to do is that at 1280 pixels, we're just going to increase the width of this container, okay? Remember, we gave this container, where is that, a part us container. We gave this container a width of 80%, okay? So we're just going to increase that width. So I'll just copy this. I'll head back to my responsive.css up here. Let's go to my, I've not created a media query yet, so I'm going to say add media. Max width. This one is going to be 1280 pixels, okay? Now just paste that in here. I want to give this a width of 90%. I'll save that. And I return back to the web page. I'm going to notice that for less than, when it goes less than 1280 pixels, you're going to notice that the width is going to increase, okay? You can see it right there. So I'll start to reduce it again. And just before we get to 1040 pixels, I'm going to notice that just before we get there, you're going to see that the items of this about state start to compress. Okay, so what we are going to do at this point, we're going to give it a flex direction of column. So I head back to my responsive.css. I'll copy this again. I'll take that down here. Now what I want to do is I want to arrange those items vertically. Okay, so I'm going to give this a flex direction. I'll use column. I'll save that. Now when I return back to the web page, when it goes less than 1024 pages, you're going to notice that it's going to get a flex direction of column. They're going to be arranged vertically. Next, I'm going to give this image a height of auto. Okay, remember initially we gave this image a height of, I think we gave the image a height of 500 pixels. Okay, so now we're going to give the image a height of auto. That way the image is going to adjust based on the screen size it's being viewed on. So I just head back to my responsive.css. I'll copy this, I'll paste that underneath here, and I'm going to say dot the left hand side, then target the image in there and give this image a height of auto. I'll save that. I'm going to return back to the web page. I'm going to notice that this image now grows and occupies. I'm going to notice that the more I reduce the screen size of this device, the more the image is going to shrink. The image is going to shrink based on the size of the device it's being filled up. It's basically having a height of auto. Now I'm going to notice that the gap between this container right here, this info container and this image is too much, so just quickly reduce that. So I'll go to my about source. I'll reduce the gap to 20 pixels. I'll save that, and that's way better. That's way better. So next, what we want to do is I want this what we provide section to occupy up to this point. Okay, the same line as this about source section right here. I don't want this to be too tiny, so just basically just want to increase the width it's occupying. Remember that we gave this a, where is that? We gave this a padding of 10% left and right, so just basically just reduce that padding. So I'll copy this class name. I head to my responsive.css and I want to apply these styles for tablets and below. Okay, so I'll paste that right here. Now the padding is going to remain 0 top and bottom, but left and right is going to be 5%. I'll save that. And when I return back to the web, you're going to notice that it's going to grow and occupy more. And this actually looks better for tablets and mobile phones. So next, I'll just reduce the font size of this, how it works. Okay, so I just go back to my responsive.css. I'll copy this, I'll paste that underneath here, then I'll give this a font size of 0.9 rem. And this is going to ensure that that text actually looks good on smaller devices. I'm going to notice that this text is actually smaller for smaller devices. When I increase the size of this screen size, I'm going to know that the text is going to be larger. But for small screen devices like mobile phone, let me go to iPhone 12. I'm going to know that the text is actually smaller, and this actually looks more better. Okay, so next I'm going to ensure that the paragraph tags of this info section actually looks good on mobile device. Okay, we have to actually reduce it. You have to reduce the font sizes for mobile devices so that they look really good on mobile devices, just in case you want to actually add this to your portfolio. I'm going to start with this paragraph tag right here, this p tag right here. I'm going to reduce it slightly a bit. So I'll go to my responsive.css. Now this tag is going to be applied for mobile phone. So down here I'm going to say dot about section dot about us dot right dot the info container. Now I want to target the p tag in there. I'll give this p tag a font size of 0.95 rem. I just want to reduce the font size slightly a bit. And when I return back to the web page, I'm going to see that the text actually reduces a bit. Next, I'm going to apply styles to this p tag right here. This p tag that says 10,000 plus, then this happy patient right here. Okay, so I'll go to my style.css file. I'll just look for those styles, and you can see them right here. Initially, this one has a font size of 1.8 rem, so I'll just reduce that. I'll copy this. I'll head to my responsive.css. I'll paste that in my media queries on mobile phones. I'm going to give this one a font size of 1.5 rem. I'll save that. And when I return back to the web page, I'm going to notice that it's going to reduce to about 1.5 rem. Okay, and let's actually reduce this other one a bit. So this one initially has a font size of 0.9 rem. So let's just reduce it to about 0.8 rem. So I'll just copy this. I'll go to my responsive.css. So I'll paste that right here. Then I'll give it a font size, this time around of 0.8 rem. I'll just quickly format the document, save that, go back to the web page. You're going to notice that it actually reduces a bit. Now, this is now fully responsive on mobile devices. Now when you view this on any mobile device, right now we are viewing this on iPhone 12 Pro. When you view this on any mobile device, it's actually going to look really, really good. And I just noticed that this styles right here, this specialized service on this get results icon container right here is being overridden by the styles we are giving to these ones right here. Okay, remember we gave this one ID of box 2. I'll give you an idea of box 3. We're also giving these ones idea of box 2, box 3, and box 4. So we have to actually ensure that these styles we are applying to this one, this background color we are applying to these ones, don't override these ones. So what I'm going to do, I'll go back to my style of CSS. For now, instead of just using box 2, I'm going to use the status container. Add the status container. That way CSS knows only to target this box inside the status container. I'll paste that right here. I'll do the same for this one. Just paste that at the back of this one. Then I'll paste that at the back of this one. I'll save that. That way, it's only going to target the box 2, box 3 inside this stats container. It's not going to override that initial box 2. This initial box 2, box 3 classes we created for the how it works section. So I'll just go back to I'm going to say the light green color and this pink color are actually back. So with that, we can basically start working on the services section. Okay, for the service section, we're going to have this right here. We're going to have this header right here, our service, your head, our expertise. And we're going to have this slider right here. We're going to click on this to actually navigate through it, and we're going to see the service offered. We're actually going to achieve this slider using Swiper.js. So let's start creating the service section. So I'll go to my index.html file. I'll just wrap up this about section. So down here, create another section. I'll give this section a class of service section. Inside this service section, I'm going to have a div that's going to have a class of header. Inside this header, first of all, I'm going to have a p tag. This p tag is simply going to say our services. And after that, I'm going to have a h2 tag. This h2 tag is simply going to say your head, our expertise. Now let's start styling them. So I'll just copy this class name. I'll head to my style.css file. I'll paste that down here. I'm going to give this a padding, top and bottom of 60 pixels, left and right of 0. Then I'm going to give this service section a background color of light blue. Now I'm going to target the header. Okay, so I'll say dot. I'll just copy that header class we created. This header class. I'll target this. Copy that. I'll head to my style.css, so I'll paste that right here. And the reason I'm not adding service section at the back of this header is because this header is I'm going to actually reuse these styles for other parts of the website, like the testimonial section and stuff. I'm going to reuse these header styles. Okay, because I'm going to reuse the header. That's why I'm making it a general style. For this header, I'm going to give it a text align of center. Then a padding, top and bottom 0, left and right 20 pixels. Now I'm going to target the h2 tag inside this header. So down here, I'm going to say dot header. Then I want to target the h2 tag in there. I want to give the h2 tag a font size of 2.3 rem and a color of dark gray. Now next, I want to target the p tag. So say dot header. I'll target the p tag in there. I want to give the p tag a color of blue, a font weight of 500, and lastly a font size of 1.3 rem. I'll save that. And I return back to the web page. When I scroll down, you're going to notice that this header is completely styled. We've started up the p tag and we've started up the h2 tag, and it looks really, really good. Next, I'm going to style up the service container, also the individual service card. So I go back to my index.html file. Now after this div, I'll create another div. And this div is going to have a class of service container. Inside this div, I have another div. And this one is going to have a class of service, which is going to represent each of the service card. Now each of these service cards is going to have a div that's going to have a class of icon container. And the icon in this first one is going to have a class of faz, fa, I. And after that, I'm going to have a p tag. I'm going to have a text of I, K. After this, I have another p tag. It's going to have this text in there. Okay. After this p tag, I'm going to have an anchor tag. And this anchor tag is not going to lead anywhere, but it's simply going to say learn more. I'll save that. Now I turn back to the web page. You're going to notice that those items are just added right here underneath this your head to expert. You can see those items right here. So next, I'm going to style this up with CSS. So I head back to my style of CSS file. First of all, I just copy this service container. I'll copy this. I head to my style of CSS file. Now here I'm going to say dot service section dot. I'll paste in that service container class. First of all, I'm going to give this a width of 90% because I want the container that wraps around the card to have a width of 90%. Okay. Then I'll give it margin auto to actually ensure it's at the center. So margin of auto. Then I'm going to target each of the service card. I'll just copy this. I'll paste that right here. Then I'll say dot service card. Let me just call it service card in my HTML. Instead of service, I'll just say service card. It's a better naming convention. Save that. Go back to my style of CSS file. I want to give this a background color of this hex color right here. A border of 7 pixels, solid white. A border radius of 10 pixels. Then I'm going to add a padding to it. Top and bottom of 30 pixels, left and right of 20 pixels. I'll save that. Now we turn back to the web page. I'm going to notice that this item is completely styled. You can see that box right here is completely styled. So next, we're going to style the individual items inside this box. Okay. First of all, I'll style up the icon container. So I'll just copy this. I'll paste that underneath here. And for the icon container, I'm going to say dot icon container. I'll give this a background color of this hex color right here. A height of 60 pixels. A width of 60 pixels. A color of dark gray. Border radius of 10 pixels. And lastly, font size of 1.5 rem. I'll save that. Turn back to the web page. You're going to notice that we now have this icon container completely styled right here. You can see the icon is actually larger and that's a background color of a darker pink color. But the icon is not at the center of this container, so let's fix that. So to do that, I'm going to give this icon container a display. I use grid. Then I want to place the items at the center. So I'll say place items. I use center. I'll save that. And now I return back. I'm going to say that icon is now at the center of its container. So next, let's style up this icon text right here. So I'll go back to my style of CSS file. Copy this. Paste that underneath here. I'm going to make use of the P first of type because this P tag is not actually the first child of this container. So I say first of type, which is actually the first of the paragraph tag. I'll give this a font weight of 600, a font size. I'll give it 2M. And so I'll target the second P tag. I'll just copy this. I'll paste that down here. Now I'll say last of type. I'll give this a color of dark gray. Okay, I'll save that. And now we turn back to the web page. I'm going to notice that those items are actually styled and they are looking really, really good. So next, I'm going to style up this learn more anchor tag right here. I'll just copy this. And this time I want to target the anchor tag in there. Use the anchor tag. I'll give this a background color of dark blue, a color of white, a padding, top and bottom 10 pixels, left and right 15 pixels, and lastly border radius of 5 pixels. I'll save that. When I return back to the web page, I'm going to notice that the anchor tag is completely styled, but the anchor tag is too close to this P tag. Okay, so I'm going to add a margin bottom to this P tag. So let's do that. I'll give this last P tag a margin bottom. I'll use 40 pixels. I'll save that. And now I return back to the web page. You're going to notice that this actually looks way, way better. Now, this is the point where we are going to actually introduce Swiper.js to our project. So I'm going to head over to the Swiper.js official website. I want to say Swiper.js. I head over there. I'm going to click on Get Started. It's going to bring me right here. Installation, we're using npm. Now we're not going to use npm because we're not working with React or any framework. So we are going to scroll down and use a CDN link. And this is the CDN link. Now this is the CDN link we are going to use. We are going to copy these two CDN links. This is going to be the link for the CSS. So I just copy this. I copy this. I head to my project. I head to my index.html file. I'll paste my header tag. After this font awesome CDN link, I'll just paste that right here. So I'll go back and get the JavaScript CDN link. So I'll go back there. I'll copy this script tag right here. Go back to my project. Now on top of this, just before this script tag right here, I'll paste that up here. I'll save that. And with that, we have successfully added Swiper.js CDN link to our project. And now we can actually make use of Swiper.js in our project. So up here, I'm going to say const Swiper is equals to new Swiper. So in here, I'm going to pass the name of the container. Those are wrapper and the swiper. So I'm going to call this service swiper. So I'm going to take this class name. I'll take this class name. I'll go up and paste that class name in this container, this service container. That's going to wrap around our swiper. I'll paste that right here. Okay. Now after that, you have to add our swiper configurations. For now, I want 3 slides per view. So I'm going to say slides per view. I use 3. I want a space between each of these swipers. So I'm going to say space between them. I want 30 pixels. So next I'm going to add the navigation. So I just go to the Swiper.js website. I'll scroll down. You can see navigation right here. I just copy this. I'll go back to my project. I'll just paste that right here. Now this one is going to be the next button, while this other one is going to be the previous button. Okay, I'll save that. Now I'm going to scroll up and wrap everything, this service card, inside Swiper wrapper. So I just cut this. I'll create a div. I'll give this div a class of Swiper wrapper. Then inside this Swiper wrapper, I'll just paste that service card div right here. So this service card div right here is going to act as each of the swiper slides. So here I'm going to add a class called swiper slide. I'll save that. Now when I return back to the web page, you are going to notice that we have one card right here. So to add more cards, I'll just go back to my project. I'll copy this. I'll drag this down. 1, 2. I'll save that. Now when I go back to the web page, I'm going to notice that we now have 3 cards. I can actually add more. Can add more to it, and we are going to have 4 cards. Now you can see that we have 4 cards. You can see the 4th card right here. Now we don't want that. We don't want our web page to actually start to overflow because of the 4th card. We only want to see 3 cards in the report. So what we are going to do, go to our style of CSS file. We are just going to give this service card container overflow. I'll give it hidden. That way any other card that overflows is going to be hidden from the viewport. Now this card container is too close to this header right here. So I'm going to give this header a margin bottom. So I'll go to my header. I'll just give this a margin. So imagine bottom. I'll give it 40 pixels. I'll save that. When I return back to the web, I'm going to notice that there's not a margin between this header and this card right here. Alright, cool. Now the next thing I want to work on is I want to head to small screen devices. You're going to notice that this is not actually responsive for small screen devices at all. We're having 3 cards trying to squish and occupy this small width. Okay, so we have to actually ensure these cards are responsive. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to go to my swiper code. I'll just go back to my index.html file. Down here I'm going to add breakpoints. So down here I'm going to say breakpoints. And the first breakpoint is going to be 600 pixels. And for these 600 pixels, we only want to show 1 slide. So I'll paste that right here. I'm going to say slides per view. I only want 1. So when the user is viewing this web page on a device that's less than 600 pixels, the user can only see 1 service card. The user can swipe to see the next card. Okay. And the next breakpoint is going to be 768 pixels. Now for this 768 pixels, slides per view, we want 2 cards to be shown to the user. The next one is going to be 1024 pixels. And how many slides per view do we want to display to the user? I want to display 3. That's for screens that are 1024 pixels and above. That's from small laptops and above. You are going to see 3 cards Okay, so I didn't add a colon here. I'm supposed to add a colon here. I'll save that. Now when I return back to the web page, I'm going to notice that we still have 3 cards right here. That's because we are telling these items to actually display 3 cards. Remember that up here we said slides per view 3. Okay, so it's still going to display 3. So we have to tell it to display 1 and only display 3 when the breakpoint is above 1024 pixels. So I'll save that. When I go back to my web page, you can see now we only see 1 card right here. When I expand to large screen, we're going to see 3 cards. Okay, now there's actually a 4th card, but we cannot see it. Remember, we give it an overflow of hidden, so we have to either add a pagination or a navigation button. So for this service section, I'm going to make use of a navigation button, and we already have that right here, navigation. So all we have to do is create a button and add these classes to that button, so we can be able to navigate the swiper. So I'll scroll up. Now under this swiper wrapper right here, under the swiper wrapper, outside of the swiper wrapper, but inside the service swiper, that is inside this container, but outside of this swiper wrapper container, I'm going to create a div. I'll create a div here. I'll call this div, I'll give this div a class of button container. And inside this div, I'm going to have a div. I'm going to have a class of custom button, and this first one is going to have an icon in it. The icon is going to have a class of far arrow left. Then I'll just copy this and drag this down. This one is going to have a class of far arrow right. I'll save that. When I return back to the web page, I'm going to notice that we now have those 2 buttons right here, arrow left and arrow right. So let's actually style them up. So I'll copy that class, that button container class. I'll copy this. I'll head to my style CSS file. I'll just scroll down. I'm going to say .service section .service card. Now inside the service card, I want to target a container called button container. Okay, I want to give it a display of flex. Justify content, I'll give it center. Then margin top, I'm going to give it 20 pixels. So next I'm going to style each of the buttons. So I'll just copy this. I'll paste that underneath here. And I'll just target the custom button. Say custom button. That's this custom button class inside this. The custom button class inside this button container, this custom button class. Give this a width of 40 pixels, a height of 40 pixels, a background color of blue, color of white, border radius, I'll give it 50%. Then I'll give it a margin. Top and bottom, I want them to have a margin of 0. Then left and right, I want them to have a margin of 5 pixels. And I want a margin between each of the icons. Okay, I'll save that. Now when I return back to the web page, I'm going to note that the styles are not applied. Why are the styles not applied? Okay, button container. Okay, that's because the button are not inside the service card. Okay, they're not inside the service card. They're outside of the service card. Okay. So I'll save that. Now when I return back to the web page, I'm going to notice that these buttons are completely styled. You can see those buttons right here. So next what I want to do is I want to link the swiper button to these buttons right here, because this button, we just created this button. This button are not really going to do anything. When we click on it, they're not going to do anything. So we have to link the swiper button to this button so that we can actually use it to navigate our slide. So to do that, I'm going to copy the swiper slide class name. Remember, this swiper class has a class name of swiper button next. So I'll copy this class. I'll go up. Then for my arrow right, I'm going to put that next class right here. Then for the arrow left, which is the previous button, I'm going to paste that one right here. I'll save that. And when I return back to the web page, I'm going to notice that we can no longer see those buttons right here. The reason for that is because by default, the swiper buttons have a position of absolute. Okay, so we have to give them a position of static so that we can actually see them in the document flow. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to my style.css. So I'm going to give them a position of static. That way I'm telling them to follow the document flow. Okay. So down here, I'll paste that class right here, comma, then I'll paste the next one. This one is going to be next. Now give them a position of static, and I'll just add importance to it. So it overrides the previous tag given to it in the Swiper.js library. I'll go back to the web and you can see those buttons right here. And you are going to notice that we now have two buttons. We have the button we created and we have the swiper buttons. That's the icon we created, the custom icons we created, and also the icons of the Swiper.js library. So what we are going to do, I'm going to get rid of this Swiper.js icon because we want to use our own icon for the navigation. So to do that, I'm going to go down here. I'll paste that right here. I'm going to say : after. I'll give this a display of none. And I'll also do the same thing for the next. I'll paste that right here. Sorry. Add that dot. Then I'll paste that right here. I'll say : after. Then I have to change this previous to next. I'll say next. I'll save that. Now when I go back to the web page, you're going to notice that those icons are gone. We now only have our icons right here. And when I click on this, it's going to slide. When I click on previous, it's going to slide back. And with that, we successfully integrated Swiper.js icon library to our project, and we now have our service slider. Okay, so what we're going to work on is that in our HTML, we're going to actually update the details of this card. Okay, so I'll go back to my index.html file. Up here, I'll start to update the card for the first one. The first one is going to be eye care. Then the second one is going to be skin care. So I'll say skin care. And the p tag is going to be this paragraph tag right here: gentle expert skincare to keep your skin healthy. Then the next one is going to be surgical care. Then for the paragraph tag, I just get rid of this. Then I'll just paste this one right here: advanced precise surgical care, focus on safety and recovery. And for the last one, we're going to have dental care. And the paragraph tag is going to be this paragraph tag right here: trusted dental service for a clean breath and healthy smile. Alright, cool. Now when I go back to my index.html, I'm going to notice that those items have been updated, and we've not updated the icon. The icon is still the icon. Let's quickly update the icon. For the icon, the second one is going to be fastfire spa. The third one is going to be user nurse. Then the last icon is going to be fastfire tooth. I'll save that. Return back to the web page. I'm going to say the icons have been updated. So next, I want to give each of these boxes here individual styles. Okay, I want them to have a different background color, like these ones up here. Okay, so I'll go back to my project. I'll go back to my index.html. I'm going to give each of these service card a unique ID. So for the first one, I'm going to leave it the way it is. Then for this one, I'm going to give it an ID of box 2. So I'll copy that. I'll go to the next one. I'll paste that right here. This one is going to have an ID of box 3. I'll paste it here. This one is going to have an ID of box 4. I'll save that. So I'll go back to my style.css file. I'll just copy up to this point right here in the service container. If I want to target the boxes inside the service container, I'll paste that up here. I'll target the first box, which is box 2. I'll give this a background color of this hex color right here. So I'll copy that and I'll drag that down. I want to target the icon container inside this box 2. So I'll say .icon container. I'll give that a background color of this hex color right here. I'll save that. And I return back to the web page. I'm going to notice that this one has a different background color. Okay. When I click back, I see that this one has a different background color. It's actually yellow, and the icon container has a darker yellow. So let's do the same for these other two cards. Okay, so I'll go back to my style.css file. Down here I'm going to say .service section, .service container. Then I'll target the box 3. I'll give this a background color of this hex color right here. I'll drag that down. Then I'll target the icon container inside this box 3. And I'll give it a background color of this hex color right here. And I'm going to repeat the same thing for the box 4. So I'll just copy these two and drag that down. I'll change this to box 4. Change this to box 4. For the box 4, I'm going to give the card a background color of this hex color right here. And I'll give the icon container this hex color right here. I'll save that. And now we return back to the web. You're going to see all these boxes now have their own unique color. Okay. And they look really, really good. So next, you have to actually ensure this is actually responsive. So I'll just go to my inspect. I'll scroll down to just quickly also reduce the font size of this H2 tag. Okay. So I just go to my responsive.css. Down here, I'm going to say dot header. I want to tag the H2 tag in there. Remember that initially we gave this a font size of 2.3 rem. Okay. So I just reduce that font size to 1.8 rem. I'll save that. And now we turn back to the web. You can notice that the text is actually smaller and looks more responsive this way. And with that, you are basically done working on the service section, and also is very, very responsive. Can you expand the screen? Again, notice that it's going to be responsive. Scroll down because it's going to be responsive. When we go to last screen devices, it's going to be 3 cards, and we can actually navigate through it. When we start to reduce the screen size, it's going to break, and we're going to have 2 cards. Okay, and we can actually navigate through it too. Then when we reduce to mobile devices, it's going to be 1 card. And we can check on other devices. So check on iPad mini, it looks okay. Check on iPhone 12 Pro Max. I'll just zoom that to 75%. It still looks okay. So next, I'm going to start creating this contact or section right here. Okay. So I head back to my index.html file. I'll just wrap up this service section. Basically done here. Done on this service section. I'm going to create another section. I'll give this section a class of contact us, and inside this section I'm going to have 2 divs. The first div is going to have a class of left, which is going to represent the item that's going to be on the left hand side of the contact us container. Then I'm going to have another div that's going to have a class of right. Then inside this first div, we're going to have a p tag that's simply going to say, got an emergency, we are here to help, contact us now. While inside the second div, I'm going to have a div that's going to have a class of info. And inside this info div, I'm going to have another div that's going to have a class of icon container, which is going to wrap around the icon. And inside this icon container, I'm going to have an icon in here. And this icon is going to have a class of phone. After this icon container, I'll create another div. And this div is going to have a class of info. Instead of me just call it this info, I want to call it info details. And inside this info details container, I'm going to have a p tag. And this first p tag, I'm going to say call us. Okay. While the second p tag, it's going to have this random phone number in there. So I'll just copy this info container. I'll create another one. I'll just copy this. I'll drag that down. Scroll down. The next icon is going to be fastfar. Envelope. Then instead of colors, it's going to say emails. And for the email, I just paste in a random email right here, metcare@gmail.com. I'll save that. I'm going to head to my style.css file and start applying styles to this contact us section. So I just copy this class name. I'll head to my style.css file. I just scroll all the way down. I'll paste that right here. First of all, I'm going to give this a background color of dark blue. A padding, top and bottom, I want a padding of 80 pixels. Left and right, I want a padding of 7%. Then a display of flex. I want the items to be arranged side by side. I align the items vertically center, so I'll give it an align items from center. I'm going to add a gap between the items, a gap of 20 pixels. I'll save that. And when I return back to the web, you can see those items right here. Okay. Next, I want these 2 containers to occupy a flex of 1 because I want them to share this container 50-50. Okay. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy this, contact us. I'll copy this. I'll paste that right here. Then I'll target the left hand side. I'll give this a flex. I'll give it 1. Then I'll just copy this, drag that down. I'll give this one a flex of 1 to the right hand side. Then I just add a background color so you can see where they are occupying. Background color, I'll give this one blue. Then for this one, background color, I'll give it red. I'll save that. Now I return back to the web page, I notice where these items are actually occupying, and you can see that they are occupying 50-50% inside this contact us section container. Okay, so next I'm going to start actually styling the left hand side of this contact us section container. So I just get rid of these background colors. First of all, I'm going to give this side a font size of 2.5 rem, a font weight of 600, and a color of white. I'll save that. And now return back to the web page. Notice that text is completely styled. So next, let's target this other side. Okay, for the contact us file, I'm going to give it a display. I use grid, and I want a gap between the items. I want a gap of 12 pixels. I'll save that. And now return back to the web page. Notice that these items are now in a grid display, and there's now a gap between them. Okay, now I want to target this info container. Okay, the info container that houses this icon and this div that wraps around these colors and this phone number right here. Okay, so I'm going to target that info container. So I'll just copy this. I'll head back down here. Yes, I'll target the info container. Now I want to give this info container a display. I'll give it flex. I'll align the items at the center vertically. Now add a gap of 12 pixels. I'll save that. And now return back to the web page. Notice that these items are now arranged side by side. Okay, so next what I'm going to do, I'm going to focus on styling this icon and the icon container. So I'll go back to my style of CSS file. I'll just copy this. I'll paste that underneath here. I want to target the icon container inside this info container. So I'll copy this class. I head to my style of CSS file. I'll just paste that right here. I'll give this a width of 70 pixels. Height, I'll give it 70 pixels. A background color of blue. I'll give it a color of white. A font size of 2 rem and a border radius of 8 pixels. I'll save that. Turn back to the web page. You can see that this icon container is completely styled, but the icon is not actually at the center. Let's quickly fix that. To fix that, I'll just give it a display. I use grid. Then a place items of center. So place it at the absolute center of the icon container. And you can see the icon is now at the center. So next we're going to target this colors text and this number right here. Okay, the p tags inside this info details container. So I'll just copy this. I'll paste that underneath here. Now target the info details container. That's this info details container that wraps around each of these paragraph tags. Okay, I just simply give it a color of white. Now that's going to ensure that all the text inside this info details container, these two p tags, are going to have a color of white. So I'm going to style the first p tag. So I'll copy this. I'll paste that underneath here. Now target the p tag in there, the first child. I'll give this a font size of 0.9 rem, a font weight of 300, and lastly color of white. Then I'll do the same thing again. I'll just copy this, paste this down here, and I'll target the last child. That's the last p tag, the last child of the info details container. I'll give it a font size of 1.2 rem, then a font weight. I'll use 500. I'll save that. And now return back to the web page. I'm going to see that these items are completely styled and they look really, really good. So next we have to ensure that they are actually responsive. So I just go to my developer tools. When I scroll down, you can see they are highly unresponsive, very, very unresponsive. So let's actually ensure that they are responsive. So I head to responsive and choose where they start to get unresponsive. I just stretch this out. Then I'll start to reduce the screen size. First of all, for 1024 pixels, I'm just going to reduce the padding on the left and the right hand side. Okay. Remember that in our style of CSS file, where's that contact section? We gave this a padding left and right of 7%. So I just reduce that padding. So I copy that. So I add to my responsive of CSS file. For 1024 pixels screen size, I'll just paste that right here. And the padding top and bottom, I'm still going to remain 80 pixels. But left and right, I want to add a padding of 3% instead. I'll save that. Turn back to the web page. I'm going to start it's going to actually occupy more space when it goes less than 24 pixels, 1024 pixels. When I start to reduce, it's going to grow in width. That padding is going to reduce at the left and the right hand side. Next, I just quickly reduce the font size of this text right here. Now, initially, this text has a font size of 2.5 rem, okay? So for small laptops, I'll just reduce it to about 3 rem. So go back to my responsive.css, so I just paste that right here. I'll give this a font size of 2 rem. I'll save that. And that's going to reduce the font size a bit for small laptops. And you can see when we start to reduce the screen size, the font size is going to drop right there. Okay. Now when we start to reduce further, you're going to notice that it starts to get really tight there. Okay. So for 768 pixels, what I want to do, I want to give this container a flex direction of column. Remember, initially we give it a display of flex. To arrange this, got an emergency, this the left hand container and the right hand container side by side. So just give it a flex direction of column. So I'll go to that style and look for that class. Where is that class? Yeah, display of flex, contact us. So I just go to my responsive.css file. I just go down here. I'll say dot contact us. I'll give it a flex direction. I'll use column. I'll save that. And I return back to the web page. When it goes less than 768 pixels, you're going to get a flex direction of column. But you see, we have a problem. These items right here are not at the end right here. For large laptops and large screen size, we just left it as where it was. We didn't align it to the left hand side. But for mobile device, we want this right hand side container to be at the left hand side. Okay, to be aligned to the left hand side. So to do that, I just give this align items. I use flex stats. And I want it to be at the start of the container. And that's going to align these items at the start right here. So next we have to reduce the font size of this text for mobile. Remember, we reduce the font size for tablet, but for mobile, this is still going to look really large. Let's go to iPhone 12 Pro. When I view this on iPhone 12 Pro, I'm going to notice that the font size is very large. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I want to copy that class again. That contact us left. I'll copy this. I'll head down to for mobile phones. I'll paste that. Now we already added a style for font size of 1.3 rem, so I just paste it with this header styles right here. I'll paste that right here. I'll save that. And then return back to the web. You're going to see that the font size is actually smaller, and this actually looks better for small screen devices. So one last thing I'm going to do for this contact us section is to actually reduce the size of this icon container, also the font size of this icon container. Okay, so I'll look for that style. I'll go to my style of CSS file. I have that white here, so I'll just copy this. Now initially this has a width and height of 70 pixels, so I'm just going to reduce the width and height to about 55 pixels for mobile phones. So I'll just paste that right here. I'll give this a width of 55 pixels. I'll give it the height of 55 pixels. Then for the font size of the icon, I'll reduce it to about 1.5 rem. What was the font size initially? Initially, the font size was around 2 rem, so we'll just reduce it to 1.5 rem. Save that. And now we turn back to the web page. You're going to notice that this icon is now actually smaller for small screen devices. And with that, we've made this contact section actually responsive. And the website is actually looking really good. But this text is so large. Did I know how media queries to this text? Let me check. I don't think I did. I can't see the H2. Because this is where I added styles to the H2 tag for mobile, but I can't see any styles for this one. I didn't have styles. So that one mobile. Let me look for that style. Let's go back to the battles. The service, I meant to say service header. That's the header info right. Yeah, this one. I'll just copy this. I'll add to my responsive.css right now. I'm going to actually add similar styles with this one, font size of 1.8 rem. So I'll just paste that right here. So that you're going to share this font size of 1.8 rem style. Go back to the web page. And this actually looks better for mobile devices. I forgot to add media query for this text for the battles. And the website is looking really good. So next we're going to start working on this our team section that is going to show the specialized doctors of the hospital. Okay. I'll go back to my index.html file. Just wrap up everything in this contact us section. I'm done here. Then underneath this section, create another section. This section is going to have a class of theme section. And first of all, we're going to have a header inside this theme section. So let me look for that header inside my service section here. This header, I'll just copy that. I don't have to write that code. Paste that right here. Then instead of our services, it's going to be our theme. Then this H2 text is going to say our specialized doctors. So I'm going to save that and add some styles to this theme section. So I'll just copy this. I'll go to my style.css and scroll the way down. I'll paste that right here. And the theme section will have a background color of light blue. It's going to have a padding. Top and bottom of 60 pixels, left and right of 10%. I'll save that. Return back to the web page. I'm going to notice that we have that theme section right here. So next, we're going to work on the theme section container, so the individual cards. Okay. So I'll go back to my index.html file. Underneath this header div, I'll create another div. And this div is going to have a class of theme container. And inside this theme container, I'm going to have another div. It's going to have a class of member. And inside this member div, I'm going to have another div. It's going to have a class of image. And inside this image container, I'm going to have an image. And this image is going to the images folder. It's going to access theme1.jpg. And the alt text is going to be doctor. After this image div, I'm going to have another div. It's going to have a class of details. It's going to wrap around the details of this particular doctor. The first p tag is going to be Dr. Amina Roberts. And the second p tag is going to be dermatology. Now after this details container, I'll create an anchor tag that's not going to go anywhere, but it's simply going to say book now. Then I'll just copy everything here. I'll drag that down. I'll drag that down again. I'm going to have 3 of these cards. And then for this one, it's going to be team 2. And the name of this second doctor is going to be Dr. Ajon Miera. And this p tag is simply going to say cardiology. I'll scroll down. Then the third image is going to be team 3. Then the name of the doctor is going to be Dr. Clara Mensah. Then the second p tag is going to be pediatrics. I'll save that. Returning back to the web page, you're going to notice that we have those items right here. The items are actually here, but the images are extremely large. Okay, so let's start applying styles to this item. Now I'll say .theme section. I want to target the theme container, so I just go to my index.html, copy that style, copy that class, copy this theme container class. I'll paste that right here. I want to give this one a display. I'll give it grid. Grid template columns. I'll give it repeats. Auto fit, min, max, minimum of 300 pixels each of the card, then 1 FR. I'm going to add a gap of 20 pixels between each of the cards. Now quickly style up the image, so I just copy this, I'll paste that down here, target each of the member. Then inside there, I'm going to have an image container, then I'll target the image inside this image container. Or first of all, let me target the image container first. I'll give this image container a height of 250 pixels, a width of 100%. And the reason I'm giving it a width of 100% is that I already give this each of the team member, each of the card, a min max of 300 pixels 1 FR. Okay, so I'm just telling it to occupy 100% of the width of its parent container. Okay, and I'll copy that, paste that underneath here. I'll target the image inside this image container. Give the image a width of 100%, a height of 100%, and object fits. I'll use cover. I'll save that. Return back to the web page. Again, this image is actually styled and it looks really good. Then I have to actually add more styles to this image, so I'll give the image container a border radius of 10 pixels. Now the image is too close to this text, right? So I'm going to give it a margin bottom. I'll give the image container a margin bottom of 15 pixels. And that's going to add a margin between the image and this text underneath it. You're going to notice that the border radius is not actually being applied. That's because we give the border radius to the image container, and the image is actually overflowing the container. So to solve this problem, I'll just give this container overflow of hidden, and that way the overflow of the image is going to be hidden. It's going to have that border radius applied to it. Now what I want to do next is that when someone hover on this image, I want the image to actually zoom out. Okay, so I'm going to apply a transform scale to it. So I'll go to my style.css, so I'll copy this, copy up to this image right here. I'll paste that underneath here. Then I'm going to say on hover of this image, I want to apply a style transform scale. I want it to scale by 1.3. I'll save that. And I return back to the web page. When I hover on this image, you can see that's going to zoom out. But to actually make the effect look better, I'm going to add a transition to the image. Add a transition for the transform property of 0.5 seconds using out. I'll save that. And when I return back to the web page, when I hover on this, you can see that smooth hover effect on these images. Alright, cool. So I'm just going to style up the items and the details container. Okay, these two texts right here. Let's do that. I just copy up to this point. I paste that underneath here. I want to target the details container. This details container that wraps around this 2p tag. Okay, so I just copy that. Head back to my style.css file. I'll paste that right here. I'll give this a padding bottom of 40 pixels, and this is going to add a padding between the info details and this book now button right here, this book now link. Okay, so next I want to apply a padding around this theme container. Okay, because I don't want the images to get to the edge, I don't want the items to get to the edges. Okay, so I'm going to apply a padding around it. So to that, I'm going to target this member container. Just copy this, I'll paste that up here, paste that up here. I'll give this a padding of 15 pixels. A background color, I give it white. I add a box shadow of 0, 2 pixels, 4 pixels, RGB 0, 0, 0, 0.1. I'll align all the text inside these cards to the center, text and center. I add a border radius of 10 pixels. I'll save that. Now when I return back to the web page, I'm going to know that this card actually looks better this way, and there's like that paddings now around the images. I see that 15 pixels padding and the image, and the text are now aligned center. So next I want to style up this first text right here, this Dr. Clara Mensah, the first text in this container. Okay, so I'll go back to my style.css file. Now I'm just going to copy this right here. I'll paste that underneath here. Now I want to target the first p tag inside this details container. You can see this details container has 2 p tag. I want to target the first child, so I just say p first child. I'll give this a font size of 1.5 rem and a font weight of 600. I'll save that. And when I return back to the web page, I'm going to notice that this text is completely styled and it looks really good. But I want to actually change the text color, so I just change the text color. I just change it in the details container. So say color, I'll use dark green instead of black. I want dark green. Yeah, this looks way better. So next we are quickly going to style up this book now link right here, and you're going to notice that the book now link is going to be positioned at the bottom of this card right here. That's what we are going to do. It's going to be positioned just at the bottom of this card. So let's do that. I'll go back to my style.css file. I'll just copy from this point. Now target the anchor tag in there. First of all, I add the padding top and bottom of 10 pixels, left and right of 15 pixels to this anchor tag. I add a border of 1 pixels, solid blue. I also add a background color of blue. Then I want the text color, the color of the text to be white. I'll save that and I return back to the web page. You can notice that button right here, but I don't want this button to be at this position right here. I want it to be positioned right here at the edges of these cards. Okay, so we have to give it a position of absolute. I'll give this a position of absolute. Bottom of negative 20 pixels, left of 50%. Then I'll give it a transform, translate X of negative 50%. I'll save that. When I return back to the web page, I'm going to use that this button, we can't actually find this button. That's because we can't find the button because the button is actually positioned absolute, but the button is positioned right now absolute to the entire web page. That's the viewport of the device. Remember that in CSS, you cannot position an element absolute to a static element. Right now, this container right now has a position of static, so we cannot position an element absolute to it. So to actually ensure we can position that button absolute to this member container, we have to give it a position of relative or a position outside of static. Okay, so I'm just going to give this member container a position. I'll use relative. And when I save that and return back to the web, you're going to see that button is going to be positioned absolute to this member cards right here. Cool. So next, I'm going to apply more styles to this button right here. So I'll go back to my style of CSS file. Down here, I'll just add a border radius of 8 pixels. Then when someone hovers on this button, I want to add a hover property to it. I'll place that right here on hover of this link. I want to add a background color of white, and then I want the text color to be dark gray. I'll save that. Returning back to the web page, when I hover on this, you can see that little hover effect right there. So I just add a transition to make it look smoother. I add a transition 0.5 seconds is in out. I'll save that. Turn back to the web page. When I hover on this, you can see that smooth transition on these links right here. So I have to check if this is responsive. So I'll go to my developer tools, scroll down. For small screen device, I'll just reduce the padding at the left and the right hand side. So I just look for that style. I'll go up. And I will give it a padding 60 pixels top and bottom, 10 pixels left and right. So I just reduce the padding at the left and the right. I'll head to my format. I'll just apply this for tablets. I'll paste that right here. Then I'm going to add the padding to it. Now, top and bottom, the padding is going to be my 60 pixels. Left and right is going to be 5%. I'll save that. And it actually looks better for mobile devices. Let's check this out on iPad. Use iPad mini. Yeah, it looks really, really good. And with that, I'm basically done with the theme section. I can start working on the testimonial section. So I head back to my index.html file. I just wrap up this theme section. I'm basically done here. Then on this section, create another section. This section is going to have a class of testimonial section. I'll just copy that header from this theme section. I'll just copy this, close this back up, and I'll paste that right here. This first p tag is simply going to say testimonials, while this h2 tag is simply going to say what our patients say about us. I'll save that, head back to the web page, I'll scroll down, you can see those items I just added right here. So next I'm going to apply styles to this section. So I'll just copy this class name, copy this testimonial section class name. I'll go to my style of CSS file, scroll all the way down. I'll paste that right here. I'll simply just add a padding to this, top and bottom of 60 pixels, left and right of 0. I'll save that. And that's going to add a padding around this testimonial section container right here. So head back to my index.html file. Now underneath this div head, I'll create another div. This div is going to have a class of testimonials. And inside this, I'm going to have another div that is going to have a class of testimonial. That's for each of the testimonial. Now each of these testimonials is going to have an image that's going to represent the image of the person that's actually leaving the testimonial. So I'm going to the images folder. I will look for the image. It's going to be person1.jpg. Then I just simply put person for the test. After this image tag, I'm going to have two p tags. The first p tag is simply going to say Aisha Khan. Then I'm going to have another p tag. This one is going to say Lahore, Pakistan. Now after that, I'm gonna have a div, and this is the div that's gonna wrap around all the stars, all the rating stars. So I'll give this a class of stars. And for each of these stars, I'm going to use a font awesome icon. I'll place that right here. The font awesome icon is going to be of class fast star. Then drag that down multiple times, 1, 2, 3. Then this last one is going to be half hot. This is going to represent half star. Correct? And this one is going to be 1 star, 1 star, 1 star, which is 4 star and half. That's 4.5 star rating. Then after this star container, we're going to have a p tag. And this p tag is actually going to contain the words of the person that left the testimonial. It's going to be staff were kind and professional. My recovery was smooth and well managed. I'll save that. When I head back to the web page, obviously we're going to have this very, very large image. Okay, so let's apply some stars to this. And you can see those stars right here: full star, full star, full star, full star. And this one is going to be half star. So let's apply styles to this. So I'll go to my style of CSS. So first of all, I'll just copy these testimonials right here. I head to my style of CSS file. Down here, I'm going to say .testimonial section. Then I'll paste that testimonials right here. Or I should just give this testimonials container. That's going to be a better name. I'll say testimonials container. I'll just copy this. Instead of testimonials, I'm going to just use testimonials container. Paste that right here. And this testimonials container is going to have a max width of 450 pixels. Now this max will just simply represent the maximum width is going to occupy for last screen device. Say you are viewing this testimonial container on a last screen device, this is the maximum width it's going to actually have. Now when the screen size you're actually viewing this testimonial container is less than 450 pixels, I want it to have a width of 90%. That's when you're on something like tablets and mobile phones, I want it to have a width of 90%. I give it a margin of auto to ensure it's always at the center. Alright, cool. So next I want to style the image inside the testimonial container. Okay, so I just copy this. I'll paste that right here. Now just get that testimonial class name, which is this class name right here. I'll copy this. I'll paste that right here. Then I'll target the image in there. Give the image a width of 90 pixels, a height of 90 pixels, border radius of 50% to ensure the image is actually circular. I'll save that. And when I return back to the web page, I'm going to see that this image is actually styled. So I'll just quickly give it object fit of cover. I'll give it object fit. I'll use cover. Next, I want to style each of the testimonial. Okay, so to do that, I'll just copy this. I'll paste that up here. First of all, I want to give this a background color of light blue. I'll add a padding of 20 pixels, a border radius of 10 pixels. I'll give it a text align of center to ensure that the text are actually at the center. Text align of center. Then lastly, a box shadow of 0 pixels, 2 pixels, 4 pixels, RGBA 0, 0, 0. I'll paste it to 0.1. I'll save that. When I return back to the web page, you notice that this box is completely styled and it looks really, really good. Next, I want to add more styles to the image and also add styles to these other items inside the testimonial card. So I head back. I'll give this image a border of 5 pixels, solid white. Now simply just give it a margin bottom of 5 pixels. I'll save that. And that's going to ensure that there's a margin between this image and this item underneath it. And you can see that white border around the image. So next I want to style these other items inside this testimonial card. So I'll go back to my style of CSS file. Copy from this point. Copy this. I'll paste that underneath here. Now I want to target the p tag in there. I'll give this p tag a color of dark gray and a font size of 0.9 rem. I'll save that. And I return back to the web page. You're going to see that these p tags actually look good, okay? But I want to actually give this p tag that actually represent the name its own unique style. So I'm going to target it. Now, since the p tag is not the first child of that container, I'm going to make use of the first of type. I'll paste that right here. I'm going to say first of type as the first p tag. I'll give this a font size of 1.3 rem. Font weight, I use 500, and the color of this one is going to be dark blue. I'll save that. When I return back to the web, you're going to see that this actually has a unique style from the rest. I'll just increase the font size to 600 instead of 500. I'll just make it of 600. Yeah, this is way better. So next I want to style these stars right here. So I'll just target the container. I'll paste that right here. Then I'll target the stars container inside the testimonial. Stars. That's this stars container. This stars container that wraps around these icons, these stars icons. Okay. I'll give this a margin. Top and bottom 15 pixels, left and right of 0. And that's going to add a margin at the top and at the bottom of these stars right here. I'll give them a font size of 1.1 rem and the color of this hair color right here. Save that, go back to the web page, and you can see those stars right here completely styled. Now we have successfully designed this testimonial card. So next we have to actually add swiper to this, okay? Because if you look at the final project, you're going to notice that we have testimonials that we can actually navigate through, and you know that there's actually an auto slide on it. It's going to actually slide by itself every 3 to 5 seconds, okay? So let's actually implement that with swiper.js. I'll go to my index.html file. Down here, I'll create another swiper. I'm saying const swiper. I'll call this testimonial swiper instead. Testimonial swiper is equals to new swiper. For the class name is going to be testimonial swiper. First of all, this swiper is going to have the loop set to true. The space between them is going to be 30. The slides per view is going to be 1. I only want to show one item. I only want to show one item to the user, even on last screen device. I just want to show only one item. So slide per view is going to be 1. Then this one is not going to have a navigation like this one did, the next and the previous button. Instead, this one is going to have a pagination. I'm going to call the class swiper pagination. Then clickable, I'll set it to true. I want the user to be able to click on the pagination, okay? And that's all. So I just head to my testimonial section. For this one, this class I created, I'm going to wrap around it. I just copy this class. I head back up. Now this is the container. So just put it in the container that wraps around everything. It's going to be testimonial swiper. Then I'll cut this. I'll wrap this inside a swiper wrapper, div.swiper wrapper. Paste that in here. Then each of these testimonials is going to have a class or swiper slide. Then I need this swiper wrapper div. I want to add the pagination. I'll create a div. I'm going to have a class name of this pagination class we created down here, this swiper pagination class. I'll paste that in this div right here. And mind you, when we return back to the web page, we are not going to see that pagination button because it has a position of, I think, absolute. Okay, so I have to first of all give it a position of static. So I head to my style.css file. Down here, I'm going to say .testimonial section .testimonial container, testimonials container. I'll target that class. Then I'll give it a position static. I'll save that and head back to the web page. You're going to notice that we cannot see those paginations right here. That's because we only have one card, one testimonial card. So let's add more. So I'll just go to my index.html file. Add more slides to this. I'll drag this down. 1, 2, 3. Now I have 4. When I return back to the web page, I'm going to notice that we now have 4 items right here. I can actually navigate using the pagination. Okay, but we don't want to see all these other items right here. So we're going to give this testimonial container overflow of hidden. So I'll just go to my style.css where I'll scroll up. There's that testimonial container. I'll give this overflow. I'll use hidden. That way, any of the cards that overflow are going to be hidden from the viewport, and we can navigate using this pagination right here. I'll just add margin to this pagination and these cards right here. So I'll scroll down. I'll give this a margin 15 pixels top and bottom, left and right 0. That's going to add a margin between the pagination buttons and these cards right here. So next, we're going to actually integrate auto slides to it so that it can actually slide on its own after every 3 and 5 seconds. So I'll go back to my index.html file. I'll scroll all the way down. After this pagination, I'm going to say auto play. The delay is going to be 3000 milliseconds, which is basically 3 seconds. It's going to actually slide every 3 seconds. Then I'll add this property right here to ensure that when a user interacts with the slide, it's not going to stop auto sliding. It's still going to slide automatically even when the user interacts with the slide. I'll save that. And when I return back to the web page, I'm going to notice that every 3 seconds, this is going to actually slide on its own every 3 seconds. So next, let's update the details of the testimonial, the image, the text, and the actual testimony. Let's actually do that. So I'll scroll up. The first one is okay the way it is, so we have to start updating from the second card. For the second one, the image is going to be person2.jpg. The name is going to be Fatima Ahmed. Then the location is going to be Abu Dhabi UAE. Then this one is just going to be full star. Say fast star. Full star, that's 5 star. Then the testimony is going to be this right here. Very clean hospital with attentive doctors. I felt safe the entire time. The next one, the image is going to be person 3. The name of this person is going to be Emily Clark. The location is going to be London, UK. I'll scroll down. Then for the testimony, it's going to be this text right here. The next person is going to be person 4. The name is going to be Marcus Reed, and this person is from Atlanta, USA. And for the testimony, it's going to be this testimony right here. Alright, cool. I'll save that. Oh, this one, let me just get rid of this. Let me check if it's on the other ones. Yeah, everything looks okay. I'll save that. Head back to the web page and navigate. Looks okay. Yeah. So next, I want to actually ensure that the active bullet point here has the same color as the blue we are using in our website. So I just target that. So I head back to my style.css file. I just copy this. I'll paste that right here. I'll target the testimonial container. Testimonials container. Now I'll target this swiper pagination. So I'll just copy this swiper pagination. I'll paste that right here. Now to target the active pagination button, I'm going to make use of bullets active. I'll give this a background color of red so you can actually see the difference. When I go back to the web page, I'm going to notice that this actually has a background color of red, but we don't want it to have a background color of red. We want it to have this color right here, this blue we are using for our website. So I just give this a color, background color of blue. That looks way better. Now I'm basically done with the testimonial section. All it has left to do is actually ensure that it's responsive. So I just go to my developer tools. It looks good for tablets. It looks good for, let me use Nest Hub Max. It's a large tablet. It looks good here too. I'll use iPhone 12. It actually looks good on iPhone 12 too, because I'll give it max width of 450 pixels and a width for, if the screen size goes less than 450 pixels, it's going to have a width of 90%. So it looks good on mobile phones too. So with that, I'm basically done with the testimonial section. So next, we're going to start working on this subscribe box right here. So I'll just head back to my index.html file. Just wrap up this div right here, this div container. Wrap up this testimonials container because I want to create this box inside the testimonial section. So after this div, I'll create another div. I'll give this div a class of subscribe box. And inside this div, I'm going to have h to tag. There's going to have this text in there, subscribe for new updates from Medcare. And after that, I'm going to have a div here. And this div is going to have a class of input container. And inside this input container div, I'm going to have an input. It's going to be of type text. I'm going to have a placeholder of example at gmail.com. After this input, I'm going to have a button that is simply going to say subscribe. Save that. Right back to the web page. You can see those items just added right here. Subscribe for new updates from Medcare. So let's start applying styles to it with CSS. So I'm going to head back to my style of CSS file. First of all, I'll copy the subscribe box. I'll copy this. I'll head to my style of CSS file. Paste that class right here. First of all, I'm going to give this a background color of dark blue. I'll give it a padding. Top and bottom, I want a padding of 40 pixels. Left and right, 10%. I want it to have a maximum width of 1000 pixels. Now for very large screen, for screen size that the width of the screens above 1000 pixels, it's going to have a width of 1000 pixels. But when the screen reduces less than 1000 pixels, I want it to have a width of 90%. That's for mobile phone and tablets. Give you the item a display of flex, a justify content of center, and I want the container to have a border radius of 10 pixels. I'll save that. Turn back to the web page, and you can see that box right here, but the box is not at the center, so we have to give it a margin of auto to ensure it's actually at the center. Give it a margin left and right of auto. So I'll give it a margin top and bottom. I want to have a margin of 20 pixels left and right auto. I'll save that. Go back to the web page. It's going to have a margin at the top of 20 pixels, and left and right the margin is going to be auto. Now we'll give this item a flex so that we can actually be able to position it at the center, but we don't want them to be arranged horizontally. We want them to be arranged vertically. So I'll give this a flex direction. I'll use column, and that's going to ensure that the items are going to be flexed, yes, but they're going to be arranged vertically. So next I'll style this H2 tag in there. So I'll just copy this subscribe box style, paste that right here. Now target the H2 tag in there. I'll give it a color of white, a font size, I use 2.2 rem, then a text align of center. I'll save that. Turn back to the web page. You're going to notice that this text actually looks better this way. So next I want to style this input container and the items inside this input container div. So down here I'm going to say dot subscribe box dot, I'll copy that input container class we created. I'll just copy this. I'll head back to my style of CSS, so I'll paste that right here. I want the input container to have a width of 70%. Margin, top and bottom, 10 pixels. Left and right of 0. I'll give it a background color of white. A height of 45 pixels. I'll give it a display of flex. Then I'll align the items inside the flex container at the center. I'll save that. Return back to the web page. You can see this container right here, and it looks really good. And this input container is not at the center, so it ensures at the center. So I just give it a margin property. I give it a margin. Top and bottom, I want to have a margin of 10 pixels. Left and right, I want to have a margin of auto. Save that. That margin of auto left and right is going to ensure it's actually at the center of its container. Alright, cool. Next, I'm going to add a border radius to it. I also add a gap between the items inside this flex container. So add a border radius to this. I'll give it a border radius of 5 pixels. A padding. Top and bottom of 0, left and right 5 pixels. And last, I'm going to add a gap between the items inside this flex container, a gap of 15 pixels. I'll save that. Turn back to the web, you're going to see that there's now a gap between this input and this button. So now you can actually start styling this input inside this input container. So I just copy this. I'll paste that down here. Now target the input in there. And since we already gave the input container a width of 70%, we'll just simply tell the input to occupy a width of 100%. And we gave it a height of 45 pixels. So just tell the input to have a height of 45 pixels. I'll also get rid of the outline. I'll give it none. I'll get rid of the border. I'll give it none. I'll give the input a padding top and bottom of 0, left and right of 5 pixels, and lastly, I want the text inside the input to be dark gray. Save that, go back to the web page. You're going to notice that this input is completely styled. And when I type on this, you're going to notice that the text inside this input are dark gray. Next, I'm going to style up this subscribe button right here. So I'll copy this right here. I'll paste that underneath here. Now just target the button inside this input container. First of all, I want to give this button a flex shrink of 0. That way the input can never have. That way, no matter how large the input grows, it's never going to compress the button. Now I'll give it a padding. Top and bottom of 8 pixels, left and right 15 pixels. I don't want any border on this button, so I'll give it a border, none. And lastly, I'll give it a background color of blue. I'll save that. Go back to the web page. You can see this button is completely styled. I'm going to actually apply more styles to it, okay? So first of all, give it a color of white to ensure the text inside the button is white. Give it a border radius of 5 pixels, and lastly, cursor of pointer. Save that. Go back to the web page. You're going to notice that this button is completely styled. And when someone hovers on this button, you want to apply a hover property to it. So I'll copy up to this point. Copy this. I'll paste that underneath here. Now I want to add a hover property. So I'm going to say on hover. Sorry, hover. I want this to have a background color of dark blue. I'll save that. And now I return back to the web. When I hover on this button, you can see that dark blue right there. Alright, cool. Now you have to check if this is responsive, and it has to be responsive because give it a width of 90% for small screen devices, and it's actually responsive. But we still have to do more. The H2 text looks extremely large for mobile devices, and the input is looking very compressed. So we still have to add more styles to it to make it look good on mobile devices. First of all, trace where it starts to get unresponsive. Just trace this breakpoint. Scroll down. I think the major styles we're going to apply is going to be for mobile because it looks good on tablet. It's going to be from maybe 768. We just reduce the font size a bit for mobile devices of this H2 text. So let's do that. I just scroll up and copy the styles for this H2 text, the name I give to it. So I'll go to my responsive of CSS. Now those styles are added for the H2 breakpoints. Yeah. When I give it a font size of 1.8 frame, I'll just add that right here. That way, it's also going to have a font size of 1.8 frame for mobile devices. And when I reduce, you're going to notice that breakpoint right there. Alright, cool. And I also have to increase the margin between the H2 text and this input. So I'll do that with my style of CSS where they are too close to each other. I'll just give this a margin bottom. I'll give it 5 pixels, a little bit of margin at the bottom. Yeah, that's way better. Let me check this on iPhone 12 Pro. Okay, it still looks okay. And I also just reduce the padding we give to this box. Okay, so I'll go to my style of CSS file, look for that box. Remember, I'll give it a padding left and right of 10%. So I'll just reduce that. I'll copy this. Go to my responsive of CSS for mobile phones. I'll paste that right here. I want this to have a padding top and bottom. Still going to have a padding of 40 pixels. Left and right, I'll reduce it to 3%. That looks better, but the input is still too small for mobile device. So I'll just increase the width of the input container. So I'll just go to my style of CSS file. Where's the style of the input container? Remember, I'll give it a width of 70%. I'll just increase the width. I'll head to my responsive of CSS, go all the way down, paste that right here. I'll give this a width of 90%. I'll save that. Yeah, this looks way better. And with that, we are done with this subscribe box. So let's start working on the footer. So head back to my index.html file. Go back to my index.html file. Just wrap up this section. I'm done in this section. I'll create a footer tag. So inside this footer, I'm going to have a div. I'm going to have a class of footer container. And this footer container is always going to wrap around everything in the footer. Okay, it's always going to wrap around this div, this div, this div, and this div right here. Okay, so let's first of all add this div that's going to wrap around these items inside this container. So I'll go back to my index.html file. First of all, I'm going to create another div for the first item. And this is going to have a class of footer about. And inside this div, I'm going to have a p tag. I'm going to have a text in there, med care. Okay. Now this is going to be similar with the logo we added for our nav bar. So I just put this inside a span. I'll paste the med in there. I just give it a class of logo. So CSS know to style this paragraph tag as our logo. Save that. Go back to the web page. And you can see that Medcare logo right here in the footer. Okay. So go back to my index.html file. After that, I'm going to add a p tag. I'm going to have this paragraph in it. And after that, I'll create another div. And this div is going to have a class or social icons. Inside this div, I'm going to have an anchor tag that's not going to go anywhere. And inside this anchor tag, I'm going to have an icon. It's going to have a class of faz, fab, fa, Facebook, F. I'll drag that down. 1, 2, 3. The next one is going to be fast far, X, Twitter. The next one is going to be fab far, Instagram. And the last one is going to be fab far, linked in. I'll save that. Go back to the web page. You can see those items we just added and the icons we just added. Okay, so I'm going to add the other items of the footer. So after this footer about, I'll create another div. This div is going to have a class of quick links. In there, I'll create a h3 tag that's going to say quick links. After this h3 tag, I'm going to create another list. Create an li tag in there. Now each of these li tags have an anchor tag that's not going to go anywhere. First one is going to be home. Drag that down multiple times. 1, 2, 3, 4. The second one, about. The third one is going to be services. Fourth one is going to be medical team. And the last link is going to be testimonials. Now to create a similar container, so I just copy this, I drag this down. Then this one is not going to be quick link, this one is going to be external links. For the external links, the links are actually much. I'll just take all these other tag and I'll paste them right here. Okay, inside this UL tag, you can see all of them right here. Now after this external links container, I'll create another div down here. This div is going to have a class of appointment. Inside this div, I'm going to have a h3 tag that's going to say book appointment. After that, I'm going to have a p tag that's going to have this text in it. And after that, I'm going to have an anchor tag that's going to have this text called this number. And when you click on this link, I want you to call this number right here. Okay. Now with this, what this tail is going to do is that when someone clicks on this anchor tag, it's going to actually dial this number automatically on your phone or your whatever device you're actually viewing this website on. And after this footer container, I'm going to create a div here. I'm going to have a class of footer bottom. And this is going to have a p tag in there. That's simply going to say copyright 2025 Igbon Tech YouTube channel. I'll save that. I'll head back to the web page. I'm going to notice all those items we just added right here. So let's start applying styles to them. So I'll just copy this footer container class. Copy this class name. I'll head to my style.css file. Scroll down. First of all, I'm going to add styles to the footer itself. I'll give you a background color of light blue. A padding, top of 80 pixels, left and right of 0. Then bottom of 50 pixels. Then now I'll target the footer container. Paste that class right here. I want to give the footer container a width of 80%. A margin of auto to ensure it's actually at the center. So I'll give it a margin of auto. I'll give it a display. I'll give it grid. Then a grid template columns. Repeats. Auto feeds. Min max. 230 pixels, 1 FR. I'm going to add a gap between the items. I'll give them a gap of 20 pixels. I'll add a padding bottom of 30 pixels, a margin bottom of 20 pixels. Add a border at the bottom, so a border bottom of 2 pixels solid light gray. Then lastly, I want all the text inside this footer container to have a color of dark gray. I'll save that. I'll go back to the web page. I'm going to notice that the items of this footer container are now arranged in a grid display. They are looking better this way. So next, I'm going to start styling the individual items in this footer container. I'll start with these items at the left hand side. Okay. I'll go back to my style.css file. Down here, I'm going to say footer container. I want to tell you the p tag inside this footer container. I want to go back to the web. You're going to notice that we actually have 2 p tags. This Medcare logo is a p tag. This is a p tag. So I want to target the last p tag. Okay. So if I target the last child, it's going to target this icon container. So I'm going to use the p last of type. So I want to target I'll just copy that class name. The item in the footer about. I'll just copy this. I'll paste that right here. I'm going to say p last of type as the last p tag in this footer about container. I want to give it a font size of 0.9 rem. Add the margin. Top and bottom is going to have a margin of 30 pixels. Left and right 0. I'll save that. Go back to the web. You're going to notice that this actually looks better this way. But I want to actually add a line height to this text so that the space between each of the line are going to increase. So I just give this a line height. I'll give it 30 pixels. Save that. Go back to the web. You're going to notice that there's now space between each of the p tag line of text. Okay. So next we're going to style this social icons. Let's do that. So I'll go back to my style.css file. I'll copy from this point. I stay inside the footer about container. I'll paste that right here. Now I want to target the social icons container. So I just go to my index.html file. I'll copy this class name. I'll go to my style.css file. I'll paste that right here. I'll simply just give this a display of flex. And I'm going to add a gap between each of the icon. A gap of 30 pixels. I'll save that. You're going to notice that they are now in the flex display and there's a gap between each of the icon. So next I want to style each of the anchor tags. So I just copy this. I'll paste that underneath here. I'll just target the anchor tag in there. I'll give this a font size of 1.4 rem and a color of blue. I'll save that. Head back to the web page. You're going to notice these items are now styled. Now, I want to hover on this. I want to actually change the color of these icons. So I just go back to my style CSS. I paste that right here. Target the anchor tag. Now on hover of this anchor tag, I want to give it a color of dark gray. I'll save that. Now when you hover on this icon, you're going to notice that they are going to actually change. The color is going to change. Next, let's style this quick list container. So I'll go back to my style CSS. I copy from this footer container. I'll paste that underneath here. I want to target the quick list container, so I'll just copy the class name. I'll head back to my style.css. So I'm going to paste that right here. I'll first of all target the h3 tag in there. I'll simply just give this h3 tag a margin bottom of 15 pixels. Save that. Go back to the web page. You're going to notice that there's now a margin between this h3 tag and these items right here, this list right here. And the font size of the h3 tag looks okay. There's really no need to adjust the font size. It looks okay. So I'll just style this on that list. So I'll go back to my style.css. So I'm going to copy this. I'll paste that right here. I'll just target the another list. I'll give this a list style of none. And that's going to get rid of the bullet points in this list right here. Okay. Next, I'll target the airline in there. So I'll copy this. I'll paste that right here. I'll target each of the list item. I'll give them a margin bottom of 12 pixels. I'll save that. Go back to the web. You're going to see that there's not a margin at the bottom of each of these links and they look better this way. Next, I want to style each of the anchor tags. So I'll just go back to my style.css. So I'll copy this. I'll paste that underneath here and I'll just target the anchor tag in there. I'll give this a color of dark gray. Then the font size, I'll use 0.9 rem. I'll save that. That actually looks better. Way better. So lastly, you have to actually style this other side. Okay, this appointment container. So let's do that. So I'll copy this, paste that underneath here. I'll just copy that appointment class from this place. Copy this class name right here. I'll head to my style.css file. I'll paste that right here. Now I want to target the p tag. Now you're going to notice that this p tag and this p tag, we want to apply similar styles to them. So what I'm going to do, I'll just cut this from this place. I'll cut this off and I'm going to add it to that other one we styled up, this last of type. I'll add a comma and I'll paste that right. That way they are going to share these styles together. I'll save that. Head back to the web page. You're going to see that those styles have been applied to this other paragraph tag. So next, I'll just type this anchor tag here. Scroll the way down. I'll paste that right here. Now I don't want to target the pizza, I want to target the anchor tag. First of all, I'll give you a border of 3 pesos solid blue. I'll give it a padding, top and bottom 15 pixels, left and right 20 pixels, a border radius of 8 pixels, and a color of dark gray. Save that. Head back to the web page. You're going to see this other link is actually started. Now when I click on this, it's actually going to make a phone call. You can see it right here. Cancel that. So next on the bucket list, we have to start this footer bottom. So let's do that. So down here, I'm going to say footer. Now I'll target the footer bottom container dot footer bottom. Sorry, spell that bottom correctly. I'll simply give you a text align of center, a color of dark gray, and a font size. I use 0.9 rem. And that looks really good. So we are basically done with the footer, but we have to ensure it's actually responsive. So I just go to my developer tools, inspect, head to my developer tools, scroll all the way down. It actually looks good on mobile devices. Remember, we gave this a display of grid, so it's going to be responsive for small devices. All you just have to do for mobile is just increase the width. Okay, let me go to my style of CSS and see the width I used for this footer. I gave the footer container a width of 80%, so I just increase that width. I just copy this. It's my responsive of CSS. I just paste that. Let me just give it a width of 90%. I'll paste the class right here. So this subscribe box input container and this footer container is going to share this width of 90% style. Save that. Head back. Yeah, the width actually increases to 90%, and this looks very good for mobile device. So I'll just quickly add a border radius to the edges of this footer. I'll just go back. I want to add a border radius at the edges right here. So I'll go to my footer container. Where's that footer? I'll go to my style of CSS file. Add a border here. Border top left radius. I'll give it 30 pixels. I'll drag that down. Now this one is going to be border right radius. I'll save that. Now you're going to see that the edges of this footer right here are actually curved. Yeah, I think we're actually done with the footer. So we are basically done with the website. So next we just have to go through everything in the website and see if everything is actually working fine. For desktop, everything looks really good. You can navigate through the testimonials. Looks good. You can type here. And the footer is looking okay. Let me check on mobile. Yeah, now this is iPhone 12. And there's no margin between the items of this theme container. You can notice that this bookmark button is too close to the next item. They are too close to each other for small screen devices. I just simply increase the margin between them or the gap between them. Just look for that styles. Scroll the way up to our theme section. Remember, I gave it a gap of 20 pixels in the grid display. So I just increase that gap to 40 pixels. I'll save that. Yeah, the gap is actually better now. I'll still check. Now I just also increase the gap between these colors container and these emails container. So I'll look for that style. It's going to be on my contact section. I think this is it right here. I'll just give it a gap of 20 pixels instead. Yeah, the gap, and let me just think this is actually okay. This actually looks okay. Scroll through the website. This is working. Everything is working fine. Everything looks okay. So the very last thing we're going to do in this project, we're going to add navigation. Okay. Now remember, we have this navigation right here. When I click on home or about or services, it doesn't really do anything. Okay, so we're going to fix that. So first of all, you have to add ID property to each of the section. Okay, so I just grab publish footer right here. I'm going to give this hero an ID. I'll give it home. I'll give this about an ID. I'll give it about. Then I'll give this service an ID. I'll give it service. Then also I'll give this theme an ID. I'll give it theme. And lastly, I'll give this testimonial section an ID of testimonials. Now I have to actually add this to my navigation. So I'll just open up this and look at my navigation, my nav. Inside my nav, first of all, I'm going to say this is going to be hash home. This one is going to be hash about. This one is going to be hash service. This one is going to be hash team. And the last one is going to be hash testimonials. Okay, I'll save that. Now we are basically telling these links that when we click on these links, just basically take us to the testimonial section or the service section. Okay, now when I go back to the web page, when I click on service, it's going to bring me to the service section. When I click on testimonials, it's going to bring me to the testimonial sections. But you're going to notice that the scrolling is not actually smooth. Immediately we click on it, it's just going to scroll down so fast. So we want to actually make it smooth. Okay, so what we're going to do, we're going to give the HTML a smooth scroll behavior. So I'll go to my style of CSS file. I'll just scroll all the way up. Up here, I'm going to create a HTML style. Say HTML. I want the scroll behavior to be smooth. I'll save that. Now when I go back to the web page, when I click on testimonial, you're going to see that smooth. It's going to transition down. When I click on services, it's going to transition down. And that's actually way better. And we also have to add navigation to the footer. And when we go down here, when we click on this, they are not actually working. They're just going to scroll you to the top because we added hash to them. Okay. So we actually have to work on those navigations. So I'll just go back to my index.html file. I'll just copy everything here. I'll close up this section right here. Go to my footer section, put that up. I'll head to my quick links. I'll just take this off. And I'll just paste that right here. I'll save that. When I head back to the web page, when I click on this service, it's going to take me to the services section. When I click on home, it's going to bring me back to the home section. And that's it for this project. Now, if you enjoyed this project, smash on the like button and leave a comment below. It's going to help the YouTube algorithm to push this content to more people just like you who are going to find it valuable. And basically, you're considering as a little way of you supporting the channel. And lastly, if you've not subscribed, ensure you do that and turn on the notification bell so you don't miss out on the next project we're going to build together in this channel. I'll see you in the next video.